A warm welcome and a happy Saturday to everyone out there. You're watching Blast Bounty Season 2 presented by Polymarket, and all of our quarterfinals have been so much fun. But today we look towards our top 4. We look towards our semi-finals and find out who exactly will be playing tomorrow in that grand final. Joining me is, of course, Vu and Maui here. Vu, are you excited? A weekend of Counter-Strike still ahead?
I am so excited, I could say boom shakalaka. I could say it again.
Just straight in from the callback of yesterday's antics there. What about yourself, Maui?
Yeah, I feel like when I go out in Malta right now, it's a little humid, a little sticky, and that's kind of how some of these games have felt, you know, a little messy in some ways, but they're still good fun.
It's been so much fun. I actually think that that's the perfect way to do it because there were so many rounds, so many maps yesterday where I'm like, I really need the guidance of you guys to get me through this. And maybe those at home weren't watching, maybe they wanted to spend their Friday a different way, but not their Saturday here. So we can have a look at what was our round 3 and 4 quarterfinals. It started off with FaZe up against Mongols. Is that the messy, sticky ones, Maui? Not so much.
I would have to say so. I feel like the new comeback was where things got a little bit, yeah, like it's sticking to my skin, okay, you know? This was a really tense game, one that I think Mongols are having a lot of regrets over. I mean, the way 9-10 was reacting there, even though he was trying to will his team through that, there's just a T side that got nothing for them at all. The 13 rounds in a row for FaZe were, in their own way, legendary, and may say that maybe that magic still is there in FaZe.
Yeah, they had the kind of questionable map pick. We wondered why they went for Nuke, and then we really wondered why they went for Nuke when they were down, what, 12-4 or something along those lines, and then they managed to come back. I think the reality is they just said, guys, our CT side, unstoppable, just win pistol, get 3 rounds, we're good to go, and apparently they were.
Well, it sounds like you don't have any questions over their map picks anymore, then, at least not about yesterday's quarterfinals that went on for themselves. We mentioned a lot of players throughout it. When you're talking about the stickiness, is there a player in mind, Maui, that sticks to your brain when you think about those 3 maps? On the side of FaZe specifically, I'll say.
I would definitely say that J-Bone has shown a lot in terms of just how he kept FaZe in that one. He was probably the reason for the high humidity in some of those games where it's just that like FaZe were hard to put away, and that was a lot of due to J-Bone being active both on T side and CT side. I think that's one reason I can already get pretty excited about this guy. He doesn't feel like he needs always the defensive half to get going. He has actually been a nice standout on the offense.
Yeah, I think one of the things that's tough for operas in CS2 especially to find activeness, to find effectiveness on the T side, to see an opera on FaZe finally that can be effective on both sides of the map with the op with the rifle in hand, I think is very impressive. And he's only continued to impress. He's really had one bad series so far in a FaZe jersey. He's struggled, but other than that, he's been lights out with the op in hand. And not to say that Mongols made it hard for him. You can see a lot of these shots seem pretty easy, but when he was called upon, he did answer very effectively.
You say easy, how many of those would you have hit, Vu?
1 or 2 of them.
At least some.
I need some refrag before I can hit more than 1 or 2 of those.
The thing is that it's also just that he is putting himself in good position. Sometimes it is about the easy shots. I mean, look at somebody like, say, ZywOo. A lot of easy shots, but always making the game look so easy for himself. And that is actually sometimes even a better sign than just great flicks all the time.
It's not always easy to hit the boring op shots.
That's true. That's true. That's what CS2 has taught us.
You're trying to just outshine a little bit more pizzazz there, and whilst we won't get to see Mongols continue on, there was so much showing in them, right? 9-10 was doing a lot for his team, but more importantly, the newcomers were where we were wondering. Darkmeister, Tikuak, I would say Tikuak definitely superseded what we were expecting from someone's first time at a LAN in a Tier 1 environment.
When they were allowed to be in their comfort zone, when FaZe was just giving them straight up aim duels, I think Tikuak, Darkmeister both really impressed. When they were stressed, when they were put under pressure against a Tier 1 execute, they really struggled. FaZe didn't hit them with enough of those, in my opinion, but when they were in the looser situations, when they could call their own shot, when they were pushing a lobby, when they were defending a site hit with not a lot of utility, I think they were incredibly effective. And they are 2 players that I think both are incredible finds, given you've gone back to the drawing board for Mongols now 2-3 times, and you keep finding players like this that have the synergy as well on these upper holds against the upper splits to work together to this level.
I'm really impressed with Tikuak. He's a guy that I think is actually going to keep on gelling for Mongols from the early signs. Darkmeister, for me, I'd say the jury's a little bit still out. I'd say it's almost map dependent. I think some of the maps he gets to play some more rotator positions, and some of them he just has to be more of a hard anchor. The hard anchor stuff, I'm not always loving it, but I think on rotator, you can see kind of how he gets a little bit more active. I think he's even picked up a secondary op before, so those kinds of moments you can see a little bit more flair.
Keeping the conversation moving to our second quarterfinals, you've given us the description of what was our FaZe and Mongols series, but what's your description for the Pain and Astralis series, Maui?
Man, the Pain Astralis series is like it's like Sisyphus, you know.
I was gonna say fever dream.
Yeah, they just kept climbing the mountain only to have it all roll back down on them. It was very tough you're wincing because you're realizing that both of these teams had so many chances to win the series in so many ways. Like, look at how close all three of these maps went. I think Astralis are really feeling like they could have been better on the defensive side of Nuke there. I think that Pain probably would have wanted that Inferno back, even though they were the ones to claw it all back. And then Mirage too. We were one good period grenade onto Hooksy from seeing Pain be playing here today. So many tense moments of this. Yeah,
you saw Twist talk about they were at 30% yesterday. I think Astralis might say they were at 40 or 50%. You know, they had some good moments. They had some great plays. They had some really good game plans. They seemed like the better team map to map on a lot of the strategies coming into it, but then they just fumbled time and time again. I mean, they were 8-4 up T-side Inferno, and they managed to let that one slip into overtime. Even allowing that to happen, I think, is something you really want back if you're Astralis.
I'm curious as to how many map points were kind of, not necessarily thrown away, but eluded our two teams, I think is the nicer way to put it there, because it really did feel like that you're about to close it out and then all of a sudden, no, it slips through your fingers.
I wouldn't say thrown away, I would say fumbled.
Okay, that's why I said eluded. I said eluded them, you know? It's no one's fault necessarily,
12?
but it was, yeah.
Sheesh.
Would you expect it that high?
From the heart test, yes.
Okay.
The eye test, probably no. I mean, that's a lot. That's probably 3 times as many as you probably should have to close something out.
Yeah, and I mean, that was a record-breaking day if you include the FaZe series where they had another 8 or 9 match points that ended up going. So we have 20 across the day. A very competitive day in a certain way, but certainly one I think both of these teams that are going to the semifinals from yesterday are going to be regretting.
It tested them mentally in bucket loads, right? Spades and Spades needed there for themselves when it comes to being able to be resilient. And it didn't really stop there for Astralis in terms of difficult decisions being made, because we moved into our draft show and they had to stand there and decide, did they want to go up against Spirit or do they want to have to go up against MOUZ in this semifinals? And it feels like the easy option, Maui, should have just been taking MOUZ, but there was a genuine disagreement happening in the Astralis camp over what they wanted.
I'm not sure what I can leak. Can I leak this stuff?
Well, they said it on stage that Hooksy wanted.
That is true.
That is
true. No, there was a legitimate disagreement within the Astralis camp where Hooksy wanted to take on Spirit.
Yeah.
And also, there was another player on Astralis who had a life game against Spirit at those ESL Pro League quarterfinals, which I've kept referring to. FaZe wanted to play him again. They wanted to run that back. They wanted to see if they could take on Spirit, you know, get a lot of bounty, get a lot of VRS points, and I can't completely blame them. You know, you have the same exact roster that you had then. You were able to defeat them. You probably thought to yourself, yeah, this is legit. We are sick. But the rest of the team said, early game, we don't want that.
That was the sad thing. It kind of came down to the early game, like the fact that the highest seed has to play first today, Vu. It's like, well, we had our last series. Do we really want to run it back with potentially only like 8 hours after a draining day?
That is the unfortunate part for MOUZ. I think you actually were saved. I think Astralis were absolutely saved by this one. Hooksy, known as a bit of an overthinker, they're talking about changing their system going into the major and then changing it again. Yeah. He wanted to pick Spirit. That would have been a catastrophe. That would be a disaster. I am happy they went for MOUZ, at least in terms of their chances to win this one.
Well, I want to see what your chances are like in a little mini game as well. You guys can play along at home. Well, you can head on over to Blast TV and you can play a game of higher or lower. It's powered by IC Market. It's a lot of fun. We've seen it time and time again, but will my analyst do better this time around? Is the skin on the right valued higher or lower than the skin on the left? 45. I feel like you kind of got to go lower. That's a pretty high price.
I have
for
that.
skin.
I have that A4. I use that A4. I think it's lower, right?
I heard
it was lower when I bought it, for sure. But
Yeah, I know things have changed. Since
higher.
the last
It's
look.
It's
No,
higher.
I think you go lower.
It's higher.
Okay. I would listen to Vu. I wouldn't
They
listen
both
to me.
voted lower.
Oh, wow.
Thank you. Thank you.
Undefeated in this game. Undefeated.
Oh.
That's
Undefeated.
not actually
Okay, then what about
accurate.
this one? What about
That's
this
not
one?
accurate at all.
This one's all you. Higher or lower?
I think I actually also have this skin.
I saw that skin in 2012.
Yeah, no, it's
Okay.
a really old skin, so I usually would think higher, but the Emperor is nicer. It's a way nicer skin.
It is.
So
Lower.
I'm going to take lower.
Lower. It's going to be higher.
It's higher.
I knew
Wow.
it. I knew it.
Wait,
I
what
called
Oh
was
my
it?
God, I'm sitting
Whoa,
on
it was
gold.
significantly.
Oh my
yeah,
God.
Maui's inventory might be the far superior out of anyone's
Why am I
inventory.
working? I could retire. I could just.
I called that skin ugly in 2015. Okay, that was the ugliest skin.
No, I still have that one equipped.
Well,
There's no way.
we'll judge you on your Counter-Strike takes, not the skins that you're using in the game there. And let's have a look at our
A friend gave
schedule.
it to me, okay?
Okay, well then friendship wins at the end
Yeah.
of the day. You got to power through it. But here we have FaZe up against Spirit. We've talked about our highest seed going first. That did result in FaZe having to face them. And then Astralis taking that later series up against MOUZ here.
I'd say the first one, firm favorite. Second one could be actually a little bit more interesting than people expected. MOUZ came into the whole tournament looking at one of the firm top 2 teams, but they've shown weaknesses.
The same way I thought Liquid had a very good chance against Spirit if Spirit played like they did online, I think Astralis have a very good chance against MOUZ if MOUZ play like they did in the quarterfinals.
Well, it's been fun getting to run through, the start of our day here, but we want to turn our eyes towards what is going to be our FaZe and Spirit matchup just after this break.
We're at the Black Bounty with Team Spirit, with Donk, with Magix. In your opinion, how did last season go for you guys? To expectation, beneath expectation, or are you happy with it?
It was pretty expected that the beginning will be shaky as fuck, but at some point we just locked in and played much better. So it's like a strong 5 out of 10.
It seems like you put a lot of pressure on yourself to fix things, because before you just got to be, when you were at the beginning of Spirit, you were just a young player. You got to, you always got to have Kevlar on the pistol rounds. Now you're the guy that's dropping guns and things like that. But so now it's just a changing of roles, obviously, and perspectives.
Yeah, I feel like this is kind of a life cycle of Counter-Strike player. You begin with being a prospect, showing great stats, beating a lot of people. At some point you are going more to the entry roles. The other day you're dropping your weapon. The next day you're throwing utility. The other day you're an IGL. If you're a bot, you die in a week. If you are not a bot, you're winning a couple of tournaments as IGL. And after this, you go coaching. And after this is the end.
Broadcast outlet. It's broadcast. Yeah, that's the end. Okay, Donk, how do you feel about your individual performance throughout the years thus far?
Just average, I would say, because I had a good tournaments where we didn't show up as a team, but individually I felt I felt great. I can't say that I was consistent as I was last year, but still I think I'm still pretty solid.
You struggled against Falcons at the major. What is it that Falcons, they seem to perform well against you?
No, I just choked the match and that's it. I think it was too important for me to win this major. Basically I won my second major and I have more, maybe 10 years of career, and just one major is not enough.
If Spirit do anything other than win the trophy, is it just a failure of a tournament?
Everything is a failure unless you win.
Yeah.
Because have you been a pro player?
Not at this level, not at that.
But just imagine.
Yeah.
Imagine the feeling. You go to a tournament, you lose it at some group stage, playoff match, doesn't matter. Next days, you are heading to the airport in a shuttle, and you are full of regrets. It doesn't really always matter how you lost. Even if it was a 50-50, you had all opportunities, you are still full of regrets.
Do you think that FaZe can challenge you guys in any way? Because it seems like maybe the gap is very big between the two teams like skill level, experience-wise right now? Because they have 2 new players coming in, TWIST as a new IGL.
Basically, yes, they have like 2 players, but they didn't have a players break because they were playing this Chinese tournament, and after this they play like boss bounty and like they have non-stop grind, and it's like it could make difficulties.
Yeah, I mean, we are definitely the underdogs in this game, so I mean, not that big of a pressure. I mean, I'm excited for the game. I'm excited to face Spirit. I mean, I don't really care who we face. I just want to play the game, and yeah, I mean, I think we still can win the game. And yeah, I mean, if we don't win, then I just hopefully we play a close game and some good CS.
I love the eagerness that's coming out of J-Bowen there in the interview, where it goes, we just want it to be at least good Counter-Strike because we know how heavily handed we are as the underdogs right now. But I'm hoping maybe a little bit of momentum is on their side. Even though it was a close and maybe even sticky or messy series, it was enough for them to have confidence that propels them of, we can still take it to Spirit. If we could do it up against another tier 1 team, we can do it up against someone like Spirit.
Yeah, if we can do it against Mongols that just changed 2 players and don't have their coach, I think we can definitely do it against Spirit. It seems like
this is why you're not on FaZe.
These are pretty much the same 2 things. What can spot the difference, Maui?
As much as you would want to dress it up, Nat.
Yeah,
that there's
I'm
some
trying.
puncher's chance here for FaZe. I would say that they would be happy if they just had a competitive map of CS. If one of the 2 is competitive, maybe if they steal away and win their map pick, let's see if it gets tricky there, then you could be happy walking away from this tournament. But I think FaZe are already happy. I think that they already beat Mongols. They already were able to move up in the VRS standings. They're going to be getting now a handful of invites into tournaments, which just course corrects them completely after a disastrous previous season where they missed the major. Now it looks like FaZe is back and going to be competing more regularly at Tier 1 events.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that this has been a successful event no matter how this one goes. J-Bowen is saying if we can make the maps competitive, that would be great. I think if they could pick up a map win, as you're saying, if they could change it up, you might see Cash in this one. I would love to see it. And then you see them pick up a map. I think that's a very successful showing for FaZe.
Yeah, it's interesting to see their journey through round 1, 2, and then of course up against Mongols, because some of the teams, the way that they got there, we were seeing them go up against these big names, really being the underdog and overthrowing what was those expectations. For FaZe, it's been Eyeballers, Dendelay, and then Mongols, right? That's the question mark I have, where it's like, were they ever really underdogs, or were they on the same footing that just ended up proving themselves a little bit more?
The Mongols one is definitely the closest. I know the odds on most of those games did favor FaZe. However, the Mongols one was the biggest coin flip, and with even how Nuke went, I mean, it was neck and neck. So they're very happy about that. I mean, yes, on paper, I think FaZe is supposed to be good, but that's also a Mongols team that went, I think, 2-3 at stage 3 of the major. Yes, they changed some players, but now we know that some of those players are actually pretty decent. So that's why I feel like they actually still have proved themselves at this event.
Yeah, I mean, this is they didn't have the win like they played Dendelay. Dendelay beat Furia, right? They didn't have a win that was popping off the page that way. But I think just finding consistent victories, that's already something FaZe has struggled with for quite a while. So starting with that, I'm happy with it.
Circling back to what you briefly mentioned, Maui, is that they're going to be happy walking away with this because of what happens in the VRS rankings for themselves, right? But are they sitting on that cusp? Is it going to put them in a, like, where exactly is their trend and trajectory looking for them now?
So as far as I know, they're in the running now to get invites for, I think, ESL Pro League, EWC, I think the Thunder Pick World Cup, if a team or 2 drops out of that one. So they're on the cusp. So that's kind of the scary prospect. So that's why, yes, there are still a lot of stakes on this game. Yes, they've moved up in the standings because of the win versus Mongols, but a win versus Spirit, okay, now...
Top 10.
Yeah, they're going real deep now. They're pretty much securing almost all the invites for the remainder of the season. So it is still a lot up for grabs here for FaZe.
Yeah, when FaZe dropped out of the major, I think the average fan thinks to themselves, we'll see them next season. Actually, if they had failed at this event and a few others, we wouldn't be seeing them this season almost at all. They'd be at home playing in the doldrums of Tier 2. So the results at this event, although nothing jumps off the page, this is incredibly important, and this would be a huge win if they could find it.
I think the other thing that's been jumping off the page, you mentioned him in our pre-show as well, J-Bowen, the way that he was able to show up against the Mongols. He's also the one that we interviewed beforehand where he's like, we're hoping to make it competitive. I feel like that does not rest heavily on him, but if he can have a mirroring performance of yesterday, we are going to see those maps be competitive.
And the thing is that Jay Bowen has absolutely passed the test. The eye test, the stats test, whatever test you throw at this guy, he's been doing a really, really solid job. I'll bring up again the fact that the T-sides for this guy are really something that I don't know if FaZe can rely on, but I've definitely been liking. I think that his spacing between him and Brokey, I think the biggest change I'm seeing is that Brokey was just a little too far back so frequently. Whereas Jay Bowen, he's kind of almost like shoulder to shoulder sometimes with riflers as he's moving forward. And that seems kind of claustrophobic, but he's hitting a lot of shots. And if you can, your spacing can look a little bit clustered, but if you're just actually adding to the firepower force moving across the map, then it actually makes a big difference.
Yeah, I think when you look at Jay Bowen, you also see him as more of a standard operator in that he gets early kills. When you looked at Brokey, he would avoid early duels and then he'd play in the mid round. But as you're saying, sometimes he was a little far back. You see Jay Bowen even comfortable with that. I think he's a very well-rounded operator for how inexperienced he is, for the fact that he came from big academy so recently. To see him comfortable in these chaotic situations, I think is very impressive. And although he had a great tournament coming up into this one, I think this is a Spirit team that's going to make it a little more challenging than we saw him get challenged by Mongols in terms of utility.
We've been getting a lot of good information out of our pre-match interviews. James Banks has been doing a great deal of work there, and so I want to know what exactly sort of information he got out of Jay Bowen just before they came up against Spirit.
Jay Bowen, after the game against the Mongols, it was clear that TWIST wasn't satisfied with just how the team played despite getting the win. Did you discuss the reasons why last night, this morning?
Yeah, yesterday we talked about our game. It was like not even close to being good. Like we only played 2 good halves in the whole best of 3. That was our like debrief only about. Like we didn't play as a team, we didn't play together. So many like stupid mistakes. But yeah, I mean, if we can win a best of 3 with only 2 good halves, then we like if we step up, then we can definitely play better.
What did you discuss exactly? What was it like that you were noticing in the game, and how are you going to make sure it's fixed for today?
I mean, we just didn't listen probably to each other, and we just didn't move together on the map. We didn't really like ping pong and connect really good. And yeah, we just need to talk and listen from like round 1, and then it should be better.
Be locked in, that's what it sounds like to me, mate. Looking at this, it's your second event for FaZe, right? And you're both times at least guaranteed semi-finals now, right? If I told you this, say the beginning of the year, that you'd be in a FaZe journey, 2-time semi-finals of LAN events with this kind of prize money, what would you say?
Yeah, you're lying, I guess. I mean, I only joked with my former teammate Widow about it and that I would join FaZe, but yeah, now I'm here, so it's a bit crazy, yeah.
It is very crazy, but it's looking good so far. And how much are you able to learn from each of these officials that you're getting in tier 1 level? Like, what does the process for you look like in improvement, how you review your games and make sure you keep growing?
I mean, like, the thing I do the most is like talk with our coach about our games. We rewatch it together after the game or the next day after. And then we just like look at my mistakes, look at the team mistakes. And yeah, just try to remind myself of like what I do wrong and what I need to do better.
And looking at some of the things you do wrong, I know like you hit some crazy AWP shots and you're very well measured of how you take the AWP shots. Sometimes though, you're still in positions where you're still in the open. I know you believe you can hit it, but then you might get taken down. Is that something that starts to be in your mind? And how do you deal with not changing so much that you lose your identity, but then you still make the correct shots when needed?
I mean, I'm not really sure, to be honest. I think it's a hard question, but learning, right? Yeah, just learning, and yeah, maybe still some bad habits from like the like other skill level I used to play at, where I could like really abuse these things because like people didn't like abuse it or like abuse me. Yeah. So it's just like I need to adapt more. Okay.
It's a big learning lesson and definitely a question mark when you come up against a team of a higher caliber, maybe say Spirit, if you ever ended up in that sort of situation. Are they going to be able to take advantage of it in the same way, or is it going to still be that little bit of pizzazz that you catch them off guard?
The thing about the Mongols game for Jay Bowen is that he was feasting on players who were not assisted by flashes very frequently. Even the smoke sometimes didn't even disguise the actions of Mongols very well, whereas Spirit, they're just a much more well-oiled machine. On top of that, they shoot way harder. Their understanding of where operas are likely to reaggress, especially given the fact that they've now seen Jay Bowen play in these environments, so now they can kind of track his habits too. I don't think Mongols was really thinking about how do we anti-strat Jay Bowen. That is something that Spirit Spirit, or at least Holly and Magix have definitely considered coming into today.
Yeah, if we saw anything from their last matchup against Liquid, they absolutely have been preparing for these games. They know the opponents they're going against. They've watched their demos. They're going to be ready for this player. And as much as I want Jay Bowen to do well, this is the same stage, the same type of level, a semi-final on LAN where I think he had his one bad performance so far. I do worry about that, but at the same time, if he could show something, even one really good map against Spirit, it just continues to up my confidence in this FaZe roster and Jay Bowen as an offer.
But looking more towards Spirit, something that you brought up last time we saw them play VOO is that there is the inevitable. There will always be Donk. And I mean, he is showing up. Something you said is this is going to be, or could be, I don't remember, what was your exact terminology about him being the highest rated, getting his highest rating?
I believe what I said was,
Yeah.
I guarantee.
That's it, guaranteed.
I guarantee that
promised
this
me?
will be the best event Donk has ever had in the history of Counter-Strike, and not just for Donk. We're comparing Donk to Donk. This is Donk versus the entire world. He is the best, and this will be the best. Tell me I'm wrong, Maui.
I think this is VOO's best hot take. I actually am really proud of VOO for this one. I think that this is just, it was a great prediction going into this LAN that he could actually just one-up his Katowice one. Obviously, the events are of different scales, different magnitudes. However, even at sometimes smaller little events, like the little cups with 8 teams and things like that, Donk didn't put up these kinds of numbers, but he is on a warpath right now, and I just think that the level of competition, Donk is just, like, he's salivating right now. He's hungry.
Yeah, he's hoping that he is going to make your guaranteed prediction, VOO, correct. But we also wanted to know how he's feeling tracking so far in Blast Bounty.
Donk, I'm not sure this is something that you even look at, but you have a 1.76 rating so far, just in that game you played against Liquid. You could potentially beat your record of 1.70. Do you think you could?
Basically, record is 175.
Yeah.
And no, I think maybe yes, maybe no. Maybe it's the case. I don't know. Like I don't want to expect to beat my record. You know, like it's weird to be honest. Like to beat like your record.
Yeah.
But I think no one will pass.
I'm going to need Donk to take a page out of your book, VOO. He's going to need to have more confidence in himself. Yeah, I'm definitely going to beat that record. It feels good.
I mean, he did say, I don't know if I'm going to do it, but nobody else is going to do it. Nobody else is beating this record, so it's either me today or me tomorrow.
Donk on these English interviews can be a bit more mellow, a little bit more modest. As soon as he beats it on Telegram, he's going to just write the craziest thing ever. Look, I did it again, you know, something like that.
So what you're saying is we have to keep our eyes peeled for when, as VOO is guaranteed us, inevitably happens, but we can also keep our eyes peeled and see what maps we're going to get in this best of 3. We're going to have our veto popping up here. Inferno getting banned out by Spirit. And I guess before we see the picks and more bans coming up, what are you hoping to see?
Well, I'm not hoping to see that, Nat.
Yeah.
I didn't want to see a Mirage
them
ban
banning
for
them?
FaZe.
Oh,
I
okay.
wanted them to ban Dust too, because both teams banned Inferno. FaZe got to ban whatever they wanted. But now look at this. Spirit just picked Dust too. This is what this is their best map. I don't. Okay, I'm a little disappointed in FaZe, actually.
FaZe with that ban of Mirage, basically, it's the choice. Do you want to play Spirit on Dust 2, or do you want to play them on Mirage? You know that's what's coming up. I love that FaZe do pick Cash, but I mirror your sentiment. I question the Dust 2 spot.
Yeah, no, at least we get to see a Cash here. You could hear the audience already enjoyed that one. Yeah, to just go back to that. I don't know why FaZe, I think FaZe haven't really looked at Spirit's Mirage. It's just been a lot shakier. I mean, but okay, Decider here. We're going to be getting the Ancient ban coming out from FaZe, which actually leaves us with Anubis. Okay, we got a couple of different maps in this one versus some of the other series. A lot of dusty stuff, but at the same time, I'm just going to say the first map there, you could have gotten this to be Mirage, and unless FaZe are just totally unconfident in their own Mirage, I think you take that risk versus Spirit's Dust 2, which is world class.
I'm almost concerned that they're overthinking it, that hey, we've played Mirage a bunch of times, they're going to know our Mirage a little better. Spirit have looked a tiny bit shaky on Dust 2, they lost to OG, but that's their home map. That's a map Spirit, since it's been brought back into the pool way back when, it has been them being one of the best teams in the world on this map. I think their Mirage is much shakier, and I question if this is one of where FaZe is going, hey, they're going to be counter-stratting us. Maybe we want to go for something different.
who really knows what that thinking is? At the end of the day, that's how it's played out. Mirage isn't going to be on the cards. It is going to be Dust 2 to start us off here, and it is going to be DDK and Bardolph.
Oh, this is an interesting map pool, James. I'm really excited. I mean, is the underdog power going to pull through somehow?
There's a lot of work to be done here by FaZe, and the numbers say the exact same, 5.26 versus 1.22. I mean, they're an underdog, that much is clear. The last time these two squads met each other on Dust 2, it was many moons ago. We've got two different players for both teams, but Donk got an ace against them with an AWP. And again, like, if you go to his stats on HLTV, he's 1 out of 100 for sniping. So I'm just loving how that story continues. And indeed, it is a shocker. What do they have up their sleeve, FaZe? What do they have in mind going for a veto of Mirage over Dust 2? It is very curious indeed. There has to be a reason, which hopefully we will discover with the coming action. It will be Spirit, the aggressors, to begin the series.
Yeah, we'll have to see where they're going. But line up in mid through the doors there, trying to snipe with the USPs from FaZe. A respectable opening, but the smoke there is going to deny them temporarily. Flashbang to A-Long for Spirit. As they get some early control, they discover there's nobody home. In the meantime, FaZe are getting active through tunnels as well.
Indeed they are. Quick split of the A-bomb site seems to be in action. That's a great start from J-Bowen, who'll have a lot of work to do, especially here on Dust 2. Here is Magix, who's got a good angle to get some trades at least. In a 1 versus 2 now. Switching out for another Glock, plenty of bullets to solve the issue. 1 versus 3, sorry. There is a flank coming in from Long as well. Bomb plant secured, it's got some extra range, but only 2 bullets. Oh, that's awkward timing as he gets the reload in. Still standing for the time being, though. Really needs to urgently find that kill, but it won't happen. Bomb plant, yes. Round win, no.
That's exactly what you want to see. Again, this is such a huge underdog story here, especially, you know, FaZe against Spirit on their best map, which, just like they said on the desk, it's always been their best map, James. They've always been incredibly difficult to deal with here in this map. And, I mean, just the amount of wins that Spirit rack up on any map anyway, you know, for it to be the absolute best one you're going to open the series with, I suppose that's one way to get the worst out of the way with quickly.
I'm so excited to see what J-Bowen will look like versus Spirit on Dust 2 because, again, coming up to... I mean, this is really coming up to top flight Counter-Strike now, where you've got to judge, like, how far can you go, how aggressive can you be before being too aggressive and too risky versus Spirit. You can't be afraid to take risk and play a confident game, but you need to find balance.
This is a dangerous round here because Donk has the hero AK. It's a force buy, and Team Spirit, the only rifle, of course, they put it on Donk, the greatest Counter-Strike player alive, and that could yield some good results here for them. They're going to be looking to work through some of these early counter grenades from the CTs. That pressure in mid could force rotation or more nades from FaZe. So Spirit just trying to bleed FaZe a little bit, see if they can find any early information on the setup.
They've established some good map control, showed presence towards shorts, and they've got quite a good amount of utility for a round such as this. Do Spirit. Lots of intention as smokes go towards CT, keeping their options open. You can see FaZe have got very defensive positions on the A-bomb site where the majority are, so there could be trouble. There could be trouble ahead towards B.
Yeah, this is actually a very dangerous situation for FaZe. They're going to get split on, and there's no assistance here. Just 2 players. A good spray down from Natu, but he's going to have to go for the reload. Oh my goodness, an instant kill from Donk. Natu in the back has to deliver more kills. Natu, he's done exactly what he had to do to avert absolute disaster. I've got to say, James, right off the rip in the second round, Natu is in a good position. There is the anchor.
Yeah. Really good delivery from him. 2 good rounds, 2 good confidence-building rounds. If FaZe can keep this momentum early, I think this will be really good for the psyche of the squad. Great expectation there from Natu, punishing the attempt to get behind that lurk smoke. Really holding his own on that B bomb site, stuck in the corner, nowhere to go, and still the man delivers. Very key round early for FaZe. That puts Spirit on the pistols. You can see if they'll do some damage to that CT economy. Oh, there's a good flash there, but Donk will not be given what he's looking for.
Yeah, he's so scary just seeing him running out there. Oh, okay. Tenair is going to be the one instead to find that Deagle headshot to thin the numbers ever so slightly for FaZe. But at least, you know, that gun is highly unrecoverable from FaZe's perspective. They won't worry about that. But And what's the plan here now? Spirit will be grouping up, looking to perhaps take over that mid position and recover that gun. Could be an option here for them.
Still a smoke in the hands of Magix. You can see the bomb making its way over towards B as well. Twist will be looking to keep Spirit honest in that mid area. So we'll see if there's anything left for Spirit. Still a dangerous round with some Desert Eagles. We have seen Glock rounds won this week at Bounty. Nice angle from Natu. Oh, lovely taps there as well. Stiko recently did a video, a very brief video, about Natu holding that position on Dust 2. We'll see if that's something that Spirit look to counter as this game develops.
Yeah, and I think just a very quick note there. I think it's kind of a smart way to play the round from Spirit, because probably thinking the same thing that I was, that, okay, there's a rifle to be collected there, waiting out the mid smoke, and that might be pulling one player out of B, so that then you can kind of overwhelm the anchor from the B-ton rotation. So, you know, smart stuff, but so far FaZe delivering individually, and that's a good sign for them.
Shiro on the AWP, as is Jay Bowen. Now the real game begins on Dust 2. T-side's very expectant of these angles. I think Donk was getting punished for the jump peek there. Of course, the T's can drop a flash over the top of those boxes. Oh, the timing's good though, but the damage, not quite. Yeah, just 6 damage there is most unfortunate, but FaZe have got a good idea. They've got good expectation. I think that punish of the jump peek shows they are prepared for Dust 2.
Yeah, this is so far a very nice clean start. Twist will rotate through CT spawn to look after the double doors, which indicates right now FaZe understand this cat control, and it's typical of Spirit. It can mean absolutely anything and everything, so they have to be prepared here.
I think an important thing to watch on the CT side as well is how FaZe hold utility. They've done great util damage for all of the positions that Donk's been holding. But the late mollies and the late smokes from the CT perspective will be key in holding down Spirit and ruining their timing.
Yeah, Spirit sort of faking the mid presence here with the double smoke there in mid, and you can see it's pulled the CTs out of B as well. They're expecting that mid play, but it's actually a catwalk play, which leaves it up to Jaboen. Can he do anything from this position? The flames are definitely obscuring his vision, losing some opportunity for shots there. Doesn't know where to look. Players all over the place here from Spirit, but we're in a 2v2 off the plant.
And Shiro's got an angle, but he wonders about the smoke. The HEs continue doing damage, but can they follow up on the promise of all this util damage? Shiro's got a great angle, scopes in, swing and a miss. Natu's been dropped though, and that leaves Frozen in the clutch. Very awkward position for him now. Running low on bullets down to the USP. Just can't find what he's looking for. Shiro finish off the job. Spirit find their first round.
Again, you can see the Dust 2 mastery there from Team Spirit. Again, you know, throwing those smokes, really making it a convincing argument that Twist has to stay in CT spawn. And then as the nades come in from Catwalk, that leaves Jay Bowen in a position where he has to connect a shot. But he's also has his crosshair pulled down lower in the chaos, unsure exactly where the T's are positioned in that round. And I think that encapsulates why Spirit are so difficult to play with. Once they get cat control, it can be anything.
Immediate money pressures for FaZe. They'll have A buy. We'll see how good it looks once everything's come through. But first, some discussion. Again, they seem well studied for Spirit's T side so far, but I think other teams have been well studied before. If we go back to the Liquid match, they spoke about being a bit too stiff. So we'll see if FaZe can adjust on the fly if required, if they can be like Liquid, no pun intended. Again, difficult when you've got new members of a squad. You saw them say that they felt like they were 20% in their previous match. But again, trying to find that synergy without the longevity may be challenging, but may be necessary versus a team like Spirit. Oh, goodbye, Jay Bowen. That's an expensive walk straight in the bin.
Oh man, okay. Frozen's going to collect the AWP here. It's not over just yet, but on the CT side of 5v4 for the T's, it's just so insanely difficult to play against. FaZe will have to take big risks. You know, the options that you tend to have is play aggressive somewhere, but I mean, of course, you have to expect Spirit to look for that, so that feels bad. Or you stack towards a position and try to hold on to the weapons. And just, you know, if you're wrong, you just save. That's really oftentimes how teams will handle this position. Twist can find something. That could change the fate somewhat here for the FaZe side, but look at this Spirit. grouping up in the upper tunnels.
That's the end of the round there. And they're losing more. Again, 25 matches since Spirit lost to someone other than Falcons or Vitality. That is the challenge ahead of FaZe in this series. Very painful way to start a round where, again, they had high money pressures. They're going straight to eco territory. They really need to hold on to these 2 rifles.
Yeah, that sucks. It's a unique feature of Dust 2 that you can just instantly kill a CT as they're running into position in the first 5 seconds. And you can see, look, Spirit not really wanting them to just be able to have anything into the next round. Yeah, very, very good start. And Spirit showing that they can just take over the game very quickly. FaZe only 3 rounds at the moment, so see what else they can find here. Frozen looking to defend the position. Oh, he's going to get forced out there to with the wall bang as well. So 2 rounds now for Spirit and the money broken for FaZe. And I think one of the most difficult things here, James, in this matchup, sure it makes it look so easy, but one of the most difficult things in this matchup is I think it's very hard to play a disruptive style against Spirit before they get to that position on Catwalk where they then just get to have a massive advantage. And I think that's the conundrum that almost no team in the world can solve.
Yeah, we saw recent challenges as well. CT's playing aggressive in the short position when Spirit were in their staging area. But even then, they were jiggling, avoiding pop flashes and so on. It's just really hard to find the timing against them. Time for FaZe to think in rounds such as this. The difficulty starts early versus Spirit. Zontic still looking for his first frag, but team are doing just fine.
And although there's not hope really here for FaZe to win the round, you do really, really feel like you have to get some kills. You don't want to allow this economy to get out of hand here. You do need the capacity that when you win a round, you can threaten that eco from the T side. So here we go, an effort to get a kill, grouping up in that mid position, but Shiro, like shooting fish in a barrel for him. Very, very easy indeed. Everyone funneling through the choke point. As I say that, able to overwhelm Zontix as Shiro actually whiffs a couple shots, but I don't think they're going to get too much more than that.
Spirit with a chokehold on this round. They're so surrounded. They think, okay, we can maybe have a chance to get this AWP, but Donk's alone planting the bomb. Everybody else focused on not allowing FaZe anything into the next round. So indeed, it will be difficult. And again, FaZe did a lot of good work with utility in those previous rounds. They'll have less than they might like. I wonder if they will use a HE or something to try and cross those mid doors a bit safer now. So much at risk if they don't, and indeed the HE comes through.
Oh,
still Frozen gets tagged through the door.
One thing I'll mention here is that there's no AWP for the FaZe side, so their A defense in general will be a little bit weaker because the AKs will outperform the M4s on some of those ranges, and so just not having the AWP, it just makes A a bit more susceptible to these attacks, and so more of a cat focus right now from FaZe as we do get Spirit taking over long control.
They have a lot of players who are lacking flashes as well, which can make it awkward to try and have an aggressive response to what the T side is doing. So Spirit have established possession of that long position. And FaZe have fallen off short to some degree. Maybe they've got a hard read as to what the real game is here from Spirit, as you see them boosting in CT spawn.
Yeah, I like how they're playing as 4 here. They're trying to be in a position where they can just, if there's a play anywhere, they can react very quickly as a team. If Spirit go to B, it's like GG, basically. They know they are in a disadvantageous position on the guns and the utility, so they have to find an advantage elsewhere, and they're gambling a bit to be able to react as 4 players.
Spirit holding has made FaZe exhaust almost all of their utility. A swing for information. Now, what is the play? The bomb's pretty much hard committed in that long area with 2 in lower tunnel. So they're going to have to try and clean up this short position. Donk's the man to do it. So we see FaZe holding angles. Oh, I didn't know which way to look, FaZe. It's so awkward for them to try and best Spirit in Dust 2. 15 seconds to get this bomb planted, though. Twist has to be dealt with. He will be eventually, but he took some plays with him. And that gives FaZe a chance now. 7 seconds to get this bomb planted. No one's on the site to do it. They've got to win by elimination here. They've got to find Frozen, but it's only 2 seconds to do so! My word, they still win the round.
The last second, in the last possible second, the kill comes through. Oh man, FaZe got so close. They delayed for so long there, really making Spirits advance onto the site. Very challenging, but God, it feels like, it feels tough, man. It feels tough to watch that. I feel like FaZe really made a lot of really good moves in this position. And they had so much patience in the round as well. It's very, very difficult with the kind of round they were trying to play to be as patient as they were. But they did let the game come to them. But unfortunately for them, they're going to be left with just a half buy here.
They did a lot with a little there, FaZe. It shows promise, but again, a lot of crap rounds when you've got no money. And for all that promise, soon the half may be over. So we'll see if there's anything left for them, presumably after this one. That's a good tag, though. You see the 5-7s are ready as well. Donk lucky to escape that scenario.
And you've got the A players now coming into CT spawn to expect to deliver a defense against the mid doors. We'll see if they can create like somewhat of a kill zone here. Able to get that initial kill to Magix. In comes the swing, though. Magix able to control it with the spray. Magix kind of being just the only player there in that position and not going down. Really a chance of FaZe. That did not go their way. Spirit in full control on the A site now.
Very calm and steady from Magix. Again, not shy to eliminate the threats. Always good support as well. Calculated risks we see from Spirit. And again, another clean out for them. Nicely done. Stamping their authority, as they should, as a top 3 ranked team.
Okay, so 5-3 now. Spirit's able to get many consecutive rounds in a row. And, you know, FaZe, they get that really clean start. And I think they showed that, you know, if they're able to get it into a position of advantage, and sometimes even the disadvantage, like seeing those site defenses with from Natu, they're going to be able to have a good shot at, you know, closing down some of these rounds. So we'll have to see what can happen now that Jay Bowen's going to be back on the AWP. You'd imagine the Spirit, you know, they could try to pop a site. But the thing is with Spirit as well, again, when they play that slow rounds, they evade all of the disruptive play from the CTs, get to a decent cat timing. They are so consistent at converting rounds from that position, you almost don't need to play those pop timings as well. So we'll see how they decide to handle it, Spirit.
See if they can cross the mid doors phase. This time they do. Well, that's a good start for them. Good timing on the molly towards long also, with some presence towards short, but Frozen gets caught by the mid doors very early indeed.
Yeah, didn't expect this pace switch up from Spirit, going really, really fast. Good defense there on the catwalk position. Absolutely crucial. And the nades coming in there, doing a little bit of extra damage. 4 players for Spirit, and after losing a player cat there, they are cancelling that movement. Now rerouting to the upper tons, just expectant. Are FaZe going to have a double push here?
Natu is very alone on B. He has an incendiary if he finds a timing to use it, but have a look at that radar. They are on the way. Here comes that incendiary. Twist needs to start rotating now. Natu holding his ground once again, doing fantastic work, staying alive, buying time for that rotation to come through. Zontix and Shiro remain. Natu finally dealt with, but help is here.
He did everything for the team right now, has given them an opportunity. A lot of time here to work this position for Spirit. Oh, good nade there. Zontix barely standing, 6 points of health. Flashbang comes in, but he understands exactly what to do. Spraying blind. Zontix stays up here for the 2 versus 1. Jake Bowen comes in. Oh my god, gets a lick of flames for 1 HP damage. Out for the M4, and Zontix, the fact that he's still alive is a problem. 5 HP or not, and that's another round from Spirit. And another round where Natu, it feels like he over-delivers.
Yeah, he's doing really good on that B-bomb site, but simply not enough for FaZe to convert afterwards. It's hard to put Spirit down in a round, in a game, in a series. Such a good frag from Zontix. Barely saw that flash coming, but was ready. He had his crosshair in the right place, and the rest was automatic. Really good work from Zontix. Quiet game so far, but talk about impact frags. FaZe will feel like they have come close in some of these rounds, getting things down to a 2 versus 2 and such, but you've got to do more than come close versus Spirits.
Spirit feeling perhaps the aggressive presence here. You got the pop flash ready to go there for a collapse from mid doors, as well as the catwalk swing as well. Just to try to punish the cat take timing from Spirit. So Spirit might try to bait this. You see Magic's get sent out deep first by himself. There is some support fire. It's still going to work out though for FaZe. Spirit might be in some trouble. 4 versus 3 for FaZe now.
Can Twist get out of this position? You see them trying to pick up loot in the middle. Bentanir will collect them. Nice frag from Jacob with the Desert Eagle. Still not close to a primary weapon in this round. A UMP and a Deagle to try and clutch it versus Tinir and Zontix with AKs.
Maybe they can collect a gun, but you can see Zontix really does understand that that would be a pretty big win, but still Jacob, he punishes. Zontix acting the guardian there of the weaponry on the floor. And now FaZe picks some stuff up, but not before Tinir, just a casual couple bullets on his way across.
Importantly, a smoke collected by Jacob. Well, Tinir hasn't rotated towards long. Standing and fighting then. Some sound cues from Natu. Jacob's picked up an AK, but he's heading all the way towards long. So let's see how this one plays out then. Tinir trying to position himself as best he can. He knows where one player is, that's Natu. He doesn't know where that second player is coming from, but he's got a good idea. Jacob will be able to finish off the job there for FaZe, who will secure an important 4th round. It's been a drought for them, 6 in a row from Spirit, but there's still time to pick up a few more before half-time.
Yeah, and like you said, James, 2 or 3 of the rounds in this half so far have been extraordinarily close, and you can see it going FaZe's way without marginal, but what a shot there from Jacob. Holy, the Deagle coming out in this round looking absolutely phenomenal. And you can see, FaZe, the individuals are here right now, James.
Oh my word.
They are here.
Yeah, that's excellent work. And again, like this, we're a bit in the dark in terms of FaZe's plan on Dust 2. Of course, many expected Mirage over Dust 2, but what is their target for acceptable rounds on the CT side? What do they have in mind when things switch sides? What's on that piece of paper? So many questions. They definitely came into this one with a plan.
Yeah. And it, like you say, it could have been that the Dust 2 scrims went really, really well recently. There's lots of reasons why decisions like this can be made. And in a series against a team that is such a massive overdog, you want to probably prioritize your comfort. And so, that's like another factor that goes into decisions like this. And now we see the remaining 2 rounds. It's going to be a much better buy here for FaZe. We see Jay Bowen back on the AWP. We'll see if he's able to deliver something. So far, this game has been quite challenging for him to get involved.
I bet FaZe watched the match with Spirit Liquid as well, and were maybe able to absorb some information, saw some habitual plays. Again, we saw great detail from FaZe's utility earlier on. 2 rounds to fight for now. As Jabone falls back. Spirit established control of shorts.
Yeah, and this is that dangerous position, that we talk about. Spirit can just make everything look like everything. So it's so difficult. You got Donk, who might be trying to move his way up catwalk stairs there. The rest of the team kind of positioned closer to the double doors at the moment. A minute to go as we're sort of at a more normal timing. Twist, the player for CT FaZe, looking after the double doors aggression. Smoked off at the moment. And again, what does it all mean? You've got the 2B anchors there just sitting on the site at the moment. FaZe know they need to not overreact. Jay Bowen might have to fall off to long completely, because in comes the attack up catwalk.
Twist had a HE, but I think he's used it towards mid doors, which will certainly help. Jacobs on the flank now as the Spirit numbers are cut down. He might have a chance of a tight score at halftime the way things are going. Magic's versus a 500 HP FaZe. Talk about a response. Getting stronger towards the half's end. Maybe a good finish could really empower them moving to the other side, but let's see what Magic's has in mind for them. He's got a bomb to plant, and there's no one to really contest it.
2 frags now for Magic's. He's going to be forced to go for the plant, but Jacob swings on through. Great headshot from him, and I mean, the fact that Magic's made it feel doable in my heart and mind there, I was like, okay, this is kind of scary, but 5-6 scoreline is pretty excellent. Like you say, James, this is a potential 6-6 right now. Look at the performance on the defense to the A site there. And, FaZe were operating without information. They had to give up a lot of space here because they wanted to not overreact and give Spirit something before they committed to a site.
No one to challenge on this occasion. Shiro going for the B play instead. Any B player will be very familiar with the fast peaks from a sniper. Natu holding his utility for now. This time he's got support in the early game. Much quieter round from Spirits. And Frozen's pushed through long already.
There they come. They're going to test Natu again. Natu alone takes down Donk immediately. We'll see what he's able to do. Magix comes in on the mid doors. Whilst this is all going on, nowhere to turn here for Natu. And he's going to get taken out. 2 versus 4 now for the FaZe team. And it's not a good look for them. Although, with that kill from Twist, well, Jaco's dead. So everything now is on Twist. They know precisely where he is. It's going to be an unceremonious exit to this round unless Twist can do the unthinkable, but it's not to be. 7-5 at the end of the first half here for Spirit.
We have a few Maltese words on flashcards. If you give it your best shot, go through these one by one and try and guess how it's pronounced. Have a little guess as to what you think it might mean.
Hagelberger. Huh? Birkirkara.
Birkirkara.
I have no clue. Maybe it's something related to weather, maybe?
It's a place, one of the largest places here in Malta.
Ah, no chance.
Okay, then the next word is
Next one is this.
Zurich. Zurich.
Zurich? Zurich?
Zurich. No?
Zurich.
Zurich.
Zurich, okay. It might be a place as well.
It's a city near the sea.
Next word.
Well, it's getting tough.
Algiotta.
It will be like Aliotta.
Algiotta.
I think like it's probably like some city or like
Meaning?
It's a fish soup.
It's a fish soup. No.
fish soup.
Imkaret. Imkaret.
Imkaret.
Imaret.
Imaret. The Q is not.
It's a
Oh, yeah.
For me, seems like it's some like dish.
It's like it's a pastry. It's a sweet pastry with
Pastry. Gigi Poku. Gigi?
Gigi Foku or
Chivchivoku.
Chivchivoku?
Chivchivoku? Wow.
I have no chance.
It's fireworks which are put on the streets.
Firebox. Chivchivoku.
Chichipoku.
Okay. The last one.
So. Kicha. Is it right? No.
Will be like Kuchia.
Uchia.
Uchia. J is not.
C with the dot is a ch.
I think it's some dish, sort of dish.
That's when a baby has his first birthday. He's got a few things like a ruler, pencil.
It's like a tradition.
It's like a tradition.
Okay.
Whatever he grabs is what he'll become in the future.
Computer mouse.
Yeah.
Or computer.
FaZe leave the first half with 5 rounds on the board. Not too shabby considering Spirit 13-0 to 100 Thieves, 13-7 Liquid on Dust 2, and yet FaZe still go to Dust 2. Happy to leave it open. And Vito Mirage, it's like they picked it themselves there.
And look at this, Donker is getting sent up with the dualies. He will back away behind the safety of the doors. But yes, FaZe, they did win that first pistol. Winning another pistol here would go a long way, but Tanir able to take down Twist. There's a lot of problems here for FaZe to deal with. Hello, Tanir's still there. Absolutely tragic here for FaZe. They cannot push beyond this smoke, and they've lost 3 players.
An awkward moment on long. That leaves Jay Bowen versus 5. And doesn't seem like they're going to wait around for him. A minute 14, really needs to win this duel and quickly though. Just trying to hide the head Zontix, unable to do so. It's going to be a long challenge though, especially with the shadow advantage here for Donk. Good patience for J Bowen. I just can't help but think, what do FaZe have in mind? They have to have a plan for both halves. They have to have surprises. They have to have hard counters. Maybe Spirit react a certain way to a smoke or something. Who knows? But I'm very curious to find out. But yeah, this was a bit of a false start, I think, on long.
Yeah, it's a shame too because they don't even get the bomb down. So with the bomb down, you have options to have a... I mean, honestly, you should be force buying for sure if you get the bomb down. But right now, it's a harder decision because you don't want to allow Spirit to beat you on if you have a force buy and then just start to really rack up the rounds, get the AWP into play early on. Like I think FaZe want to be able to come out with rifles as soon as possible. So I would expect to see them, actually having a Glock save here and just kind of giving the round to Spirit, trying to maybe get a kill or two, and we'll see what they decide to do though. Depends, sometimes teams have very good force buys even without the bomb down. And if they feel confident in that, maybe they'll go for that choice. But we'll see if that's actually the case here. Is actually, yeah, they did save all except Twist, who's actually got a scout.
Yeah, I think he tagged Zontix as well. Will be a challenge to follow up on that. But they've made the investments. So let's see then. Losing that second pistol, FaZe will have to do it the hard way. I think it would really change the dynamic had they been successful there. Not the case though. It was never going to be easy versus Spirits.
So you can see that the scout does force a little bit of respect, and there's also a world where maybe Twist is just buying a MAC-10 next round, and they've got a round for their first gun, which is going to be based around MAC-10 opening, kills like a B pop or something. So we'll have to keep an eye out on that. But you can see the space created, the respect given by Spirit. They know that they can just play the sites here and have a really consistent advantage without giving up any cheeky kills, and that's going to force FaZe to have to make the move, and we'll see how they decide to make these decisions. So they cleared this opening position behind the double doors. Do they continue to go further?
Does he maybe look towards the A with the scout? See if someone's towards the car or something, or it'll be B first. They've got the time to do this. Again, I think they need to use this time to try and drop someone somewhere, because Dust 2, 4 Glocks and a scout, how on earth do you get a bomb plant? Even if you're running the gauntlet, just absorbing these bullets, it's going to be so difficult. Well, there goes Jacob out first with that bomb. And again, this should be relatively easy for Spirit to deal with, and indeed it will be. No players lost, just about, will be absolutely fine for them.
I actually really liked this round from FaZe with that, one singular scout. Again, we'll see what Twist decides to buy, and if the expectation is that they can just throw Twist through a position, a choke point, maybe it's long with an SMG, and he can pick up a gun, if he survives, and so on and so forth. So it's actually not very bad at all to have the scout there with the Glocks. I like it a lot, but into the next round we go. We'll see what the plan truly is, as we do see the MAC-10 on Twist.
Shiro hyper aggressive on short to open the first buy round in the second half. How long does he hold here for? He's got plenty of sound cues. Rifle support's on the way as well. Long abandoned by the CTs for the time being. That's a big flash eaten, and there is Twist with that MAC-10, just forcing the issue, dodging the grenades. That'll pull Donk closer to those mid doors, and Spirit all over the place. Again, they had Long completely absent, and Short has been very compromised. So what do they choose to do now?
Yeah, there's 3 smokes here right now for the side of FaZe. You can see the double smokes coming in there. That's a really nice use there. Really threatens that play into the B side from mid. And they can actually fake this a little bit and maybe split into the A side. But there's 3 players here. And with that HE kill, this actually makes Spirit looking, I think, quite nice in this position. But Donk's going to go through the smoke beyond 2 players. He has no idea.
The bomb's been somewhat lost in the meantime, collected behind the smoke. But Jacob's position and survival will be very, very key. Donk able to find Natu, keeping his thoughts open there, but he's caught by Frozen. 2 on 3. They've got to go quickly before his angles are compromised by that last B player heading towards the doors. But Shiro catches Frozen. Maybe some hesitation from FaZe. A nice idea, but the execution proving more and more difficult. Jabon's in a 1 versus 1 now towards this B bomb site. But that B player can be anywhere he chooses. Jabo's got to be ready for him in that car position. Zontix will deliver the final frag, putting Spirit on 10.
Yeah, I think a very smart move there from J-Bowen to go for that smoke mid into B, but yeah, it seemed like the FaZe round here, it had a lot of potential. You know, we get this opening here from Twist with that Mag 10, it kind of just does its job. And I think the fact that Spirit had so many extra players on A there, in that position around Catwalk, it gave them a good ability to kind of respond, and the kind of variance there as Donk walked through the smoke, I think that's really where the round started to get decided.
The grenades from Spirits on short were so impactful, basically removing the trade frag. A great flick from Twist, spots an elbow, and Shiro is gone. We'll see how much is left. There's an AWP that
Venge.
Maybe they can have a look at later on. Zontix will head in towards that mid position, while FaZe have a look towards long. They still have that scout, so there could be more threats in this particular round.
Perhaps Twist has really been putting the time in on Scout's knives, because you know, we're seeing him be the scout guy here for the team. Tanir, I mean, Tanir's been really sharp so far today, especially in this long position, but look at him go! Twist with the scout, okay. And that's a gun collected as well. This is starting to get very tricky for Spirit.
Work of a captain.
There's no smoke for the cross though, James, so they're going to fall back out.
Does Frozen have a timing here? Hiding on Xbox, but does he look at all? Magix is closing the distance. He does! Oh, Magix, how did he find that one? Oh, there's just no justice for FaZe. Okay. They've done so much work.
As you know, Twist is going to try to fake here, though. If this will pull players or attention away, does have the crosshairs now pointed towards him for 2 players. Spirit have to clear this, though. There's 30 seconds to go. Twist, imagine if he'd hit that shot, but now they know it's a fake. They know right now that it's just all a lie.
But how many lies? Maybe it's compulsive lying because the bomb's going back towards long. Twist knows that they've only seen that one player there, so surely it's a B bomb site. Are they being caught on the rotation, though? It looks like they are. Again, difficult for FaZe, and Twist has asked for more. Looking low, but dropped from high. And it's J-Bone of the Desert Eagle. So close. They're really fighting tooth and nail no matter what they have. But ultimately, it is Spirit on 11.
Oh my goodness. It's so insane. FaZe have made so many rounds. What on earth? I have no idea. That's amazing. Love to see that from Twist. But they've made so many rounds really uncomfortable, and you almost would love to have seen if they would have just gone past into the A site, James, when they had all their players on long. Obviously, you know, they didn't have the smoke for the cross, so you understand. But we're into the buy again here for FaZe. J-Bone back on the AWP.
That response from Magic on short was unbelievable and very pivotal indeed. Spirit somehow stifling every effort from FaZe, essentially. This is the big round now for FaZe. They've made comebacks before. This may be the hardest challenge of them all, though.
Yeah, Catwalk's relatively free. The setup for Spirit was more long-focused. Although Shiro blind, doesn't matter. Still hits the shots. Every single shot connects from Shiro. And FaZe, they can't gain the ground. They are trying to scale, but being completely denied.
Battered by not 2, but 3 HEs. Make it 4. That's 4 HEs as they've been standing in this area. Slightly through the choke point, getting battered by the HEs. An incendiary as well. Spirit absolutely prepared for this push from FaZe. And Shiro's got all the angles he needs, and his team as well. J-Bowen in a 1 versus 3 now. He's got a rough idea of where some of these players are. This would be a hell of a clutch if he can make it work.
Wow, so impossible. No angles, nowhere to go. And Shiro just, showing how incredibly consistent he is with the AWP. 15 and 6 right now is Shiro. And J-Bowen not really finding the same level of success, but again, these positions, very hard to find for him. Oh, man.
1, 2, 3, and then Donk with number 4. That is detail. That is detail. That is being a step ahead. That is being the Oracle Spirit in the Matrix.
Oh my goodness. 12-5 now, and it's been such an interesting dust too, James, because despite FaZe only having 5 rounds, it feels like there's been they've gotten so many rounds so close. There's been so much potential for them to have way more rounds than this, but there against Spirit on Dust 2.
Yes, plenty of intent, noble intent from FaZe. It was always going to be difficult. Magic's util damage is big. I guess Tanir's donating his util to his teammates. Again, so many HEs just fully prepared our Spirit. More lessons to be learned in that respect. So what do FaZe have left? Last chance saloon for them. 4, soon to be 5, towards that B bomb site. Donk in the window, looking for more, collects 2.
And not bad resorting. Exotic straight through the smoke, trying to catch them moving forwards into position, but that's actually going to result in a 3 versus 3 retake now for Spirit. I think one of the first advantageous scenarios we've seen for FaZe, but there is so much retake utility available for Spirit.
Frozen's got a full stack being deployed at present. 2 CTs coming from the halls. Natu, so familiar with B. Just biding his time. He's got to look out for that AWP though. But that clock is so far ticked already, and Shiro could do with saving this AWP, but it would look to make it expensive as well. So a late round for FaZe. Never count them out. I'm sure you've learned that already in this week here at Blast Bounty. But again, this one is going to be harder than the one on Nuke.
Yeah, 6 to 12. Yeah, absolutely.
Versus Spirit. Got to add that in as well.
I think I heard a call there from Twist. I think he said, let's play default now, I think is what he said. So we'll see if that ends up being what he's doing, or he's trying to fake us out. He's trying to fake us out. He's playing against multiple opponents right now. But we're going to be back into the next round here. You know, Donk actually has a secondary AWP.
Damn, looking for another ace, is he? Another all-pace versus FaZe on Dust 2. Let's see it, Donk. What have you got?
Oh. Gotta be careful. Gotta be careful.
So they hit the AWP in mid, do FaZe. They can't be expecting another one. But Shiro's got a relatively defensive position on A for now. So the threat level in that respect is a little low. Fast developing round from FaZe. Again, let's not forget those HEs that they were the recipients of earlier on. They do continue. They've been double naded in that position they're standing in now. They've been quad naded, fighting players on the site further up as well. PTSD as far as the A bomb site's concerned.
Oh, look at this though. We do get the pop flash into long doors to try to understand, okay, what's this play? If there's no one long doors there or in that position at all, Spirit with this time of block might expect it to be more of a mid to B play potentially. We'll see what happens here because, oh, through the smoke, that's a nice catch from Jacob. Now FaZe are in a 4 versus 4, but there's 40 seconds left.
They've got a lurker outside B in Natu. They have smokes they can use if they want to go for a mid split. That trade is really, really important, but they will use those smokes to encroach towards the A bomb site, but such a common angle for Shiro to be on. He'll have sitters. There's no flash to really take him off this at all. And here is Tanir then to collect 2, which leaves Natu as the last man standing. It's been a noble effort from FaZe, but I think it's too much to ask today to take Dust 2 versus Spirit. 13-6. Great showing from FaZe, but ultimately they just could not collect the rounds.
Yeah, one of the most exciting 13-6s I think I've seen in recent memory. I think, again, you can see some of the ideas playing out for FaZe that made sense, that looked really good. I think we saw great discipline from them. I also think Natu was a revelation in this game, so a lot of positives to carry forward.
A great win for Spirit there, and yeah, it does come full circle where my analysts were talking about if you want to come up against Spirit on any maps, is it really Dust 2 the one that you're going to leave in the pool? And they show you that no, you do not really want to be taking it to Spirit on Dust 2.
No, I don't think you do. I mean, this is a Spirit team that, even with Donk faltering, we consider talking about in the pregame Tanir. I mean, Tanir showed up in this game. You still have Shiro. You still have so many dangerous pieces. And I think this is one of the maps where Spirit are the best at manipulating the rotations in the mid round, something you don't necessarily usually know a Spirit team for. We saw several rounds where they actually pushed and pulled FaZe across the map. And interestingly, this is a map where even when they pick it, they prefer to start on T side when it's picked against them. So it's not even a downside to start on that T side for them.
Oh yeah, it's the one map where you actually can trust that they're gonna work through different pieces of map control, that they're going to actually pressure the opponent in a variety of ways. They keep you guessing in a way, and I gotta bring it up. And we got the scoreboard on here. The one thing that I felt like was a surefire constant for FaZe that I didn't need to talk about was that Frozen was going to keep delivering. This was a really poor game by his standards. Some of the ways that he was getting caught by Spirit wasn't even because they were doing all the push and pulling. I saw him taking some fights that were extremely questionable, and that really kind of hurts because you had Natu who was popping off on that B bomb site next to him. If Frozen just gave him anything else to work with in tandem, this would have been a very different game.
Yeah, some of the reason that they could be pushed and pulled across the map is because Frozen was down, because they're in a 4v4 or 4v5. And FaZe, the team, they leave Natu alone on the B site a lot. But he performed his job. He pulled off his job exactly
really well.
how they want him to. It was the rest of the map that was the problem.
I know there was one moment that you guys were describing as an interesting end to a round. It was round number 7, but I need you guys to break it down for me. I need to know what makes it so interesting in your eyes.
Well, I feel like this is the kind of prime example of just how much pressure Spirit exert on the map. The fact that Magix is throwing a mid to B smoke, that there's a little bit of a dance between him and the short players here, but he keeps himself alive, and then it just exerts so much pressure that the long take is already happening for Spirit at the same time. Donk goes in Magix's stead so that he's able to take this fight with full confidence that he has high HP, and then the crunch comes on in, and then Tanir takes a big risk on the bomb site. He goes for a fight with the bomb, he gets traded out, and you can see, look at the time, 9 seconds left. It is down to the wire here, but Spirit are still able to pick this one up. I mean, if you look at that, like, that is within half a second of the round going in the way of FaZe, but it also, I think, kind of speaks to just how, even though there was a bit of, like, I'd say a mistake there. That is a mistake from Tanir. He should be just planting the bomb, getting it down. They still have the contingency plans or the positioning so that they can still capitalize on the advantage.
Yeah, I think the Magic's lurk out middle. He's in a perfect position as long as the site hit goes well, but you know the site hit's going to go well when you have both short and long. I mean, FaZe just gave them too much map for them to work with. They knew how that one was going to break down.
Yeah, I'm curious though. You're talking about, like, you know, the Frozen part was the hard side when it was down to the CT. But what about Spirit's side on the CT, right? Because then that's a whole different ball game. Why are they getting advantages in situations, and why are they able to be so strong on not only the T side with pickoffs, but also holding strong on their side?
I think Spirit has a more well-rounded side. They've got Shiro there with them. They finally had Donk activate. We had the stat at some point. Donk has more 19 kill performances in a half than 4 kill performances, which is what he started the first half with. But you look at FaZe, a lot of what they found success with in the past on Dust 2, they try and go for some openings. They've got Jay Bowen going in there for some op picks sometimes. They weren't able to find that in this game. And then Spirit, they're just an incredibly well-rounded team. They have Zontix and Donk on B. That's an incredible duo. And then you try and avoid them. If you're FaZe, you try and head to the A side, you're running into Shiro, you're running into Tanir. There's no good option on this map.
Yeah, exactly. This is a pick your poison map, and one where we, to bring it back to the veto, why we probably thought for FaZe's sake they should have just been banning out Dust 2. I don't know, when you're going into the prep VOO, I feel like I don't know how, in any circumstance, any world, I would choose to get rid of Mirage, which has been shaky for Spirit, instead of a Dust 2 that I literally saw them 13-0, 100 Thieves on.
Yeah, I mean, this is a map where if you looked at their Mirage, that's one of Donk's weaker maps in terms of he's had the most bad performance. It's one of his strongest maps statistically, but if you look for a map where you can attack Donk, it's usually Mirage, and he's in a pivotal position where if he has a bad game, they're going to struggle for their defense. He has a bad game on Dust 2, it doesn't seem to matter very much.
So many people just pick up the slack.
Yeah.
So then I'm looking towards FaZe as well, right? Because I do want to give a little bit of hope to those that are out there watching in support of FaZe, that it isn't all doom and gloom, right? This was this feeling of specifics that you gave Spirit something they're incredibly confident on, but we could still see people showing up today, right? Was there a FaZe player? Of course, you're a little bit disappointed in Frozen, but someone else that did the opposite, right? That they were able to try and counterbalance it for what might have been worth their weight in gold.
It's obviously Natu, but the problem is Natu he's not playing the same roles as a Tanir, he's not playing the same roles as a Donk, he's a B-site defender. And when your B-site defender is doing well, the other team, they're just gonna go the other direction a lot of the time, or you're gonna have your rotates. As I mentioned, like FaZe, they very often leave Natu very much alone on the B bomb site, so he has to perform, and he does. He picks up 2 kills there, but his team can't even close out that round. The team as a whole really struggled around a great Natu performance that we don't always see from him.
Yeah, Nacho has actually shown up in just kind of glimpses. He's not always a super consistent player because of the fact that he is on these extremity spots. Like for example, it would be something like B Mirage for him. And so for him to have as competent of a performance as this and to let it go as a wasted effort, you maybe weren't going to beat Spirit anyways if Frozen even kind of played 30% better. But it almost felt sort of, it's just like he's going to think, how much more must I do? When you really had one of the best B-side anchoring performances you could have for Spirit.
Remember, it isn't necessarily beating Spirit that FaZe want to walk away from this series feeling. It's the fact that they wanted maps to be competitive. Dust 2 wasn't, but I'm hoping their map pick of Cash after this break will be that competitive map.
Tell me this, are we going to get to see some Cash today? I know you guys are strong on it. Everyone's looking at FaZe's Cash right now. Can you challenge Spirit on it?
I think so.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So you guys picked it?
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
Of course.
Do you think that they will have a good understanding of what you guys do on Cash? And with that in mind, did you try to change some stuff? Did NKJ cook a little bit more?
Yeah, we got some new runs, but let's see how it goes.
Some new rounds. I'm hoping, Maui, that's new rounds which are going to be like, that's exactly what they needed. They needed a little bit of a reinvention there because you've been hyping up what has been the FaZe Cash so long this tournament.
I don't think that it's much of a secret right now that FaZe have shown the best caches. Their T side is above a 70% win rate right now on the map. They're bringing so many different ideas to the map, and I just think that this is going to be a really fun test for Spirit, and this is what we wanted, to see FaZe show comfort and strength on a map that a lot of people are still just getting their feet wet on.
And Vu, would you sit in a similar sort of pocket where it is like, I do want to see more from them, or are you already happy that what they've been able to exert from themselves on Cash is like, no, that actually in itself should be enough to take on Spirit?
Nat, their Cash is so sick, I had to pull out a round to show you how amazing their Cash is. That's why 3D Max was worried about their Cash, because of plays like this. This is something you wouldn't see on old Cash. Mostly 90% of the rounds will be exactly like old Cash, but not this one, where they actually toss smokes on A to allow Twist across into Z. They don't allow this rotate back because of these smokes. They have someone trying to cover from highway. You can't try and get your way towards truck to actually deal with Twist. He gets into Z, he takes down the rotator, and then he ends up flanking Heaven, mollying the middle of the site so that his team can actually collapse on the bomb site from Checkers, from B main, and with Twist from Heaven. This is the type of new style of play that you don't see very much. There's limited successfulness, I think, to this. It's a bit of a gimmick play, but at the same time, it's one of the things you see FaZe pull out. You don't really see many other teams show off.
It's just imaginative. It's innovative, and that's what they need versus Spirit, to make Spirit at times guess, because for a map that seems so straightforward as Cash is, I mean, it's one of the most kind of simple figure 8 layouts you could possibly design in the game, oftentimes called a Valorant map, because the guy that made it went to Valorant. It does have a little bit more to offer, and I'm glad that teams like FaZe, who just kind of need to get jump-started on the season, are embracing it.
What Spirit have talked about so often, though, is the fact that they have two coaches, one to focus on their micro, one to focus on their macro, right? And when you look towards a series, a matchup prep, and you're toying with the idea that FaZe are going to pick Cash for themselves, how easy is it to anti-strat something like that when you have coaches sort of splitting the responsibility that Spirit do?
I think it's easy to think that you can anti-strat a team on Cash, especially you see it doesn't look that complicated. They're going to be going for the mid control. They're going to have some B execs. They're going to have some gimmicks, but you really need to be comfortable on the map first. So unless they've practiced it quite as much as they need to, you can feel like, oh, we know exactly how FaZe are going to play this game, but they're just going to play it well. They're going to play this map effectively as a team, and you have Spirit with much less experience actually playing this one, at least in officials.
I think we've only seen it once, and I even would say that somebody like Tenier got kind of bullied on the A bomb site the last time around. They found themselves on Cash, and so a lot of it came down to, can Donk save him? I think that Tenier is probably going to have learned a lot, but if the standard rounds, the standard A hits, which FaZe also have in spades, they also have a lot of those just kind of left side smokes that can just kind of segment the site really well, get to Tenier. I don't know. I mean, Donk weirdly had a pretty quiet game. I mean, again, trying to hype this up to just be, this is really the only in FaZe have in a do or die map.
Well, then I would say buckle up and get your butts in those seats, because we're going to have a lot of fun with a FaZe Cash specifically.
FaZe enjoyers, come. They are cracks on Cash, as you heard from the desk. This is disrespect. What is this? What numbers are these? This is wrong. There are too many zeros here. They have a good chance. This is their best chance. This is, it has to be now, obviously, because they're one map down. But I think, you know what? I think despite the score, I think the efforts they put on Dust 2 will give them a confident feeling that they can do it on Cash, which is, again, it's their territory. This is their ground. They are the lion here on the Savannah.
Yeah, they created chances. There were chances, and I do agree. I think it definitely would feel a lot better than the scoreline itself would suggest. But yeah, I mean, FaZe, they're going to be on the T side as well. So they're going to be able to kind of put Spirit in the vortex, assuming that the pistol round goes according to plan. And in terms of what that plan is about to be, we're going to find out right now, right here on Cash.
Give me a good game of Cash, regardless of which way it goes. Sure, many teams will be watching FaZe to see what junk they've got to throw at Spirit. They said they had some new rounds. They will not be respected immediately, though, by Donk. Risks will be taken in this pistol. It's always nice if you can just post up in an off angle there for later on. But what is the intention from FaZe? Taking their time. Spirit will have to have some good HEs in that boost position. Saw they had such good ones on Dust 2. Shiro looking to stand his ground then. He's got some help though from Donk, who's rotated all the way back to collect the first two.
Incredible headshots there, and it's just over. It's just over. Maybe there was a timing there. You could see it was all about isolating that short player. But I mean, the counter flash and then the assistance came so quickly in the form of 2 players, in the form of this Donk hitting just a tap. And the timing was absolutely destroyed in that mid position. So now Spirit, they're going to be the ones starting with a 1-0 lead. And I mean, to make matters worse, there was no bomb plant for FaZe, so they don't really get the opportunity to put pressure on in this round.
I'm not going to read too much into it because it was a Fister round, of course, which you're going to have more freedoms to make aggressive, risky plays on the CT side. But Donk pushed all the way through B, came back to mid. And you can see, again, Spirit are very proactive. There's high urgency towards A main. I think you can't, as a CT side, push it every round, but I'm very curious to see how proactive Spirit will be at taking something away from FaZe. If FaZe want to play a longer round out where they're going to be posted up, they're going to be holding in the boost position. We'll see if that works out because I expect HGs to come there from the CTs, but I'm very curious to see once the buy rounds come through, will Spirit take control away from FaZe, be it A main, be it through B?
And they don't have any util here, FaZe. They're going to try to rush in, get the bomb down. You've got the bomb waiting on Natu in the door position. So they're going to have to just run through all the rifles. As you can see, with no util. Oh my god, are they going to get the bomb down here? Okay, well, Natu knew he didn't have enough time for that, so it will be denied ultimately. So, okay, nothing from that round at all. I mean, there's not much you can expect.
It's got to be worth the gamble to commit there. Who knows? No wrong decision. 2-0 for Spirit then to begin this series. So we'll see. No kills for FaZe just yet. And again, in terms of measuring the success early of a CT side, these things are important. So if Spirit are to be successful here, again, FaZe need to cut them down at the very least to build something in this first half. But let's see how it goes. Molotov over to the top to thwart any quick action. And the CTs will get into position.
And the vent broken, so you know that sound will be definitely made very clear, I think, for FaZe. The delayed mid take, you know, the classic here on Cash. You can see that Spirit are very cognizant, and it's Donk who's just waiting. He's ready. You know, you have to come at him, and if you can get past Donk here in mid, I mean, the journey's not over there because you also have, obviously, Magic there in for support on the white box position.
He's got another HE as well, Magic's, and Donk still has a HE also. And I think that's going to have a big part to play in how this develops. Really trying to do damage in that position. Not too much done just yet, really. Magic's has been the recipient. We'll see how that one develops, though, because that will be important. What's the next step here for FaZe? They've got a lot of numbers towards B.
Yeah, just sending it straight to B. Donk's already in position. However, he'll go down very quickly. Really nice work there from FaZe. Jacob, again, delivering, as we did see on Dust as well. Now the CT stuck behind the smoke. Magic's able to take down one. I think here in the first steps there can take advantage, but the bomb should be planted momentarily. But 3v3 retake, a single smoke here for Spirit on that retake. I'll have to see what they can do with it.
The kits on Magic's. Do they risk losing everything? How confident do they feel about this? That's the last piece of util, unless they find something on the way. Jacob maybe giving some sound cues to the player in the vents. Posting up to drop Magic's. Gets his bell rung, though. And Tanir fancies that one. Shiro's picked up the kit that was dropped by Magic's. But again, they need to be given something here by FaZe, really committing to this one. And now it's Natu who needs to stay alive. He's so good at doing that, but on this occasion, no. The retake is successful. Shiro's got the time, he's got the kit, and they keep that clean sheet.
12 HP, it couldn't have been much closer than that. FaZe, at least they wiped out all the weapons, but there's a decent amount of economy left here for Spirit, so they're not going to be sweating that too much. So difficult to stop the team here. You know, you can see Donk had such a good read as to exactly how to position. After mid was taken away from him, he instantly rotated off onto the B defense. So it seemed like Spirit had a good read as to what that round, that util meant from FaZe. And they just barely defend. You can see the disappointment there on the face of the FaZe players.
That's a really rough way to lose that round. I think that frag through the smoke was a difference maker from Magic's. Again, pay attention to the HE usage. I'm sure the timing will change for Spirit. Indeed, it does, as I say that. That's going to be a problem for FaZe to continue to deal with. But again, one play surviving for Spirit. The plant allows the rifles to come through for FaZe. And if they can keep that plant, then they will surely break them eventually.
Now Spirit have to wonder, you know, what is happening for FaZe? We still haven't seen any of those mid takes coming on in. And Spirit are not aggressive anywhere. They don't have A main control. They don't have B main control. So Spirit are in the dark completely at the moment. As far as they're concerned, this could be a pop to one of the sites.
I wonder if the attitude changes when the AWP comes out. Both sides lacking one for now. FaZe really have to deliver on this round after only one player standing for Spirits. They may still have a bye the next round regardless, but again, they've got to get the engine started now. Donk able to avoid the flashes, willing to stand his ground as well. He's got his own support, but Jacob wins the duel. Zon takes the trade, keeps the numbers good for Spirit, and he does one better than that. 4-on-2, bomb dropped in mid. This round should be dead for FaZe.
Well, Frozen, though, trying to make a chance here. 20 seconds to go for the bomb to get planted, but it is lost in middle, so at this point, it's not really all that much that can be done, and you can see FaZe really changing the timing of this round. I think really hoping that Spirit would have gotten aggressive somewhere, but the Spirit just seemed also very ready for a pace switch up.
They have to save, obviously, here, FaZe. Spirit know that too. The quest is just too much to ask. Oh, Bowen after time! Oh, you got to tuck in that corner. But who knows what's behind him. What a tough spot for FaZe. This is a disastrous start for the squad. Again, that was a retake they could not allow to be successful.
Yeah, they kind of, it feels like with the stage weapon on Frozen that they kind of have to force play around this.
They're not getting the frags here, FaZe.
Yeah.
Jaboan and Twist, Frozen and Natu, between the four of them, have got 2 frags in the 4 rounds we've had so far.
Yeah, and given that we did have some, success getting onto the B side, getting an afterplant and so on, that's a rough situation to be in. Maybe they could have converted that round.
They've got the AKs.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's problematic. So far, it feels like Spirit are reading them very effectively. And if you're Spirit preparing for this matchup, this is the one map that you're going to be preparing for, and it's the one map that you're going to have the most data on against FaZe. So you can see that so far, the game plan for Spirit working out very well on the CT side.
I don't think they had chain flashes for Donk's position. I think it was just the one flash that was coming his way, which he easily avoided and just won the duel because Donk. So that might be something that FaZe can pick up on for future rounds. But again, they can ill afford anything. Their AWP has got $150 in this round. Very tough ask. Shiro 5-0, Tanir 6-1. Position is good, but you've got to win those duels as well.
Okay, over the top they go. Donk on the other end again, just hungry for the multi-kills here. As the AK as well.
Oh, no!
I guess you got to make it a little bit harder for Donk.
It's a false flag operation.
And now up they go. Flash easily dodged again by Donk. Take some damage though. And staying out there. Opportunity here as they're getting close, but Donk is just going to spray them down. Assistance even coming in from the mid position as well, from CT. And yeah, leaving much to be desired there for FaZe. Again, just not really the tools for the job. And again, J-Bone dying after time in that previous round. It really hurts because you'd love to have him on an AWP in this round.
I know it's an eco round, and they don't have...
They're going to drop one for him.
They're missing a lot of util and so on, but these flashes onto Donk, he's avoiding them so easily. Like, have a look at that. They've got to adapt to that. They've got to have some chain flashes because there's no reason for him to leave. He wins those duels. If he can see he wins those duels, he sees that flash coming. There's no chain flash behind it. So I don't think he's feeling terribly challenged in that position.
Yeah, totally agree with you on that. FaZe, they've been looking to get a faster timing on here. They've been pretty slow. They do get a player down to the vent as well very quickly indeed. That's Twist. See what he can do with that position. As you say, Donk is out there, ready to go. Magic's not getting caught off guard, and now Twist taking the fight against Donk. We'll take him out, so that is something at least. With Magic's on 9 HP towards B, FaZe do have a lot more to work with in this position, but Tanir's getting active.
Yeah, a lot more. It's turning into a lot less as the seconds continue to tick. And we did ask questions about this aggression. Once the AWP came through, that's exactly what's happening. But Jay Bowen's got that spatial awareness. That's really, really important. But still, Spirit have got Shiro creeping in this position, scoped in. I'm not sure if any of the action in A main was heard by Natu in this position. But what is the next play from FaZe? They're somewhat surrounding the B bomb sites at present. Now, does Natu take a risk here? He's got info on Shiro. That's a really scary angle to hold versus an AWP. And there's that flank we spoke about. Twist again through the defenses. But which way does the bomb go? Jay Bowen's just holding angles over towards B, but heading towards A now as they look to collapse on the A bomb sites.
Jay Bowen does have a smoke here he can put down for the cross. So even though Shiro's on this position, the car position, they should be safe. We'll see if that smoke is going to create the safety though. There we go. 20 seconds for the plant, so they'll be good on that one. And Twist actually takes down, I mean, Twist is delivering in this round. 3 kills, very critical kills as well. And looks like we'll see the first round finally going to FaZe.
Yeah, I love Twist's role for his squad. He's really in the trenches for FaZe and doing great work, great minds to have in that position. So the fight back continues, it starts rather, for FaZe. A very late start, late entrance into this first half on their pick off Cash. We expect so much from them. They've been the one to watch as far as this map is concerned. They've got a lot of work to do to clear out that CT money. But again, I think Donk in that short position, as they continue to contest mid, it's going to be an important one to solve. Nice. Taste of your own medicine. Shiro's got one of the better spawns for the CTs. So let's see what he does with his AWP. But again, I think that's an important moment, Jay Bowen winning that frag. A, so they can win the round, but also so they can just confirm what the CTs are up to. They're going to try and take some space away from you. And there's Shiro again with one of the best spawns heading over towards B on this occasion.
Yeah, got the D-Law out, ready to go. It'll be a cool round. You know, I can imagine them thinking FaZe would maybe switch something up here, but FaZe, you know, just sticking with the default here, it would appear.
They've got a high focus towards A main this time. I'm not sure if they've got players boosted once more FaZe. Perhaps responding to the aggression we saw in A main in the round prior. There will be that exchange of grenades.
Yeah, just keeping the attention in mid here whilst Jay Bowen gets active in A main, like you said. And he's found it. He's found the opening, the distraction play. It works out here for them.
Keeping Donk entertained, but it is a quick rotation over towards A, and he'll get into position. A lot of players to deal with, though, and these fights will be so isolated, but there's a second CT, should it be required. Donk, the initial engager, Magic's here as well. Multiple angles for FaZe to deal with. They've not really made it onto the bomb site, despite the util.
This needs to make this kill happen. Great delay from Magic's. Oh no, FaZe. It looks so good on the entry. Jay Bowen has to deliver against every single player now. 2 or 3 more to go. It has to be the ace clutch. 30 seconds to go. The bomb is lost on the site. And he's just going to have to save. And you can't blame him at all. Maybe trying to catch somebody in pursuit, but Spirit know better than that, surely.
Yeah, Shiro is in position also. I think he knows he might be being baited, entertained. It feels like it's very hard to save in many of these rounds on Cash. Magics have put him out of his misery. A tough one for FaZe. Again, they had the util, they had the smokes up all over the place, but it just didn't cross to the site. Magic's hard to kill, as he often is. Really just left them stuck in the choke points in all the worst ways.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great round from FaZe too, you know, building off of that, the mid conditioning that they have had so far. In a round where Jay Bowen gets the AWP, they set up a pick for him, he gets the pick. They try to explode into the site and it just doesn't work out. Very, very hard for CT side from Spirit right now.
It's tough because you can get util, you can get smokes and other things onto Magic's position, but it can also telegraph your intentions if you're waiting for that to land and pop.
Yeah.
FaZe able to muster a buy though, but you can see the stress levels are already high. Frozen 1 for 6 so far on that T side. He was a focus from the desk in that first game. There is Magic's dealt with. 4 and 4 minute 20. There are worse positions to be in for FaZe.
Yeah, this is interesting because there's a lot of time to get a reset on the CT rotation. And again, in spots like this, the CTs either stack or they're going to push A main or B main for info. That's oftentimes what happens. Mid often gets given up.
What timing?
And if you're looking to scale into mid, you could catch Donk, and there we go. Jacob finds it. Perfect timing. as he rotates back. And Donk is oftentimes rotated off to B. So how do you read where the remaining players are for the Spirit side here? Looks like they'll be walking up the short position. There's only one player on the site and no idea. Tenier completely caught. And that should be a very, very nice 4v2 after plant here now for FaZe.
Good spread for the squad. There is an outside chance of a tight score at halftime. Don't forget, as hard as it has been, there is still time to right the ship for FaZe on the T side of Cash. Spirit more encouraged to save on this occasion. You can see Tenier's got bad money, Magic's as well. They won't be hunting FaZe players on this occasion. So as much of a struggle as it has been for FaZe, opportunity knocks for them with what remains in this half.
Something that's interesting too as well, James, is that we've seen FaZe, not really get many afterplants. I mean, one of the most successful ones that they had, that they'd still lost, obviously they only have 2 rounds now, was that afterplant on B. And we haven't really seen, the fast splits into B, or much in the way of, set B pieces or mid-control into B. It only really happened that one time. In the one time it happened, they did get the bomb down. So I'm curious if FaZe will switch things up, and as we see, they get caught in the back there. I'm curious if FaZe will start just, peppering in some B plays now.
FaZe's recent history is so good on this map. 74% T round win, 68 CT, 75% pistol wins. Everything looking good. But we'll see what it looks like when that's all going up against Spirit. Again, solidly, they still have a buy for this one. Shiro still on the AWP. Again, he's got one of the better spawns for the CT side. His options are available to him. Went to B last time, had a go at checkers. We'll see where he chooses to go this time. Zontix heading over towards B, and Shiro will be over towards A. So I do wonder, I'm kind of waiting for that orb to get posted up once again. Speaking of orbs though, Magic's is dropped very, very early. Focusing on the CT spawn, and Jaboan had one for himself.
Yeah, he had a great timing there. Just catches the rotate across onto the white box. Classic Cash stuff there, but Donk has gone aggressive under the boost here. So although he's going to be left alone here, so he's not going to get boosted up. And he's going to be able to potentially escape it now thanks to that smoke. He doesn't really like being that forward without the support.
Yeah, this is a tough spot. Spirit feel spread very thin at present. Difficult to get into aggressive spots. They've got a 2-man setup over towards B with Zontix and Shiro. And FaZe can ask questions of them in a 5-on-4. Very strong spot for them. Minutes on the clock and they get active.
Yeah, the fake here onto the B site, bomb towards A. And there's only one player towards A. It's already the weak side here, so Spirit, they're going to have those extra players kept entertained for longer. But Donk seems to have a quick read now that the info has been given by Tenier, who goes down. Donk has to do it alone. 1 versus 1 against Natu. Another 1v1 for Donk, but Twist, who does seem to be quite the catch beast, is going to be locking that one down. Another 4v2 afterplant on A here for FaZe.
They still seem to be going for it. And those numbers are dwindling. Shiro may have heard a rotation coming through from that B bomb site. He is surrounded. Orp may be soon to be lost. FaZe building now. And again, this is a very important round for them. Spirit are lacking by every measure now. And really must hold on to this AWP, but they won't do that either. Game on for FaZe.
And they're back here. They're definitely back, and a lot of it has come off the back of creating these openings. Jaboan obviously gets that timing on mid. Going to be able to see it here. This is again just catching, moving across the white box. If you got the best spawn, you're able to do that.
Vintage.
And then we're starting to see some of the individuals, especially Twist. He's been a consistent player here, I think, with these impactful kills in this game so far. And now it's just the pistols for Spirit.
Oh, I was going to say, guess what, Dan? Shiro's got a great spawn, but guess what, Dan? He's only got a USP. This is what FaZe have been looking for, building towards. So they've got a good spread. They're looking for aggression from the CT side. They've got every angle covered. You can see Jaboan posted up on Squeaky Door. Angles towards B, mid, A main, everything covered.
Trying to see if they, like that molly could potentially trigger a push into A main if the CTs had a setup where they're waiting to see an exec and then try to basically jump on it before it gets in. That's kind of what Twist is doing there.
Nice. There we go, Frozen. Where have you been?
And this is perfect timing here for FaZe. You can start to see some of the experience and how they're reading the map here. Timing to try to check mid. Spirit don't know what's going on. And FaZe, they've shown a lot of fakes here, so you can never be super confident. But starting to get into position. But this feels dangerous, James. Bomb is actually going back towards mid now. And maybe it's going to be a B. FaZe have been so good on these fakes.
They've still got Util also. And A2 will entertain as the bomb heads elsewhere. So, again, a good mind for what's happening across the map. That rifle will be lost eventually. Could be a good bonus. We'll see what Spirit choose to do. Rescued by Magix, but too far away. That AK could certainly come in handy. Oh, an AWP as well. Now that is unfortunate. That is very unfortunate indeed.
It kind of sucks that you're giving away so much here to Spirit, but at the same time, you're picking up the rounds, and that's the most important part. And I think these rounds are kind of dangerous because you want to get onto a bomb site, but you're not sure. It's hard to kind of figure out where the stack is. You can't just carpet bomb everything with nades, but let's see if any of these guns actually might be dealt with. I don't know, it looks very difficult for Frozen. Can he find the head of Magix at least? He can't, yeah, it's a great position there from Magix, completely covered.
Well, let's see. Shiro's got a crap spawn, at least there's that.
Yeah, Donk as well.
From the FaZe point of view. I just wonder, will there be any impact to be had with these collected weapons? We'll see. But again, barely a lifeline for FaZe the way this one started, but they have certainly got themselves back into the action. So let's see if they can close things out with a tied score at half-time then.
Everyone's setting up the pop flash there outside of the mid position. Very, very fast scaling on in. Magix in the sandbags position. Someone has to check for this. There's no Molotov. No one's checking. It's a disaster. Donk comes out the vent. The punish is astronomical from Spirit.
So laser focused on short. They're always on short, but what timing for Magix to stand by the sandbags. Crippling the rounds. Tanir spots the boost as well. There's going to be a feeling of emptiness after that one. A gifted round to Spirit to confirm they have a lead at halftime.
A cheeky grin there from Magix as well afterwards. Oh, man. You hate to see moments like that. Here it is. No
one checking.
Nothing. Oh man, it's painful to see for FaZe after such good work, such diligence, such attention to detail. One unchecked spot.
J-Bone had a good spawn towards mid there and was able to get a leg onto Donk, jumping over towards short. Just to catch you up.
It's good damage. It's going to make Donk feel less confident to get active in the early stages of this round. FaZe playing another slow one here, and if they could catch a pick in this position for J-Bone, that would be incredible. But will they expect Zontix's position? HE does land its way there. FaZe has a lot on J-Bone to get the opening for them in this round. It would really start to allow them a lot. And will there be an info play here from the CTs? Absolutely. And there's the info trap, the punish, and J-Bone's opened up again.
He knows there's got to be some support somewhere. It's Tanir who picks up the slack instead of Donk in that short position. He's over towards the A-bomb sites at the moment. Magic's under the vent now. Numbers are dwindling for Spirit, but you know this man can still do something. Look at him preemptively trying to transfer. Nothing doing in that regard, and it's Shiro in a 1 versus 3. Last round and a half, has to go for it. Has a kit. Can he find the right angle, though? As Frozen playing a very awkward one. Looking to secure that 5th round for FaZe at halftime, and he'll do exactly that. They are absolutely in the fight in the second map of this series.
All right, we're here with FaZe Clan, we're with Twist, J-Bone. Let's just get into this, okay? How do you guys think the online portion of this event went for you?
Yeah, on a team level, the individual performance went pretty good for the players, and also the team performance was pretty solid. Our games were relatively very simple, and yeah, felt good to qualify.
J-Bone, I think when you put on the FaZe jersey, changes the pressure from being an academy player. Have you felt that when you're playing some of these matches?
I think the pressure is like mainly from myself. I don't feel the pressure from the like my teammates or the organization or like the fans or something like this. Like it's like only from me.
What do you think the hardest aspects of the jump up have been beyond just the pressure?
The enemies are like way better like for what I'm used to. Normally I could just like abuse people and just like re-peek into everything and take like some stupid duels, and now I just get punished if I do like these stupid decisions maybe. And yeah, like the team level is just way higher, yeah.
Let me ask Twist, have you had to take him aside and be like, you know, you can't do that type of peak at that level type of thing?
He said it himself, like he's finding out. I think what Nikki and I work on is more fundamental stuff. Where to be at what time on the map, where not to show yourself. You know, how having the op is like, it's a game where you choose where you want the info to be for the enemy. And I think that's something that he's figuring out, and NK is doing a good job as well.
How about your journey as in-game leader? Does it feel more comfortable now than it did the first time around?
Yeah, it felt much more comfortable. I think I was a lot more ready to take on the role now, whereas like back then it was kind of just a band-aid that ended up becoming something a bit longer to last. It's night and day for me as a captain here versus when I was a captain in Liquid.
How is your IGLing style in terms of how you want to lead the team?
I think it's a lot more structured. I think our games have displayed that sometimes rounds are a bit more free, and sometimes there's a lot more set pieces into whatever ending, per se.
How does it feel when Kerrigan leaves you guys after you just missed the major and then he goes to win it?
I think I'm allowed to kind of be salty about it, but I can also be happy for him and the players that were there. I mean, winning a major is a very hard thing to do. A lot of teams, a lot of players only win it one time. Of course, I'm happy for him. Do I think the situation that we're in when it happened was diabolical? Yeah, it was diabolical. At the end of the day, it is what it is. I think taking on the challenge instantly and kind of welcoming the rebuild and looking forward to the future of FaZe, I think it's created a lot of hunger in the team.
For the Bounty, what's your guys' team expectation?
I think team expectation is semifinals, I would say finals, and then we can think about what it takes to really get the trophy. So yeah, I think we have realistic expectations for us this event. We definitely want to beat whoever we pick into the game that we play. Yeah, I think we're hungry as a team.
Bitten off more than they can chew here against Spirit. A 5-7 scoreline going into the second half. The CT side of Cash, a map in which FaZe have been so successful with this roster of late. But here it's the greatest test now as we kick off the pistol.
I think FaZe could really do with winning this pistol. Would be a great stimulus package for them. Otherwise, things will get even harder. Jabone starts as he means to proceed. 6 for 8 at present. Good average of frags on the FaZe side with that late comeback they made in the first half, but there's more work to do.
And A2, such a good anchor here with the USP. Overwhelming numbers is what he's up against. Can he hold on here with something? Well, that's something. Takes down Donk as well. A high-value target has been dropped. 4 versus 3 on the retake. Twist with not just the kit, but he's got the smoke for the retake here. FaZe with some options.
Yeah, he's got teammates with him also. Frozen's on a late rotation coming through from A main. The other 3 are effectively together. That clock is ticking. Shiro spotting some from his forklift position, just dancing, trying to tease. Jacob dropped 3 on 3 now, and things gets worse for FaZe. With Frozen coming in from the back, he's got 2. Can he get the last one? He's running out of bullets though, and now they've got to chase to near. Round the corners, he's got a shadow advantage, but up top will be Twist. He's got the kit as well. Get off the bomb, I've got the kit, he says. And that will be the round secured. That has got to be a must-win for FaZe, and they have succeeded.
Yeah, great stuff from Frozen as well, who honestly, all in all, hasn't been having the best series. So for him to really be the one to step up there, and you could see the urgency because he needed to make sure that his position was unknown the entire time. His team is trying to hold on and buy time for him to get this flank off. This was just such a small margin of timing, and then the high-low setup is the classic way to finish off the 2v1. FaZe, you'd love to see it from them. 6-7 now. They just have to deal with the force buy. And would you look at that, how much utility and weaponry is being carried?
That is a team with a plan, a menacing plan. 2 CTs over towards B. It's going to be a longer rotation for the other FaZe players. from short, having to go maybe make a risky play through mid if they head towards the vent. Spirit closing the distance. Smoke on that short position as well, and Frozen been popped. We've got problems. Alarm bells are ringing. Jacob needs help, and he needs it fast.
Straight onto the side there. Jacob does take down Donk at the very least. 3 versus 3 on the retake here. Not much utility, only an HE for Natu. These players aren't very low either, so it's not going to find a frag. Bomb down, urgency to near. I don't know how that weapon even works at 2 versus 3 to avoid a catastrophe for FaZe. And I don't even know if they go for it at this point. They are locked out of position. Smoke is up as well. It doesn't look good here. Jay Bowen is going to fall away, and Twist, you know, he's going to be able to catch anyone who tries to punish the footsteps, but they give it up.
You can see him shaking his head. Absolutely disastrous. Many will argue that it's worse to win the pistol and then lose with a full reset for a CT side on that second round. They avoid that at the very least, but it ain't looking good. Let's not forget that retake we saw in a similar scenario from Spirit in the first half, which will probably make that feel even worse.
The Tech 9, it's just, it's a menace. It's illegal, James.
It's a hard round to lose.
Yeah, that's, I feel like everyone I think is feeling that. Everyone who's played Counter-Strike is feeling that right now.
His crosshair was looking good.
Oh, heartbreaking moments here from for FaZe. They do have the couple safe rifles. They have forced around it. Deagles, some utility. And Spirit, they're going to just go for a hit onto the A site. Jay Bowen looking to get pop flashed in with a teammate there as well. Twists into the A main position. FaZe might have the read.
Oh, he gets immediately wrecked. He was carrying utility as well. Jay Bowen doesn't have any. Trying to hide in plain sight and find a fight if he can. But there's just nowhere for him to go. Natu needs a miracle. He's got to find a lot of Deagle shots here. He manages to do exactly that. I can't believe it. He's still standing as well. Molly goes into the smoke. He's got more to offer. How is he still alive? What an overperformance. That's utterly ridiculous. Superior fabrics, finer designs. That's nasty work.
He's like, oh my God, guys, I did enough on Dust 2. It wasn't enough, but we can win this map, and by God, we're gonna do it. The Deagle coming in, insane stuff there, and that is gonna just breathe life into the team right now. A round that started out an absolute disaster. It looked like Spirit had every answer. But Natu from the forklift, the classic cash stuff right here. And they get to finish it off too, James. It wasn't in vain.
My words, exactly what they needed. Talk about a shot of adrenaline.
We're back. FaZe are back into this match right now. But Spirit certainly have something to say about it. Donk has the AK-47, the singular AK. Might be a test, might be a headshot. Ready for Donk. Jay Bowen is actually going to dink him as well. So he takes him down to 4 HP, but look how active FaZe are being right now. They're getting ahead of this push potentially.
So scrappy. So aggressive. Off angle from Zontix is perfect. Back and forth we go. This always hurts the CT side more, in my opinion. That will certainly help. They only hear Frozen footsteps falling back. Do they think there's a window for them to push B here? Hard to do with the smoke up.
Shiro as well, he's in such a good spot to hear information. This does not look good for FaZe. Right now, I mean, they're going to need some luck on their side. Not just the 3 versus 4, but with Frozen, best weapon, 4 HP, he's stuck in vent. And look how cognizant Spirit are of this position.
There is the molly in the hands of Magix. Oh dear. Nice to see you, nice. Is that the end of the round then? Natu and Twist remain. There's still a fair amount of play remaining in this one, in this half, which may be a saving grace for FaZe, who are straight back up against it.
Yeah, the high energy, the energy injection from the previous round. It's all gone in a moment. Donk hitting that initial headshot onto Jay Bowen. And you had the right idea. FaZe had the right idea. Pushing B aggressively with the rifles, I think it was a great reaction. But the problem is against Team Spirit is that they hit really hard. And you can't be putting a foot wrong on those engagements. It's not over just yet, James. We've got a couple rifles saved there for the CT side. They could absolutely try to force buy around it. I don't know if they would like to do that. One more save and they will have a buy, but that would be Spirit on 10 rounds.
It's tough if you get into the forces, because you can often end up just with never having an optimal buy on your CT side, never having the AWP. So it's a tough choice, regardless of which way you go. A timeout from Spirit as they consider their options. Donk with 13 frags, just one ahead of the likes of Tanir, Magix. Frozen with 10 for his team. He's had some really important frags. Speaking of important, Natu and that Deagle, man.
Oh, yeah.
We'll not forget that for a while. But there's more work to be done. They'll have to think about that later when all is said and done. Just 2 rounds behind, but likely to be 3 with how this buy is looking. They are going to force around those rifles after all.
I mean, it actually kind of makes a lot of sense because Spirit don't have that much economy. If they get reset now, that is FaZe's way to get momentum back into this half and to send it all the way to the finish. So it makes a lot of sense they're doing this. Jay Bowen posted in the sandbag's position. He gets dinged? No. I thought on the HUD there that his health went away, but he's fine. He's fine, James.
Not much to work with. Frozen should drop his smoke to his teammate if he's going to be up in that boost spot.
Zontics. See a very late lurk here in this position. Because we've got all this activity now in mid that will certainly draw some players' attention here from FaZe.
Nice. You need to learn specific mollies for that position that always cover the sandbags as well, because if you don't throw a good one, you can just stand on the sandbags if you're lucky. Then you've got a sneakier position.
Oh, is there a chance?
Yeah, Donk was spotted, but Donk is still Donk. And Natu's the one who dies. That's kind of how it works when you go up against Donk.
Yeah, his pathing there was predictable. Jacob does get... Oh, hello! Jacob and Twist both chiming in with a frag. 3 versus 3. Things speed up now for Spirit. Onto the site. Twist delivers again here for FaZe. Decent damage onto Magix down to half. Frozen and Jacob. Is there a way? Is there a world?
There's another HE where that came from. And that will help. That will help. Odd as an incendiary also for Jacob. And he's got a good angle to throw it. So let's see now. Frozen and Magix. I think this duel is going to be really important to see who wins what. Okay, just down to Magix now. 1 versus 2. He's got the first one up against the rifle of Jacob. Jacob's been doing great work for FaZe, and it will be another clutch 1v1 that is secured by FaZe. The individuals are standing up for the squad. We have to remember what Twist did to make that doable in the first place. They're all delivering when they need to, FaZe, in these difficult rounds.
And the pressure's not going to stop here because you can bet Spirit are going to force buy off of this. They got the bomb down. No round is a given. And there we go. We get the remainder, especially Jacob to finish. Twist to get the openers and Jacob to close. And indeed, we're going to see a force buy from Spirit. They got the bomb down. They've got a few rifles here. MAC-10, Tech-9, lots of nades. This is going to be another very drama-filled round here that FaZe have to contest against.
Did they hear something? Oh, he's opening the door for his teammate. Nice setup here from FaZe. And Spirit might wonder there's a big swing. And in goes Natu. I don't think they were expecting that. It's a good start. Always about how you finish. Jay Bowen's been shrapnelled by Zontics. Twist now, it's his turn at the forklift. Natu still delivering. What a beast he's been for his team. Natu's got so many big impact frags in this series so far. Solid hold from FaZe towards the end.
Yeah, really great to see, and it's also very cool to see that Natu is able to play the position there as a CT that he is often playing as a T, because we saw him playing the door spot so often. Very reliable pair of hands when needed. Very important initial kills there from FaZe to stall out the momentum. 9-9, and it's a full save for Spirit. FaZe, they've been up against it. The resiliency is winning for them, though, right now at least.
Two Desert Eagles, 3 Glocks. An extended tech timeout, not tech timeout, an extended timeout for Spirit to absorb what FaZe have been doing, to think about the buy rounds to come. What different looks have we shown? How have they responded?
And Zontix with the only Deagle now as the mid play comes in. Twist could be farming if they decide to go over the top, but they're going back into A main.
Donk's collected a Deagle also.
Aha, yes, right. Jay Bowen could improve his frags here, but the peak. Oh my God, what is happening? That is not the time to press the jump key. And he's able to get away with his life and gets the key information to see some players, but they can't overreact. 3 players to defend. Jay Bowen with recovery. Definitely, we're going beyond recovery. 2 kills, looking to make it 3, but there's the support now. And I think the worst is over. Oh my God, Tinir though, in with precision. Got to be careful. These Deagles really are problematic in this game of catch, but Jay Bowen.
Lucky to get away with that one.
Yes.
I think he fears the pre-fire. You got to believe in yourself, man.
Yeah, I was going to say that's exactly what I was thinking too. The pre-fire is the very most dangerous thing that you could possibly think of there.
Yeah, I mean, once you're in the spot, yeah, it's set. It's set.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
it's like an AWPer pulling out a flashbang or something. You're the AWPer. Go do the AWPing.
There is value to surviving though as well, because then they fear the repeak, so you kind of provide some stall.
He's got a really good spawn here, Jay Bowen, the only AWP on the server, and he is going to be taking his good spawn over towards B. Maybe there's an engagement with Zontix to be had. I like how his teammates gone through the smoke as well to keep the options open.
Going under boost too, they're getting active in this round. There's that engagement, does find Zontix. It's going to be Jacob though, and then boosting up Twist at the same time. Spirit might get caught off guard by this.
It feels like FaZe are starting to get a stranglehold on this map of Cash. Again, a very dry start, but Spirit now, it's their turn to be pulled pillar to post, their turn to be bullied, their turn to be dictated to by FaZe.
Yeah, you like to see it here from FaZe, you know, recovering themselves back into more defensible positions. They've gotten the picks they needed. They forced Spirit to have to ship it all in onto one of the 2 bomb sites. FaZe won't know which one it is, but they have fast response times because they're still 5 up.
Jacob, I was about to say, likely to be barbecued. He'll have to move very quickly if he is to stay standing in this one. He's got Frozen full support with a flashbang as well. They need to try and fit these numbers out as Spirit make their way onto the bomb site, and that will be great work from FaZe. Really rising, getting stronger as we get deeper into this map of Cash. Shiro will try to do damage if he can. Unable to do so. 4 players standing for FaZe at the end of the round. 11-9 now. Do you believe, if you're there, if you're supporting FaZe, do you believe in this? Do you believe in a 3rd map versus Spirit?
Yeah, great calling from Twist there, you know, to go aggressive on the CT side in that very pivotal round, because actually no bomb plant this time. And Spirit, they don't have money really, so this is going to be very awkward for Spirit now. And again, it's brave to, you know, it's courageous to call the aggressive CT rounds in multiple spots at once when your opponent, if they just pick up a round there, punish your aggression, it's over. But it pays off for FaZe. Shows exactly, as you said, the read that they have for Cash now. The heads are really truly in the game right here.
Job's not done yet though, but they are in a very good position. 11 rounds on the board, Spirit on pistols, a half buy. They are dangerous. But again, FaZe must remain focused. The job is not done yet. Still a dangerous round. Tech9's always high threats. Jay Bowen roaming with the AWP. A nasty surprise waiting for Spirits.
Really good positions on B from FaZe actually. It's not much util here, so not going to get smoked out of the B site too easily. as the noise is made in mid, you can see Spirit targeting that B play, and FaZe should have the players in position to deal with this, but getting overwhelmed quickly is the biggest danger.
Yeah, it's a good-looking read from Twist, playing closer to that bomb site with Jay Bowen, holding out the short position with the AWP. And they will thin these numbers out exactly how they need to. That is perfect stuff from them. So there was a great setup from FaZe. Again, Jay Bowen on the A bomb site, able to look all the way down into mid. We saw a smoke, deep up short to maybe try and make FaZe nervous, but they hold position, they hold their pattern, they don't take the bait and wipe out the attempt on B. Game point FaZe.
Yeah, they're showing right now. This is why they picked this map. This is why, you know, teams have been looking at them, trying to study how they play this map, because they really understand how it works. And I mean, just think of how much disruption it took for them to get here as well. 12-9, and the buy comes in again from Spirit. What is the call here for FaZe? They've given up the A bomb site entirely in the opening right now.
Feels like a very long time since Shiro had an AWP, but yes, an interesting formation we're seeing here from FaZe. Taking some liberties at the beginning of the round. Natu just having a passive spot towards A main from the carpet position. Waiting for Spirit to make their play. Frozen's got very good timing onto Zontix. False sense of security, and then there were 4 standing between FaZe and a third map of Anubis.
What is the move here from Spirit? Right now, FaZe are pretty good to defend this. Great play behind the smoke. Again, now things get more difficult here for Spirit. They don't have any control on the map at the moment. Frozen's gone deeper beyond the smoke, and this off angle is going to be very difficult, even when you're looking for it. Magix goes down, and now Shiro on the other end. What does Spirit even have here? A challenge on the A bomb site. Natu anchors, of course, and now Shiro against the world.
Last man for Spirit. Such a strong start. I think FaZe enjoyers were worried at the beginning of this one. But FaZe say, if you want to fight, you've got one. As they're so close to forcing that third map now. 30 seconds for Shiro, 1 versus 4. Walking into a potential double peak here. This is surely the end of the line for Spirit. Oh, hold on a second. Able to isolate the fight there. That's a good read from him. The flash is up, but that's a wrap. Jay Bowen with the final frag, and FaZe will force that third and final map of Anubis.
Incredible scenes on Cash. It's why they are feared on this map right now. And the fact that they could go and do it against Spirit, but the fact that they can do it against Spirit, considering how many things went wrong, is truly going to lift their spirits.
It's so nice of FaZe to give Spirit the hope there in map 1 by giving them Dust 2 and an earlier lead there on Cash. But they do a fantastic job as individuals coming together as a team here to be able to win it 13-9 on Cash. And I really truly do see the magic you were talking about of FaZe on Cash here, Vu.
Yeah, that map 1 and the first 6 rounds of this map were just donations. That was a make-a-wish. They just wanted to make Spirit feel good before they turned it on. Frozen showed up, and they dominated for the rest of the series.
Such an excellent showing there for FaZe. I mean, the fact that they even were off to such a bad start in this one felt like, they're just Spirit's gonna wrap this one up. But no, FaZe just stuck with a lot of their plans. Their CT side was excellent. We had heroics from a couple of players too. I think practically everybody on FaZe had at least one round where they really turned the tides of this one, which I don't know if I was gonna say that. I thought the cool structure of some of the T side rounds were gonna be the win conditions, which definitely aided them. But no, the fact that people like Nate, even Jacob on B, I mean Jay Bowen finding entries, there were a lot of great moments here.
And I was definitely getting worried for FaZe when you saw that Spirit, especially Donk on highway so often. They've practiced this map quite a bit. They're very fluid on dealing with executes. I was worried that this was just going to be Spirit running away with it, but the reality is FaZe, I have to credit their resiliency. I mean, we saw it against we saw it in their last series against Mongols. We see it here again. They go down 5-0 after getting dominated on map 1, and they can still keep it together. They still bring the first half back, and then they dominate in the second half. That's extremely impressive for a team with a couple of youngsters on it.
Yeah, that was the question that we had coming into this was, okay, FaZe have shown what they've had on Cash. They might allude to it in interviews that there are a couple of more strategies they have for rounds. So I thought that T side might have been of a stronger beginning, but of course that's a testament to Spirit here. I would say I was so impressed with their CT side, right? That was the part for me where I was like, wow, okay, maybe they were the rounds they were talking about. It wasn't new things necessarily being brought to the T side. It was how they were going to hold and withstand what felt like the aggression from Spirit.
There were a lot of great looks here from FaZe. I like how active, actually, someone that needed to step up from map 1 in Frozen, who was maybe being a little too active sometimes on Dust 2, getting caught off guard. This is one where the activity just paid off when he would double up to help out Jacob towards the B site, when he was obviously locking it down in middle as well. I think his rotations were very much so on point, and yeah, totally closing this one out, leaving no doubt that he is going to have a bounce back game, that it was just kind of a one map slow start day.
To some extent, the first half, when you're looking at anti-stratting, if you're Spirit, you're thinking, okay, what strats are they going to hit us with? What are we expecting? How can we defend against it? Then you go into T-side. That's where you need to be confident. You need to be comfortable on the map. And we found FaZe were just better.
Let's look at some of those rounds, or at least one specific round in the first half when we saw FaZe on that T-side, what they were able to get for themselves. Because whilst there were a lot of plants and maybe some shaky post plants, there was a round 9 that looked really good for them to be able to execute and hold.
Round 9 is interesting because this is a strat that FaZe have run quite a few times in their tenure on this map. You have the nice entry from Jay Bowen, then you go for the B fake into this little squeaky play. This is something you've probably seen if you watched Cash a long time ago. And you have Spirit kind of know it's coming. They have Donk already pivoting back. They have Tanir on the bomb site, but Tanir has to get one here. That's an isolated duel. That's one player swinging in ahead of his team, trying to get the timing. He doesn't get the one, which means Donk rotates in. He gets one, but it's not enough, and you topple around for FaZe. And that's one, they're 6-2 down there. That's one, if it goes Spirit's way, that's probably them running away with the map.
The Jay Bowen entry kill, I feel like, cannot go unnoticed because that's one of a couple that he found. And again, we're talking about who this guy is as a T-side opper. There was at least one other round where he picked off Tanir on an A-side hit where he just caught him in transition. And that's just the difference when you have this guy versus Brokey. Brokey's in the back, ready to throw some good flashes. And yeah, he got some good utility stats, but I want kills when I see a guy with an AWP. And Jay Bowen is providing that. He did that on CT side as well, switching to there, but at least 2 really pivotal rounds, he gets that clean opener.
Yeah, someone else that really stood out as well for me, and hopefully you guys as well, Nachu, right? He was fantastic in this. We thought, is Dust 2 going to be a bit of an anomaly in this series where it felt like good wasn't good enough to get the win? And he's like, no, I'm going to do the same thing again, but on Cash, and we're going to get the win.
I don't know, Maui, if I can remember a Nachu round. I don't know if I can remember him with a deagle at forklift picking off several kills. I don't know if I can remember one.
I mean, the crazy thing about Nachu pulling this off is that this is when the game is probably going to slip away from you if you're FaZe. It gets super awkward, super clumsy there for Jay Bowen, but this is just with blistering speed. That second kill he gets on Shiro is just magnificent, and I like, there's a little, you know, there's like a kind of an ounce of overheating here, but like I like how he still stays really tough to hit, that he stayed alive very long for the rotations to come in as well. You know, when you get that third kill, sometimes you just keep on swinging, and he kind of did, but as soon as he missed that one shot on the guy that was front red, he sort of tucks away, and that extra 1.5 seconds for guys to rotate into the A site meant that even if he does die, as he eventually does, they were never going to breach it.
My gripe with Natew on this roster has been that he's been generally pretty effective on his defenses, but he makes mistakes and he doesn't have the highs to make up for it. If he loses his team around, he doesn't have a round like that usually to actually make it back up for his team. This series so far, I think he's had that in spades.
Okay, so it's way more like he's actually had high highs and next to no mistakes, right?
I haven't seen too many Natew mistakes, although we did last map we got kind of hit in the face with a 0% round swing even when I thought it was a good map. This one, 14-15. I think he's doing his job.
I feel like the stats don't, they're lower than what I felt like the eye test was. The entries that he found, the defense there. I mean, this guy's kind of proving to be a spirit killer right now.
Well, it feels like the mood in Spirit. And I mean, sometimes they're a bit of a hard player to read, right? They like to keep their cards close to their chest. But as a whole, you could see the frustration coming out from these player cams, and it felt like there wasn't really any oomph left in Spirit in those few rounds to be able to put up much of a fight. Yes, people were still showing up individually, but it wasn't enough for me to be able to say, oh, where is Spirit exactly when they leave their chairs and they look towards a map 3 in a best of?
I think Spirit will look frustrated when they lose a round. They could win a 13-1 game and still look a little bit frustrated a lot of the time. when it comes to Cache is a map I think you know you're going to have a tough time with against FaZe. I'm sure they prepared heavily for this one. I'm sure they're disappointed in the loss, but I'm not holding this one as too indicative of map 3.
There's no shame in losing to the best Cache team in the world. There's no shame in that. So Spirit, you could have your heads up. They're probably going to be able to come back in this series pretty strongly.
So I was just trying to see if they were winning the rounds or losing the rounds, because sometimes their
Honestly, with
reactions are the
Zontix,
same.
you can't tell. I don't think you can really tell like 90% of the time what's happening. You could have a giant wheel with colors and lights on it, and you still won't react to it.
Oh, trust me, we've all been there, haven't we? We've all got a little bit of PTSD from that moment. FaZe, on the other hand, obviously looking fantastic for themselves there. Is there, though, that little bit of worry where it's like, how do they reset themselves? There are a lot of veterans, but that has been the part before where we've had question marks of, do they think a little bit too big for themselves, and do we just see a blowout in a map 3?
I'm concerned we're going to see a blowout, and that's what we're going to need in order for Donk to break his record. If we want to see Donk break his record, we need a blowout.
Whoa.
Oh, I mean, the last 2 maps have actually not been kind to him. And with the fact that, there's at most going to be 6 more maps of play. I mean, he almost wants it to go all 5 now tomorrow if they make the grand finals so that he can just farm every single one.
Unfortunately, I think if you ask Donk, I think he'd say, it doesn't matter, 13-0, get us into the grand final, get this over with.
I mean, for your sake, Bill, on the guaranteed Donk beating his best rating there, you would want that. I mean, we're seeing it here. Just know what
it's not happening, Vu.
I didn't guarantee. I made no guarantee. I'm pretty sure
I said maybe. Whoa, Vu. If you're going to stand on this hill,
I never promise.
I'm going to die there alongside you, right, buddy? You and me, we're in it for life. But for right now, we're going to head to a break. On the other side, we'll be talking everything Anubis and if FaZe have it in them to be able to take this best of 3 off Spirit.
As a player who is as good as you, and this whole situation with Spirit having 2 coaches, what do they tell you to focus on? Do they just let you play as you are? Are you the perfect player? Or do they still give you, Donk, we need you to do this?
I think like nothing really changed in terms of like my game. Like only like thought we can notice some stuff that like highly focused on the one things and thought we focusing on the other things. So like sometimes they just notice what I'm doing wrong and that the things that I need to do better.
Can you tell me something that they've told you need to do better? Because I look at you as like the perfect player.
It's more about like some team play, I would say, like to be more communicative. Like even I do like 100%, I still can do better, and they just trying to make me more focused on it.
Not even Donk can escape a little bit of criticism, even in the eyes of my analysts here. But we've seen Spirit playing on this map a couple of times, Maui, and FaZe had the chance. You could either ban out Anubis or you could ban out Ancient. Obviously, they left it to the point that we're going to be seeing Anubis.
And I feel like the tests that have been before Spirit at this event, when they beat 100 Thieves, when they beat Liquid, 2 very distinct tests where 100 Thieves was a lot more about slowing the game down, trying to outplay Spirit in the mid-round, which Spirit was able to handle. And then also you had a Liquid team that was extremely aggressive on CT side, which is, I think, really more or less the meta of this map, and Spirit were able to pass that test. So I think that Spirit have actually already gone through it in terms of just having the trial by fire. They've passed it, and so FaZe are not going to always have the answers here, so Spirit are my firm favorites.
Yeah, you flip around to the other side. I think FaZe have a really impressive T side. They've got some individuals. I think this is one of Natu's best maps, but you have to get through that CT side eventually, regardless of which half you start. He just took his glasses off.
He's like, bro, you're actually overperforming. We need to hinder you, all right? We're going to make this an even fight for Spirit.
One of your best maps. Take those glasses off.
It'll make you stronger.
Yeah, this is a phase where their T side is strong. I'm worried about you know, getting them on the CT side with what we've seen from Spirit, with how effective they were against Liquid, against the aggression. And this was once upon a time a map where you could try and attack Spirit. Maybe Donk wasn't that comfortable on it, but they saw those problems, they grew from them, and they are a very dangerous Anubis team now.
Donk rating prediction, Vu. Donk rating prediction.
1.4.
That's it.
1 point.
You've lost faith.
I've given up. I've given up. I've given up.
I don't know if I can trust you anymore, Vu. I needed a little bit more from you there, but it just means that we are going to be in store for a fun best of 3, a fun map number 3, I should say, here for Anubis with DDK and Bardov.
FaZe have to be going from strength to strength, especially after the way that they won Cash. And you can see the numbers. I feel like are respecting it, James.
You guys were unreasonable with those numbers earlier, and now the respect has returned. This is good. Now, many are detecting an ominous prognostication as far as FaZe's chances in the deciding map of this series, but I think we have some, I'm not going to go crazy, I'm not going to go overboard, Dan, but I think we have some interesting ingredients that Desk alluded to. I think FaZe will come into this one with confidence, and confidence just is not going to be enough to overcome Spirit. I think there are lessons for FaZe to learn in the example matches that the Desk gave that Spirit have had recently, different paces, aggressive sides, and so on. FaZe can learn from this, but putting that all together, bringing strats and toppling Spirit in a best-of-3 series is still just something else entirely. Again, to set the scene here, 25 matches since Spirit lost to not Falcons, not Vitality. The race is on for FaZe.
Let's see what FaZe can do here on the pistol. I think this T side is going to be so extremely impactful in their chances to win. So they need to start off with a good pistol, looking to get into that B-bomb site. Donk in this position. We often find him in. They're on the site close to E-box.
FaZe did pick this side as well. They Bowen clutched the knife round of 3 kills. 3v1 in the knife for them to pick this T side. Through the smoke, it will have to be. Donk keeps the flash, but oh yeah, he'll eat some lead as well. That leaves Tanir needing some help. He has some. dropping Jacob. They're going to commit to the bomb plant here, and round in corner he goes. A little spin to win, and FaZe are still in good stead. Xontix and Shiro, last two, make it one now, as Shiro faces 3.
Yeah, have they done enough here? Shiro with the dualies. You can't underestimate it. And he goes. So many positions to be teased. They can play the time, they can play the numbers, the crossfires. They've got all sorts going for them here, FaZe. They've done so much work, and helpless is Shiro as FaZe pick up indeed that much needed pistol round.
Yeah, it's a really good way to start their T side. They do their best work on
What
the
if they win, James? What if they win?
Yeah, why not ask early? It's a good question. They're north of 60% T round win. They had a very good match recently versus 3D Max, 13-1 on Anubis. So again, they'll be full of confidence, and they've had, let's not forget, I mean, hey, they haven't, okay, they're against the USPs, they're on a T side. They've had some really rough starts to sides on this series, and to have this way to start the third map, again, it's just encouragement building. You can do this. You have the belief.
And they're ready for the plays. Giving lots of respect to the aggression, although A2 is somewhat alone. But you'll see Spirit will back away. Kind of like the Homer backing into the bushes. Skip that people like there, not wanting to test that position again. And now FaZe taking this mid control. They've got the Mac 10 there. Slowly progressing with the utility, making it all nice and diligent and responsible, disciplined Counter-Strike here. No problems here just yet, but moving into the site with 4 players on the A-long position. Maybe something can be done here by Spirit.
Twisty expendable man. USP running distraction, but the problems are being solved by FaZe. We'll see if they can protect that. Oh, hold on a second. Xontix, how do you get 2 from this? It's still just USPs, but oh, if NATO looks the wrong time, it could be a 2v2. It could be a 2v2. Okay, everything's fine. Everybody calm down. Threats neutralized. All good in the hood.
I swear, Xontix with a USP is actually insane. We've seen in this tournament, we've seen some ridiculous stuff from him, just casually and surprisingly getting a lot more value than you'd expect. But the 2-0 for FaZe, with acceptable losses, I think one would say. It's making it look like a deagle. It's the golden gun, James.
Now the real guns are out. No more N64. Jay Bowen on the AWP, the one and only for this round. Looking for opportunity immediately over towards that B-bomb site. Oh, that would have been a nice pick, but the team will go in anyway. Now, can they solve this puzzle? And Trade Tracker going through the smoke. Tanir again, trying to stay alive as best he can. Smokes are up, and real estate's been taken. That should be the end of the round with that pick from Jay Bowen. Xontix and Shiro remain, but you don't want to throw that good money after the bad. Their round has been lost, their teammates are gone, and they're not coming back in this round.
Yeah, and you can see that every time they go into that B site, Donk just gets instantly killed. You know, Donk has yet to find sort of value on the defense, and it's interesting because FaZe are just kind of bulldozing, you know, not really caring about who's on which site. And so I'm curious, you know, what will be the change, if anything, for Team Spirit, because it's got to feel pretty rough for them to get overpowered so simply. I love the contact play from the side of FaZe there, and I especially love it because there can be quite a bit of movement on the B site early. So a nice surprise there from FaZe to get a 3-0 start. And what's also interesting here, James, when you're on the T side like this as a caller, if you've got a lot of experience, you're starting to get into the head of the other team. You're starting to, as each round passes, show them rounds, openings, timings. And that could be something that Twist could really start to kind of capitalize upon as he plays against the expectation that he's setting.
They know it's not a good start. This is by no means a free round for FaZe, though. This will be dangerous. Rifles are out, SMGs are out, plenty of util also. Oh. Jay Bowen waiting. Spirit wondering, is this a trap? I'm sure FaZe will be laying many of them. Again, so much data. Rich of information. Will FaZe be?
And it's kind of interesting here as well, if you're, FaZe, you don't have much information, and there is a variety of things that Spirit could decide to do. they could actually be in a kind of mid-collapse play, waiting for you to kind of go into that mid position at around the 1 minute mark. But FaZe are playing a little bit slower than that. Spirit had given up mid, but now they're rotating back towards mid here, giving up B. And it almost seems like the timing couldn't be more perfect for FaZe because they've pulled out of the B site completely as FaZe are looking to go in. Only Magic's there.
Yeah, Tanir's going to be key in that mid position. 45 seconds, may still feel like an Eon as the utility continues to rein in. Donk now trying to hold things down, dropping Frozen, but unable to stop the trade fragger. They know J-Bone's posted up somewhere as well. 35 seconds, the remainder of Spirit rotating over 3 versus 4. They've got a HE, which Zontix could maybe find some good timing for if he can find an angle, but FaZe are still hunting for these frags, wanting to thin the numbers. They've got to assume that all these CTs are here. J-Bone trying to thin out these numbers, but Twist will be the one to do that. Zontix still standing for now, and it's Natu to trade. 4-0 FaZe.
I got a little bit dicey around the smokes, closing the distance. Spirit with those dangerous weapons, but you know, FaZe making sure that they had all the positions to cover all of the important spots. And they're not going to care that they lost a few guns there. You know, they've been winning rounds here pretty well, and so their economy's overall in a very decent spot. The 4-0 start, again, like we said, FaZe, they're right now, Twist is calling a great game. We're seeing in terms of, again, the timing of that round, it was perfect. If they'd gone into B, maybe 10, 15 seconds before that point, they would have walked into 3 players from Spirit.
It's 4-0 for FaZe. It's 0-4 for Spirit. Magix is also 0-4. Take a guess at how much damage Magix has done in this game, Dan.
Is it 0, James?
He has done 0 damage so far. He is not having a good deciding map just yet. 0 damage for Magix. Look at that. Not ideal at all. The M4s will be out. A little light on utility are Spirits in this 5th round. Couldn't ask for a better start for FaZe, however.
Zontix, you know, feeling the burden of being alone in that A-long position, receiving some of those pop flashes. Falls back a little bit. Respects it with a smoke. Dropped. Donk on E-box. You have Jacob now creeping closer to that E-box position, looking to provide pressure there. But is that the intention? Is that the end of round intention for the FaZe side? Nervous stuff here, I think, for Spirit right now, as they don't know what's going on.
I wonder if Spirit will be encouraged to get aggressive towards A later on in this half. For now, we head towards that 45-second mark, and FaZe are busy in this mid position. Very defensive spots for Spirits as far as B is concerned. So really it's Zontix who's the early warning system over towards A. Donk being challenged by Jacob, dealing with that one. But what about the rest of FaZe? It's really unclear as to what's going on for Spirit here.
Yeah, Spirit looking to push the A main position. This would allow them to know what's going on, but pull a nade out there for the setup. Spirit getting ahead of the play. Perfect timing now. 2 players left here for FaZe against absolutely everyone. Frozen delivers the first headshot. 20 seconds to go. Now Jay Bowen with an AWP surrounded by Spirit players. Out comes the clock. 10 seconds, and Shiro will take him down. And finally, James, Spirit actually get ahead of FaZe and punish some of the plays they were making.
Yeah. Really good work, proactive over towards A. I was watching them on the radar around the A bomb site, Spirit, earlier on, holding nades, wondering what's happening, the timing of nades going on and so on, and I thought they would get itchy feet and start to press forward at some point, and they found great timing to do that. Some early frustrations for FaZe, but there's a lot of positives for them as well. One that's not a positive for FaZe is Shiro now, wielding the AWP. Jay Bowen again looking for early aggression. Maybe from Donk, he'll have to be careful if it is to be him.
Yeah, it's very possible that Spirit are very, just highly aware that they should just never peek that position. Donk has been some kind of solo holding it. In the previous round, FaZe was setting it up so that you could get some free position on the E-box. As there's mid-aggression, you might be able to find openings.
Interesting spot towards A. Magix and Zontix are both jiggling A and mid, holding incendiaries, basically. So they're somewhat turtling in that respect, trying to buy time where they can. Not looking to drop a player early versus FaZe.
They really want to punish this E-box peak for info, but again, just Donk is never giving He's never giving it.
This gamble towards A is allowing him to have a third man over towards B also. Risking mid being compromised, but we'll see. Well, we may not see in this round then respond to that happening. Again, FaZe are very interested in having a close personal chat with Donk.
Yeah, and he's maybe feeling this one falling off, looking to get some info on that B main position. Pop flash comes in. Donk with the P frozen, ready to go blind. It doesn't matter. And a whip from Shiro, and suddenly the B site is cracked open, and the round may just be over for Spirit.
It's another round where Magix has got nothing to do. They're just not coming his way. He's still on 0 damage, minding his own business on the other side of the map. Not going to focus on it too much because it is CT side and position-based to some degree. But again, Zontix and Magix playing turtle style over towards A, completely retracted to B, allowing Spirit to still have three over towards B and still to no avail. Still, they can't hold against the surge of FaZe.
And I think it's really interesting because it's another round where Donk's change of position in that more forward spot on B and going to investigate to get info. Is there something going on outside of B? That was what created like a vacuum in the E-box position to allow FaZe to just barrel in. And that movement there is just Spirit thinking that FaZe are maybe moving a little bit faster than they are. So just these tiny differences in timings have provided a couple massive round victories here for FaZe. And for Spirit, they've got to start feeling like this is getting to be a really big problem.
Keep those voices up, Malta. Do not be shy. Great to have an atmosphere in the studio, especially when there's so much on the line here. A place in the grand final.
Aggressive from Spirit here. They're changing it up.
Magic's trying to take the fight to the opponent, but here comes a faster play from FaZe as well. In they go. Trade frag is not necessary. Donk is gone once more. Tanir is smoked off. How to respond, Spirit? How do you get back into this fight?
Yeah, this B site has been just locked down time and again now. Once FaZe are in, it's a problem. Natu takes down Shiro. They've got more problems on the flank here now as well. This is going to completely disrupt the retake effort. It was already looking grim through that choke on E-box, but Natu is going to be found out by Zontix. But at this point, all forward position given. Spirit have to save the rifles. They've got no money. FaZe are just finding every right timing, every right read.
One step ahead. I was thinking, you know, maybe a storyline coming into this map is like, is the best of FaZe left behind them on cash, but perhaps not. Again, they had some good ingredients going into this third and deciding map, and it's a good start. Spirit had plenty of good starts versus FaZe in this series. Now it's FaZe's turn.
And can I just say as well, James, I think as you pointed out, maybe one of the most important things here was the fact that something that no one saw on the broadcast. J Bowen clutched the knife round. They got to pick the T side.
Yeah, and 1v3, J Bowen.
1v3
just came in there and clapped.
Yeah, you guys we gotta like maybe put some respect on this on the analyst desk. It's gonna be a part of the overall picture of the match.
I want to see an extended conversation with at least 3 back and forths between Vu and Maui Snake talking about
the director's cut of
the
like
1v3 and the knife round.
Yeah. Because seriously, I mean, it makes a big difference if you can carve out the rounds here. And obviously, we understand that in just the overall dynamic of Anubis, the T side is where you can, if you pick up the pistol, you can put them, to use the fighting game term, you can put the CT side in the vortex here, where now they're just constantly guessing. You got all these mix-ups, they don't really know what exactly is coming next, and you're just sucked into the mind games. 6-1, back on the buy Spirit.
Magic's a little more forward in that mid position for a time. And again, FaZe changing the pace, changing the direction, keeping the guesswork constant for Spirit. And there's so much utility behind FaZe as well with this early map control they've taken.
And they can sit on this now. They can absolutely sit on this and force Spirit to respond, to get information. And that's when we are into the territory of info traps. And that's what Spirit are going to be worried about. So they've got to be really, really cautious. Again, Donk has never peaked for info, this E-box position, fully respecting that J Bowen's been on it time and again.
Donk so desperate to find a way into this one, avoiding the flashes and this time holding his ground. No one behind it on this occasion. But what other options are FaZe waiting on, asks Spirit. Surprises to come in this mid position. Bowen has his angle now.
Delay here is really good here. Spirit are getting ahead of the play now. They know what's going on. They were stuck 3 to B. They kind of fell for the or accepted that it was probably going to be a B off the E-box aggression, but now they know what's going on, and there's 20 seconds to plant. Shiro posted on the A-long position. You feel like Spirit have everything they need here.
Taner could have a part to play if he can get oh, never mind that. Shiro collects 2. Bonus for him, and that's really going to shut down the round now. Natu, a question of damage for him. He won't get anything done. Just lining up for Shiro, exactly what the doctor ordered for Spirit. Really nice work there. I could see Taner moving closer to that mid position from B. So maybe he had a part to play, but Shiro's cleanup was prompt.
What's interesting here, James, is that this is the exact same round, or rather way, that FaZe lost the previous round on the CT side. They have the play set up into E-box to keep the B players there. The player attacking into E-box just dies pretty quickly. Then FaZe are forced to go into A, and then they just get stopped. And then there's a rotation that comes in. It's the exact same round way they lost the previous one.
J Bowen going for a racy one. Picked the wrong door though as far as Shiro is concerned. Posted up, ready, waiting, delivering. And now the tide is maybe turning back in favor of Spirit, as the money for FaZe has disappeared quite a lot with these failures. Super early 4 on 5. Now, is Donk prepared for Jacob's position? It's a question. You can see him lining up, looking towards the pillar, waiting to strafe. Timing working for Donk, and now things get really tough for FaZe.
Honestly, it was so brave that Jacob even just walked into this position. You almost feel like he had the advantage there, but it's Donk, after all. It's his territory. It's now being reclaimed, and now you're in the desperate position as FaZe to be thinking your best option is to move into essentially where Shiro has been the problem with the AWP on this A-bomb site. Twist. And he has a Glock.
Magix is rotating over from that B position also. Feeling relatively comfortable, keeping an eye on things as far as mid is concerned. Now Frozen's in a very...
Oh, they're going to save, I think, James.
Yeah,
they don't have money, actually, now that I look at it.
Yeah, Frozen's in a very far away position, which is indicating that. So they're going to try and hold things together. Makes sense. 3 with rifles will be, well, maybe plenty. I wouldn't say it will be. We shall see. But again, Spirits are starting to stabilize now. Not too late either in this first half.
I feel like one of the things Spirit need to be careful of in this next round is a fast contact into B main, or like through B main into B or something like that. Because FaZe haven't been able to convert now in basically all the rounds in which FaZe take that mid control and then try to figure out how to pivot onto one of those 2 sites. They lose their pivot player, and then they just get trapped into a spot where they're just stalled out.
Big risks, big gambles, and sometimes you have to take those gambles. Unfortunate timing from the FaZe POV. They've done really well into B with the trade fraggers going shoulder to shoulder. Sometimes you've got to throw a different look, a different play. Didn't work out on that occasion. And now the door is open for Spirit to walk back into this deciding map. A lot of Spirit fans will be nervous in how this one has begun. But it's looking a lot better now.
Yeah, it does genuinely feel like they have the momentum now, and all they have to do is break this by, and FaZe are going to be in trouble. If FaZe get a bomb plant, maybe they'll have enough money with the loss bonus and the bomb plant money to keep the pressure up. But for the most part, Spirit are looking like they've found their comforts. So let's see what FaZe are going to do to open this one up. They don't have that much utility, James, so the contact could be a good shout. We'll see.
Some early util dumping from Spirit in mid. But look at these players coming through. Now, are they going to wait for the smoke? Or are they going to just shift through? Because that could be quite a scary prospect. Maybe for both. I think they'll be happy with that. Don't collect Frozen in the meantime, and Taner's got really good angles to hold mid.
Yeah, 2 versus 4 here now for FaZe. They're in a bit of trouble. Twist takes down Zontix. maybe opportunity now, but they're still stuck in this mid position. Got the containment here from Donk and Tanir. No escape at all, and they're going to be closing down in very key rounds. And suddenly it feels like FaZe not really sure, I think, how to proceed, where to find the weakness or the openings.
3 rounds in a row for Spirits. So again, they have absorbed, they have learned, they have adjusted. This is where you're in the deep weeds versus Spirits. And maybe you've thrown your playbook at them and you've got to write a new page on the fly. But that'll be hard with a few pistols and a few pieces of utility for FaZe in round 11. They'll keep money in the hole for to try and have a lead at halftime at least. We'll see what they can do with this. Donk waiting with the incendiary, but he's going to get utterly decapitated. What position is left for Spirits on B? Looking awkward now, but there is help. 2 players there at least, and they've got some good angles.
Yeah, there's no smoke here. This is a problem right now for FaZe. It allows the riflers to get close, open ranges. There has to be Trace. Natu able to take down Shiro, but they haven't found a bomb plot just yet. And now they've lost space on the site. The lack of smoke proving problematic. Natu through the smoke, or inside the smoke. 18 HP, able to dodge that one. He's going for a runner straight to the other side. It doesn't look like they know. I don't think Spirit realizes that Natu's going to A.
You never know if he's cutting noise or if he's turntailed and run. And it will be the latter. Bomb plant secured, 18 HP. How much time does he think he has to move into a different position? 2 coming his way. A few angles for them to check. They've got a smoke. If they figure out the right way to put it, that's going to make life really hard for Natu. Even if it is about spraying through the smoke, he can't take a single bullet with his current health. Smoke onto the bomb may give him options. Does he take the fight to them? Got to be careful. Potential shadows here. 1 on the bomb. Utility. There is the flash. There's only so much time. He's really waiting until the last possible second. I think it's a robbery. I think it's robbery from Natu. Oh, but he found the time to defuse it. Can you believe that? He waited as long as he possibly could to drop that diffuser. Great work from Natu, but still not enough.
Oh, heartbreak there again. So close. So close. And honestly, there's even a chance here as he falls back that he could potentially, get a few bullets in there for the fight, but it's just not quite enough. Milliseconds the difference. Milliseconds the difference as we go into the final round of the first half here.
Tanir and Shiro with an AWP each. Would be the perfect present to offer to an unwelcome guest. Again, Magic's playing a little closer to A, just keeping an eye, a passive eye towards mid. And that noise is cut. FaZe are quiet, holding a boatload of utility.
FaZe going to try to offer a fake into B, I wonder. As the bomb is towards A at the moment, 3 players there in total for FaZe. But they're applying or looking to apply pressure again to the E-box position. It typically has not gone well. Typically, maybe 100% of the time, Donk just wins that battle over that territory.
Five Molotovs for FaZe. Make it 4. They're not shy to go through these smokes, are they? Donk now. Oh, he thought he was going to get that one. Jacobs collected 2. FaZe in such a good spot now. They've spotted that last player. Second last player. Shiro with the other AWP has got a hell of a prospect ahead of him. Last round, 1 versus 4. To stop FaZe taking a lead at halftime. We asked if they could do it, and I think they've answered that question already.
Yeah, the fact that FaZe are hitting multiple spots on the map at once, winning all the 1v1s is honestly incredible, especially after the drought of rounds. And here comes Shiro, last chance to Loon, hits that shot off the Frozen. 3 players left, Bowen takes him out, and that's a 7-5 finish for FaZe at the end of the first half. This game is getting really interesting. We'll see what happens after the break.
AWPers use a gun that nobody else uses. It's the biggest resource in the game. It's a one-shot gun, so it's bound to have high impact. top AWPers get the credit they do because not anyone can do it. A top AWP is the player you're going to remember because they're going to get the best highlights, they're going to be really, really fast. You need your AWPer to perform if you're going to be putting as much resources into the AWP every single game. I think the role has evolved in a few ways. When you go all the way back to the start of CSGO, we had super combat AWPers. Kenny.S is the best example because he was so mobile with the AWP. The AWP got nerfed as a result mainly of players like Kenny.S who were so aggressive and who were always pushing, always in your face. In the game, that got nerfed and we saw AWPers be more, I think, static for a while. Device is a great example of that. As someone who would pick their spot and stay in it and be like a turret almost. This guy never missed a shot. He was the most reliable AWPer of all time, really. I think AWP gelling is not easy.
You give him space, he'll figure it out every time.
There are very few cases of players who have made that work at like the top level. There's a few factors, I think, that play into this. When you're AWPing, you've got to be focused on your crosshair, as basic as that sounds. I think you have to have a lot more trust for your team in order to actually be capable to AWP. It's interesting to see James still be able to do it, considering the whole narrative around his team is how he has very inexperienced players that he needs to put in the right place. But he's someone who is so passive on the AWP that he's still going to be alive in those late rounds. He's more so playing for the clutch while his team open up the round. You typically just see an in-game leader be the first guy in. I think if you're AWPing, it's hard to be as involved. Feels easier said than done. But then you have also flashy AWPers are a lot of fun to watch. People like Monacy, extremely exciting player, in your face, pushing through utility, and of course, Simple doing the same thing. Absolutely able to take over games with high-risk plays. Think about some of Simple's best moments, dropping in from heaven, getting 2 no-scope kills. He did the craziest stuff, and he got away with it time after time. When you're a top AWPer as well, you're getting studied, you're getting game planned for. The fact that I was able to find as much impact as he does is impressive, considering there are whole analyst teams trying to figure out how to not let this guy pop off. A guy that never makes mistakes, a guy that is extremely hard to punish. There's different levels of AWPing, whether they're flashy, whether they're reliable. They have to perform in the highest impact moments, and there is no room for error. If you miss a shot on the AWP, you're going to die. You're always going to take attention because there is no room for error.
Polymarket is the prediction partner of Blast Bounty. And many of you doubted FaZe, especially going into that second map. Do you doubt them now? 2-round lead for FaZe, moving into their CT side. Have they done enough? Now it's their turn to defend.
And you got Spirit here, just sending it towards the A-bomb site. And FaZe might meet them. They've got 4 players in and around middle looking down the water, but you can see the vision. They're going to make it so that they will not be spotted. Taking the long way around, and also doing so silently. And you've got Twist asking questions. Where the hell are they? And they've got to have realized at this point, Jay Bowen rotating back towards A, but it feels like Spirit have moved through the gaps.
Smoke execute with the molly coming into the bomb site now. Jay Bowen's able to pop Zontix. No util, no kit for the CT side. His position, he needs to stay alive there to give his CTs a route into the bomb site safely. Donk knows that as well, and he's going to try and eliminate him, but Jay Bowen stands his ground. That is a huge frag for this retake. Frozen pops to near. They're falling one by one, these Spirit players. Magix and Shiro versus 5.
It's going to be tough here. Natu takes down Shiro. Magix against so many players, charging his way, holding the lines, and he's got nothing. FaZe will get everything. 5 players alive, unbelievable. Both pistols in this game. They've set themselves up for an enormous upset here against Spirit.
Perfect storm. Both pistol rounds secured. Again, Jay Bowen, it's not just about the frag, but holding this position, this duel as well, keeps that door open for the reinforcements to come through. And the rest is easy for FaZe. 3-round lead, they know how important that is as well. There is a force buy though. Of course there's a force buy. Spirit going for the big gamble. This is a highly dangerous round for FaZe to deal with.
Yeah, you're totally right. We saw it on the second map, where the worst did happen to them in this situation. They lost this round against the Pistols. Bomb that's been dropped, though, does indicate to us that for Spirit, they are looking for early aggression here. They know that FaZe would love to get a pick before they can do anything. And FaZe, 3 players on the B defense right now. 2 players able to play more of a retake position on A as well. They understand what they're up against.
There's so much util though for Spirit. To some degree, they're waiting out the initial util from FaZe. Look at all the junk they've got. They could go into and execute again on the A bomb sites as we saw previously. Maybe with some more nooks and crannies. They've got more tools for it, more mollies. More threats from Spirit. But still, FaZe have passed many tests in this map of Anubis.
Yeah, I think they're kind of indicating that they are looking to take mid control, but they're going to A.
It's good timing on that smoke. A very forward smoke, very thwarting smoke. It looks worrisome on the radar for FaZe, and now Natu comes through and doesn't see anything. They can't overreact to this. They already have 3 over towards B, more or less. But he's really put himself in a committed position. If he drops it, Jaboin's alone. He's clicking his FAMAS. That'll surely be heard. Is this some kind of bait setup, though? Natu collects all 3 and the bomb. My word, this guy is having an incredible series versus Spirit.
They called him the Spirit Killer on the desk, and honestly, the trend continues. Magics will take down J-Bowen, but players in position now to defend the site. Molotov there to eliminate some of those positions, but Magics with everything to do. Has to look in so many spots. There's no time on the clock either. Walks to his death. And I gotta say, James, with so many players, you see them close to a bunch of force-bought pistols with a FAMAS. He's got a FAMAS, James, but then you see the name. It's Natu. All day, all series, delivering these multi-kills. The FAMAS, the M4, it doesn't matter what it is. Natu is going to deliver.
Listen, man, the French gun on Natu is a buff, as far as I'm concerned. Look at the graveyard there. Very shallow indeed. That is a big test. Very big test passed by FaZe. 9-5 in the driving seat. Spirit are in so much trouble. They've got the hero rifle onto Donk. They need a miracle. Donk is a miracle. Day-to-day on the server. So we'll see what he can provide them. But FaZe are ready. Molly's HEs. He's eaten so many HEs in this entire series, Donk.
Yeah, down to 20 HP. And he might want to, I mean, does he give the AK up? I don't think anyone else has armor except Zontix. Very difficult position here, looking for that just singular pick. Oh, look at that. What a gentleman. He reloads it before he passes it away to Zontix. And they're going to switch gears, moving over towards the A site. And FaZe getting a little active in mid, some more forward positions, but they have voided that forward space to A. They are very comfortable playing retake A right now, if necessary. Pop flash, info. No one there. J-Bowen alone for now.
They're pretty deep. They are pretty deep. Oh, no time for the util now. And again, he's got to hold his position. The rotation is on the way. So nothing too concerning there. They don't have all the utility in the world, though, to try and make this a little more difficult. Jabowen collects 2, but in so do Spirit. Still trying to get that bomb planted. Jabowen coming through to deny that. It's so good for them. It's so good. There's no bomb plant. It's 10-5.
And it's an ace for J-Bowen. The guy's just casual up there by himself with the M4, making it look so nonchalant. Insane.
That's a great way to make your own name as well. Again, rising to Tier 1 CS, delivering on both sides. Doesn't matter if it's T or CT for J-Bowen. Getting an ace versus Spirit as they're fighting for a lifeline in a game, in a third map, a deciding series for a grand final versus a team who you wrote off, not you, but like the people in general, everybody wrote off FaZe versus Spirit. Okay, let's see if they can have a good showing, if they can take a map, but it will be Spirit. Maybe it won't be.
I mean, these frags here from J-Bowen as well, I mean, they're so incredibly important. You've got pistols swarming all over the site. Even below him, his teammate gets taken down. There's a rifle to be collected.
Frozen can't believe it.
10-5. It's not just a 10-5, James. It's a 10-5 where Spirit haven't been able to test anything on their T side. They don't know what really works here. They haven't really been able to default. They've been getting wrecked on their economy.
Donk is 7 for 11, dude. Donk is 7 for 11. Trying times for Spirits. Margin for error is small.
FaZe have to remain calm and collected here. They've got to feel that the victory is very close now.
But they must not be afraid to play as they want to. Play to win, don't play not to lose. That's how catastrophe happens.
It's where the veteran presence on the team becomes extremely important in these types of spots. Spirit against the ropes. Very little utility right now. They've got a single smoke grenade with a minute left.
Astralis and MOUZ will be watching this. They are to come after this series.
Well, the timing.
Oh, where are you off to?
Oh, the timing in the smoke! It couldn't be better! Frozen takes down Zontix, defend the E-box position. They know B-main is now compromised, but still Magic's with the opening here. Gives a chance for Spirit. They need that chance. It's a 3 versus 3, and you got Twist out of the sight. They're playing retake here, FaZe.
Yeah, he had to fall back to get a reload on his rifle and wait for his teammates. They've got kits aplenty, and that is a good grenade, but it's all about the jewels now. Donk holding his teammate. They need to try and sync up together. Oh, Donk with a pre-fight. He's absolutely ready to fight back here. Shuro will connect, leaving Twist alone to try and do what he can. That will be a round on the board then for Spirit in a very high-tension game. Immediately from the get-go, after the pistol, high tension straight back after the break. Spirit with their first round of this second half are 4 behind, and there is some money actually for FaZe, but it's not spectacular.
And FaZe with the timing there with the E-box aggression, it was near perfect, really. You know, getting that timing where the T's are just coming in. Maybe someone has a nade in their hand. But the variance, it's a cruel mistress for FaZe in that instance. But for Spirit, it's maybe giving them a way back in. Pistols here now as we get pretty fast moving into the water from Spirit. And Jay Bowen looking for something with the Deagle. Frozen also on the Deagle. And then that's kind of it for FaZe in terms of firepower in this round.
Just a USP for Natu. Again, a life series for him. Never mind life game. Really making a name for himself. Hard not to be a fan of this FaZe squad of what they've done so far. If you're a fan of Spirit, though, again, a hard team to put down, even when the going gets tough. See how long they can keep FaZe on 10 rounds for. Perhaps the worst is over for this squad. But again, who knows what lies in wait. A lot of intel in their recent matches for Twist and Co to absorb.
FaZe have been very patient in this game so far. And in this round, Spirit looks to have evaded them, although Jay Bowen might get an opportunity to near too quick. Too quick for Jay Bowen in that particular position. And now FaZe are locked out of opportunity. No real room for damage even, let alone a chance at maybe stealing a weapon away.
Yeah, all about the next round for FaZe. It's so uncertain what is to come in this half.
I know.
It's like, I don't know, for me as a viewer, maybe for you as well. You know, you've got a clear favorite on paper, but the way the game is playing out, you just don't know what's going to happen from round to round. Both teams are in a position to win this one, even a few rounds down. Spirit, they're still Spirits after all.
They're still almost they're still favored basically because they're Team Spirit. The thing that's really crazy is we see maybe an AK potentially denied. The thing that's really crazy here for me, James, is again, you know, FaZe, you know, have a couple, you know, players that have way less experience in this kind of a position. Spirit is one of the most rock-solid teams in professional Counter-Strike, and you're in a position to not just beat them and scoop up all the VRS points, but you go to a finals again with some green players, and like that. There's so much on the line for FaZe, and so mentally, there is a lot there. We'll see what they can deliver in this particular round. Jay Bowen back on the AWP.
Zontix is the top fragger on this map at the moment.
Interesting. Donk with quick pressure outside A, trying to draw out util, but there's no util that's been drawn out at all. Finally, one Molotov, that's it.
I don't know if Natu's the one you want to challenge on this roster. Same for Jay Bowen as well, though. My word, is he delivering in top flight CS. Steady pair of hands. Heading towards the minute mark. Spirit still have a spread across the map, but the bomb's heading towards B.
They've been trying to pull FaZe towards A the whole round, but FaZe have largely just stayed in position.
Yeah, in fact, Twist is more interested in B than anything else. Jabone's posted up, though, with the AWP to see a mid-cross. Similar to what we saw from the formation of Magix in that first half. But since he was part of that, maybe he knows how to detect it, defeat it.
They're trying to sell a B split here. It's a fake, though. Zontix will try to sell it from the long position. J-Bone takes down Magix. That's the other piece of the fake.
Oh, Frozen's falling back on 8 into a rotation position. Jacob's dropped now, and we've got problems. Frozen has to deliver, but he's traded by Shiro through that smoke. Zontix catching that rotation, and maybe the fake has worked well enough. J-Bone and Twist, all that remains. That's a great HE, though. It's all tied up now, 2-on-2. Shiro and Zontix left.
Oh, I think they were thinking of saving, but then the HE got the kill there. You see them suddenly walking together back through. Shiro, the safest pair of hands. The kit ready there on the bomb site as a reward, but Shiro is just too much of a challenge for Twist, and J-Bone, he doesn't want to lose this AWP, cannot afford to do so. There's no money left here for FaZe. Oh, the timing on that one. It was a cheeky exit for him potentially. Oh, Shiro, for him trying to chase it down. The margins are so slim.
It's big if J-Bone can hold on to the AWP at least, but that lead is dwindling. And, you know, we've seen so many tests for FaZe, their new roster, their younger players in terms of how long they've been playing this top flight Counter-Strike. They've delivered versus Spirit, but now you have that lead and it's slipping away. It's a different kind of pressure. Maybe your hand's a bit clammier, and it's another way to test a measure of how much you can deliver on a stage facing your opponent like this.
That fake as well from Spirit, I mean, that is such a devious round because you are seeing, firstly, you had, they were presenting util to kind of say we're trying to clear position towards a main very early on. Then you see 2 players on either side. That's like a lot of investment into a fake because, again, as we see like J-Bone getting the kill on Magix, you know, if it doesn't work, your push is going to be very weak in the B site proper. So that's a strong round from Spirit that they had to pull out of the playbook to ensure that they can close the gap here, because they need it.
All right, then. It is the J-Bowen show. I almost said Joe Bowen, Joe Biden. That's what they call him on the internet. Anyway, he'll be posted up around that mid position, looking to boost off of his teammate, I thought. But Donk has managed to escape the situation. So how long does he hold here for? He needs to find some impact somewhere. His teammates have got smokes and 5-7s. A great combo to delay and cause some problems. But again, it's the big gun that I think needs to stamp some authority here.
Yes, and I mean, if J-Bone can't get anything, if the game doesn't come to him, saving the AWP is, I'm sure, exactly what they're thinking about. Twist can be the one to try to get some information or try to play as the partner. Make sure that J-Bone gets opportunity if something comes to their position, but you're going to have the B hit coming on through now for the side of Team Spirit. Trying to get in the smoke here, trying to cause problems, trying to capitalize on the variance. This is a little bit too much to handle, though. Too much heat. J-Bone in position, though, but the smoke's already helping Spirit.
Can't take too many pot shots through that smoke. Is that tag? I'm not sure. We'll have to get a reload in soon. His teammates are still alive, still skirmishing around, making their way through with that flash. Jacob has the space to gamble. 3-on-4. J-Bone still posted up. There is a flank on the way from Twist also. Tanir going to need a reload soon. You wonder about the timing. Twist is now positioned to punish that one, but it's a one-tap onto Magix. Now they're really compromised. They could lose more here. Maybe, oh, the block is a little bit awkward, but I think that Spirit will be fine. J-Bone doesn't want to go to the point of no return. He needs to hold on to that AWP. So I think Spirit will be okay for this one, although they might lose a little more. Then again, maybe not.
Okay, that was actually a really sick round from FaZe in terms of the level of threat. And just, yeah, like you pointed out, the block makes it look really scary because you're like, hang on, are they scrambling a bit? Are there gaps to be taken advantage of? But Spirit clawing this game back, absolutely clawing it back, but still 1 round behind FaZe, who are now positioned to have a full buy with J-Bone, who has kept that AWP alive round by round.
4 rounds in a row for Spirit, which, again, some of these rounds have been crap for FaZe. They haven't had the tools to do the job, so you've got to take it with a pinch of salt. And anyway, let's see what FaZe have learned and what they decide to do. Spirit's turn to set the pace, as we saw FaZe do in that first half. Again, FaZe coming into this one absolutely fearless, but a lot of Spirit plays looking to compromise mid.
Yeah, this is a completely new look here from Spirit as well. We're starting to really see that T-side playbook from them, and look how hard that feels as a CTs when you lose that ability to have any vision through to mid, and you felt the mid take, so they could be there, but they're falling back out, going into what looks like it could be a B hit potentially, or is it A? And that's the question the CTs have to answer.
The presence in mid has pulled J-Bowen out of position, where he's kind of in CT spawn at the moment, wandering, which has taken, almost taken the AWP out of commission. And he's been a big game player for FaZe. So we'll see how that one develops, but I don't expect he'll stay there for the remainder of the round.
And Dog makes it feel like it's going to be a B play, but it's actually A. Challenging E-Box there, attracting attention. And it will fall onto Natu. He's had to pass so many multi-fragging tests. His scorecard's pretty good, but can it still remain?
If he comes out of this one on top, I couldn't possibly believe it. That's a really good flash though, and the trades are there. How do you rotate now? How do you get into position? What else is there to do? 2 on 4. Maybe the decisions have been taken. FaZe somewhat opening with, again, a Turtley style in that one. Far back on B. Weren't really in position to make aggressive plays on B or A. And again, J-Bowen pulled out of position as mid was abandoned in that opening from FaZe. But it makes it hard for them to respond to what Spirits are doing.
Yeah, it's almost... Oh, hello. Trying to keep these weapons alive. Oh no, this is going to be a tough one. So much time left here. You got to win the battles. Frozen takes down Magix. Frozen also taking down Dong, so okay.
Those are really important kills.
Yeah.
I mean, in the history of this series, Spirit have not allowed FaZe to save in such scenarios. Oh, great jiggle from Frozen.
That is impressive.
Yeah, it's really impactful. There's a lot of money for the T's as well, so we'll see if that matters or if it's too late in terms of how many rounds are left.
The crazy thing, or very difficult thing right now for FaZe is that one, all the rounds that they've won on this half have came after winning the pistol, winning against the force buy, winning against the eco, and then the rest of the actual gun rounds, FaZe have not claimed a single one. So that's the first fact. The second fact is, again, they're very close to winning this series and going to the finals. And they're in a situation where they need to actually, make a read and get aggressive. I think that's like one of the things we're seeing here. And we saw from Liquid, for example, showing us how strong in the meta right now playing aggressively on the CT side of Anubis actually is. And you can't get scared if you're FaZe. You have to take risks if you want to win. And I fear for them that they are going to not find the right risks to take.
I think when they're out of position on their CT side and rotation is required, that's where Spirit are. Sometimes they're at their most punishing. When it's like, oh God, I've got to get over to the other bomb site, they're just standing there waiting for you, and it's just free. They close down the round in those scenarios. So again, I don't think they can have their backs to the wall in these rounds if they want to be successful versus Spirit. All tied up now. All eyes on FaZe to bring the pendulum back in their favor.
Yeah, it's been very difficult. Again, you kind of see what the problems are in the amount of faking that can happen from the T side if you kind of allow for them to have this position. Dog making noise gets punished. Okay, FaZe in with a 5 versus 4 early on. What's the reaction here from Spirit?
Natu needs a cape for the work he's doing for FaZe in this series. They've gone through the T-smoke over towards A as well. They've still got 3 players heavily committed to this one, including J-Bowen, who's got half a light on mid.
And you've got 2 players aggressively positioned for FaZe on A long right now. There's 3 towards that side of the map in general. And so this is the kind of stuff we're talking about. Get information, and that's going to give them a pick. Natu delivers again.
That's exactly what was missing. They've learned, they've understood, they've delayed on the other side of the map as well, taking control away from Spirit at a crucial time when it's not too late.
Twist is rotated across as well from A, so FaZe might have position to have a defense here, but it's going to be hard. It's always tough on the B site. Limited numbers for Spirit.
Speaking of tough, if they lose by elimination, Spirit, then it's going to be very curious how things develop. with their money starting to disappear. 17 seconds, to near almost 6K. Shiro just north of 5. Do they run in and die here? They're threatening the push, but surely they can't commit to this one. Magix comes through then, trying to get something done. Shiro drops Jacob. Frozen has to decide where to stand. 2 seconds, just about making it expensive then, as Magix and Shiro stand at the end of the round. But there is money for FaZe to weather the storm. The same is true of Spirit for now, but that could be a pain point in these rounds to come.
Yeah, we see exactly the way that they were able to make something happen here. I mean, that pick against Donk, it creates opportunity, it creates space for them to feel more confident to go for this 2-man push. And going for a 2-man push was so smart to see what is Donk doing. Is he just making it look, very loud when in reality there's not much here? And I have to keep seeing FaZe taking aggressive risks in the middle rounds.
Cash getting dicey for both squads, maybe a bit more so for Spirit, who are absolutely ready for an aggressive play from Jacob. You can't be afraid to make these plays. It's really important they try FaZe, but now they've got a 4v5 to deal with.
Yeah, very, very bold and unusual timing there, but Spirit ready. Ebox is looking like it will be taken over very quickly. Twist gets taken down, spinning around Frozen. Insta-kill onto Donk, but that really might not be enough here. 2 versus 4 for the remainder of FaZe to try to figure out how to work from. And I think, again, just they're going to be put into safe territory. jsgo needs to keep the AWP. The money's now gone for FaZe. And it finally looks for the first time like Spirit have truly taken over the game.
This is a really tough spot for FaZe now. Again, we raised the money issue. It was true for both squads. But it's FaZe where the problems will lie. He does not make it out of there alive. So yeah, it's a really difficult situation now for FaZe. On a half where they need to be aggressive, but they might not necessarily have the money to do so as well as they would in a full buy.
Yeah, they got reset here, so there's no money coming from anywhere. It's not coming from anywhere. There's
no stimulus package.
No stimulus package. Nothing getting dropped from the skies. No support. And they have to figure out, do they half buy? Do they full buy? It's very, very challenging. They're going to actually go for the half here.
It's a calculated risk of a buy. 2 smokes, a few guns. It really is like the last stand for the squad. Natu, the only man on the A bomb site. And that will continue to be seized by Spirit. What do you even do now? No kits, no flashes?
Yeah, there's almost a world, I think, where you want to save your Kevlar if you've bought it. I think, well, actually 2 players don't have Kevlar, so it's just Frozen and Jake.
I feel like Spirits are already still just holding positions to potentially hunt and make things even worse. Really step on the necks of their opponents. You can see them moving through mid to near, maybe spotted there. It's just a question of how much they can take away from FaZe now. Not that there's that much in the first place. jsgo roaming, but really it's just about trying to pick up a weapon.
5-7 is dangerous. Imagine if you had a kit, that would be very interesting. But Jacob looking to defend as well. Maybe some weapons to be collected. So there's something in this round for FaZe to take away.
There's something in this round for Spirits as well, Dan. Match point. A hard comeback in this game of Anubis, but it's them who are facing the finish line first.
It feels like the energy is gone from FaZe, but an overtime. Behind 1 round, that's all you need.
We see something interesting from FaZe.
What is that?
A second AWP.
A second AWP?
In the hands of Twist. A different look, showing something different for Spirits. How do they post up? How do they avoid these flashes? We've seen flash points through A, aggressive spots for Natu and such. So Twist will currently be in that mid position. Actually, they both are. jsgo and Twist. Double AWPing mid.
Hey man, you got to get creative. You got to get creative. You got to force the overtime somehow. Attention here, it could all be over for FaZe. For Spirit, they could avoid the catastrophe as Donk begins to test the E-box position, showing presence.
We've got double AWPs for Spirits as well. Okay, Magix is up to some shenanigans. We had 4 AWPs in the last round of regulation for a spot in the grand final for a moment, but one of them's disappeared now.
See the boost attempt there to get that line for Shiro. Very dangerous there, avoided by Twist. Just less than a minute now to make the move, and it's been very quiet for the last 20 seconds. Util going into B, and it's going to be B, it looks like, James.
Yeah, Jay Bowen's posted up on that B bomb site. That's a great position for a battle sniper. How do they respond? The bomb's moving away from B all of a sudden. It is Natu, I'm not going to say just, on the A bomb site in a much more defensive position. Again, keeping position open in case a rotation is needed. But you can see that there are Spirit plays looking to creep through mid. Twist holding that second AWP. Can that be expected? There's still presence being shown towards B.
And they just did drop their fresh smoke on B. That's going to help them out a lot. And now Spirit have to abandon that completely. But so many players here looking to go for the A site. The hidden second AWP. There it is, but traded out by Shiro. Is it enough from Twist?
Natu has to stay alive here. He has to stay alive, but Shiro also has to cross with that bomb, and he's going to chase them because there isn't time. Has he got the time to do this? He just about does. What a small window of opportunity. Now 2-on-3. Jay Bowen creeping through with the AWP, but guess he's got one as well. Shiro had the shadows, but still Jay Bowen stands.
2 players here for FaZe. A chance here because of Jaboen. Is it possible? Tanir getting aggressive. He's going to find that kill all on the shoulders of the youngster. Can he do this for his team? And there's no revealing the players. Zontics locks it in 13-11, and Spirit avoid the upset. But what does this mean for the future of FaZe? My goodness, Spirits. We expected the win, but we never expected it to look like this.
What an incredible series. Unbelievable work by FaZe. I think with the time this roster has had together, you have to be really proud of what they have done. Everybody delivering, new men on the block, making names for themselves. Incredible rounds, incredible comebacks in the first 2. Wonderful lead from FaZe as well, testing Spirit, putting them to the limit to try and win that one in regulation. That was a nutty series and a great way to fight for a place in a grand final.
Yeah, they really delivered here in terms of tension. For me, this series had tension throughout the entirety of Cash and the entirety of Anubis, and it just never stopped. Absolutely awesome game from both sides, and FaZe, I mean, they're going to feel gutted. They were so close to defeating Spirit, and it's not just defeating Spirit, it will be breaking that record that you'd mentioned, that's the record of them never losing.
Yeah, a hell of a run again. 26 games now where they've only lost to Falcons or Vitality. That is a hell of a run, and the run continues as Spirit make their way to the grand final.
I've got Magix with me here to talk through this one, and I'm going to ask you this. Is it a bit of a sigh of relief after that one and how close it got? How bad these halves started for you on Anubis especially?
Well, yeah, this is crazy game. Like, we were like backed against the wall, and we were not like communicating well, and it was difficult to play. We had low amount of energy and ideas, like in the communication in the mid round and whatever. And yeah, props to them. They did great.
You said about the communication. I've heard that a couple of times now from your players, and now you've also said low energy. So what are you saying to the team? What is Hallie saying to the team in these moments? Because after those first, 3 rounds that FaZe took from you on the second half, then your T-Stars started to come alive once you had guns in hands and you started to roll a bit better.
I mean, you can say a lot of different things to try to get your team to step up or whatever, but you know, in the end, we are all playing for multiple years, and we are not brain damaged, and we have an understanding that unless we lock in and just play better and communicate better and give that energy, give like everything you have, when you're down 10-5, if you are not doing this, you are going to end up losing. Yeah.
And you didn't. You survived it. You got through it. But I want to ask you a little bit about Dust 2. Was it a Magic's life game?
No, it was not a, no, it was not a live game. No, it was not a live game. It was just a decent game. Like, I had like a few nice kills, I guess, and a few gambles, which were pretty nice for me. And yeah, that was a great map from me, not speaking about Anubis.
And I also want to get your thoughts on Cash, because I know you would have expected FaZe to go from it. They've been very strong at early adopting to this map, right, even from when they first came back from the player break it. Your T-side is where things started to struggle a bit there. Is this just lack of reps on the map, lack of understanding of how things need to be done?
Well, I mean, it was nature. Native made us choke.
Yeah?
Yeah.
He slammed you when you were running into the sites, and that's just too hard to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, his Deagle 3K, like, we didn't expect this to be that way. Like, you know, if we're winning this round, we are controlling the economy and we have an ideas like how we want to do it. But once we lose the force buy, we are running out of money and it's kind of difficult and we cannot like have utility or have an ideas, and we were like, you know, just choked.
Well, you didn't choke, you got the win, you're through to the grand final. There's a lot of Spirit fans on this side of the room as well. Anything you want to say to them, Magics?
Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys. Let's get into our Bounty Bonanza.
The Bounty Bonanza comes back. This time we got big smiles on our player, big smiles on our fan. Kansa, would you like to introduce yourself and how long you've been following Counter-Strike for?
I'm Alex. I'm following Counter-Strike since Condition Zero, since I was a kid, 6 years old, like.
Wow.
And yeah.
I see you're a big Spirit fan. I have to ask, how long have you been following them for?
Not that long, to be honest. Yeah, I think 1.5 years, probably now.
Well, look, after this, maybe Tania might be your favorite Spirit player because Tania, you're joining us to spin the wheel. Are you relieved that this is what you get to do, that you get to spin the wheel and get some prizes for our fans after a stressful series?
Yeah, I will try catch something good probably. But maybe I have chance just for choose.
He's trying to rig this. There's no rigging it, Tania. You can spin that wheel when you're ready as hard as you possibly can. You just have to do better than Zontix, okay?
I will try, right?
Yeah, go for it. That's a pretty big spin.
Okay, Bonanza coming.
The Bonanza's coming. Do you have a lucky number?
44.
Well, that's unfortunately not on the board. Maybe number 4 could be your lucky one. It's going. It's getting close. It's almost Bonanza. Oh, it's just shy of it. It is IC Market, though, number 3. Let's see exactly what Tania's won for you.
Thank you.
Courtesy of IC Market, you've won a $100 Steam gift card.
And that is for our player, our lovely audience member, and one of you lucky guys at home.
Make sure you invest wisely. That has been a great prize. Banks is bringing them up. You also get something in that one, Tania, as well. But the thing is, IC Market has been so generous already that we're actually going to do an extra spin on top of this one. So, Tania, would you like to go for another spin to win some more prizes for Alex?
Wait, I can...
Spin it again. Yeah, go crazy harder this time around. All right, another number that's lucky.
7.
7, all right. We'll see if number 7 comes up for you. As we're so close for the Bonanza, it's going over it.
Bonanza,
it's coming back
Bonanza,
around. It actually could be the Bonanza. It's the Bonanza! Congratulations on the Bonanza! Let's see how good it really is.
It's the Bonanza! They did it!
It starts off with our viewer at home getting a $1,000 skin. It is the Huntsman Knife Doppler.
And on top of that, VIP tickets, all expenses paid trip to Blast Premier Open Porto!
But not only that, our player is getting a team dinner for the entire squad. Dude, the Bonanza is insane. Tania, you won a team dinner. You are taking your team to dinner, all expenses there. You won VIP tickets, flights, accommodation, everything to the next Blast event for Porto. That's right, Alex. I know we're going to be seeing you again, maybe some more prizes. And for you guys at home, there is the skin that you can win if you want to enter the giveaway. You guys can all jump into Twitch chat there. But the Bounty Bonanza, the extra spin. Tania, man, you're just a big winner today, huh?
F again?
No. There's too much. But thank you so much for joining us for another iteration of Bounty Bonanza. More giveaways to come. A lot of fun being had on this Saturday. I feel like this is one of the best ways that you can kick off a weekend. Not only do we get to watch a fun map number 3 here on Anubis between Spirit and FaZe, but also the Bonanza getting hit for our Bounty Bonanza on an extra spin.
It pays to be a Spirit fan in the server and out of the server.
Oh yeah, they paid him back in a couple of ways there. Tanir with the perfect touch, the golden touch there. I mean, I have to also, my heart's out to FaZe though. They played a great series. At times it felt like they were gonna pull this over the line, but I have to say, I think we're in a little bit of a new dawn of the Spirit era. This is the first time in CS2 history. I did a really quick glance through their games. I've never seen Donk on all 3 maps have a sub 1.0 KD, and they still win the series. So that's great. That's a crazy great team effort.
Yeah, this is a Spirit where they rely a lot on Donk, even more so than the past. I think we talk about their utility. They set Donk up with utility quite often. So to see him have a bad map, you really need great performances out of the likes of a Tanir, a Zontix. That's the squad, though, that Spirit have set up. They used to be Donk and Shiro and nobody else really that could pull off a performance like this. Instead, you have Magix pulling it off on Dust 2. You have Zontix on Anubis. You have the pieces where Donk can have an off game and they can still pull it across the line. I don't think they're going to be able to do it consistently, but certainly, at least against FaZe, they managed to do it.
I think seeing the reactions of the FaZe players there really does hit home, like how in control they felt for so long on Anubis, how even we're sitting there and you're thinking, this is it. FaZe could be doing the upset of what feels like the season already so early on for Spirit, on land for Spirit showing up, but there are 2 sides to it. Amazing that Spirit can pull through with Donk having such a tough time, but also FaZe just falling a little bit short there, even though our expectations were that they weren't going to be that competitive.
I don't think that FaZe expected Spirit to have some of the tactical depth on some of the rounds that they pulled out. If you watch Spirit through the group stage or even some of last season, a lot of the rounds are super simplistic. There's not a lot of moving pieces. It's very easy to understand what they're doing in a round, but this Anubis was definitely a map where you, as FaZe, were left scratching your head wondering, oh, we thought the hit was going one way, and then we're getting caught in transition as it's actually Spirit going another way.
Yeah, I think they did a lot of masking there. They caught it on the cast as well, throwing the same utility set towards the same site, making it look like a B hit's coming out. The aggression comes through, and then Shiro's holding the angle, waiting for you to go for the re-aggress. You have Donk pushing in with good utility behind him, still finding, in a pivotal round at least, he found a few kills, even if he wasn't popping off the scoreboard like he usually does.
It's just insane to see how, not necessarily distraught, maybe I'm being a little bit over-exaggerated here, but Donk really struggled. And I was wondering, because time and time again, Spirit mentioned in their interviews that we struggle to have energy when it comes to series, and we struggle to keep the energy up. And when I see someone that has been such a reliable piece for them have that energy dip, I do wonder who's sitting there bringing it up. Are they going to be able to do it? But he himself actually was pretty key in being like, I know I'm having a rough map, a rough series, but you could still see, even though there were moments that he was frustrated, he was celebrating the wins and the rounds that they got with his team.
I would say Donk still had lots of energy for the tilt when things were going wrong. He had lots of energy to put his head in his hands, you know, and to be very unhappy with the way things were going. I mean, some of these were total bogus. Like this one coming up, this is ridiculous. I would be in the same mentality at the same time. Frozen is full weight there. He's full weight.
Flashed. I mean, yeah, no, I think that the body language on Donk was obviously of frustration, because the pressure for this game it's very different than, say, a major, where a major is just everything's mounting. You think that you need to add this to your legacy. This tournament is supposed to be, in many ways, a gimme for Spirit. So for it to get that difficult, for his rating to not even be a 1.0, I mean, it puts up for grabs, actually. I got to look at how everybody else performed in there, but it's kind of crazy. I mean, Could someone else take the MVP from him there? I didn't see the stats yet for this box score.
I don't think the problem is that it was kind of a team effort. You had Zontix on Anubis, you had Magix on Dust 2. There's nobody that really popped off in every single map that I think was consistently showing themselves to be their second star in this one. Tanir, I think, was alongside him at the bottom of the scoreboard. So it's tough to say they're going to take the MVP just off of that. I still think Donk has it in the bag. And when you look at the performance there, I think Donk understands this team relies on him. That's why I think he gets so tilted. The team needs him to be fragging, and at some point, he was getting destroyed by, get it? Jacob. Jacob was 6-2 in the head-to-head against Donk at some point in that game. Jacob. Not Jacob. Not even Jay Bowen. Jacob.
Not even Jay Bowen, it was Jacob.
But I don't want to make your day any worse. I don't know if you saw it. There was a lower third there talking about your prediction.
What prediction?
Wait, you're guaranteed. Donk has a 1.2, is that 3 rating this week on page for his 42nd best career event.
I like how
that's what you meant when you said best, right? 42nd best.
42nd best. I said, I believe my prediction was FaZe pick up a map. I think that's what I said. I think that was what I said.
Okay, look, it was pretty close there. I can't give it to you too much. We obviously had a lot of faith. This felt like a little bit of a one-off there. But there's more to this map, right, where we're talking about FaZe being in control for what felt like most of it just before we saw the first half concluded, round number 11. That was something worth noting as well for you two.
Yeah, we had a few in this one that just kind of went the way of FaZe, I think. And honestly, I feel like throughout so much of this game, I actually felt like FaZe were doing a good job of catching Spirit off guard. But I think, actually, you know what? Wait, Vu, did you request this one?
This is the one where ends up being a 1v2 for Natu. He heads his way over to the A site, and he gets the bomb plant, but you're going to see a hesitation here. You think with 18 health, he's one bullet away from death. He plants for main. He's ready here. He doesn't spot out Zontix. He gets his kill. Look at the hesitation for half a second. He's ready for the play. It almost feels like if he just pulled his knife out and just jumped around the corner immediately, he would have got away. But at the same time, I mean, that's incredible to get to that position. Really smart play to make the rotate. The Spirit was not there, and that came down to milliseconds for Zontix on the defuse as well.
And Nate is a guy you've been critical of.
I have been a little critical of Nate. I actually think Natu has done a pretty admirable job on FaZe. He's been put into an uncomfortable spot. Again, they're talking about contract situation. I'm not even sure if they're going to keep playing with him. Yep. I think on the bomb site holds, he does a really good job. It's just that 2 or 3 times a game, he'll have a mistake. We saw it in the second half as well. He doesn't dodge a flash on an A hit. He just has a couple of mistakes that you remember after the game, even though he had, in this series, what was a great series, even if statistically it wasn't that impressive.
Yeah, statistically, I feel like it lied. The box score lied. I thought Nate at many times looked like the best player, or oftentimes the most impactful one for FaZe. Dust 2, his holds were magnificent on B, even when left alone. On Cash, obviously, the Deagle highlight was crazy, and Anubis, the almost clutch there. If you got it over the line, maybe the stats, maybe the round swing says something different. Either
way, FaZe has given us something to remember, something notable here for themselves. Unfortunately, it wasn't a win. It wasn't a spot in the grand final. Their journey at Blast Bounty is over, but NKJ giving us some final thoughts before we say goodbye to them.
FaZe put up one crazy fight, and they had Spirit in the palm of their hands, and that's what I need to talk with you about here, NKJ, because it looked like you had him on Anubis, right? And I know it's a tough team to go up against, but what were you noticing as the reasons where you couldn't get these little details going? What were you seeing that enabled Spirit to get this comeback and in the end get the win?
Yeah, we were falling into a trap of being too complacent, being a bit too lazy on the map, giving them a lot of map control for free basically, and then just not having the balls to go for repushes, or potentially like taking the initiative into our own hands and just being more proactive on the map, being a bit more aggressive. And then we were also not patient enough, unfortunately, in a lot of rounds, over-rotating too soon, even though there was still time on the clock. Communication was also getting a bit too hectic, unfortunately. But most notably, probably the complacency by us, that we are just lazy on the map, unfortunately.
Overall, though, right, if you look at this series, do you still see a lot more positives in it, right? When you're going up against a team that's been together a long time, it's an elite team, and you're able to push them that way?
Yeah, definitely a lot of positives to take away, right? But at the end of the day, it still feels a bit sad right now. But if we go back to the drawing board tomorrow and review together before we head to boot camp, we'll very likely take a lot of positives away, and then also a lot of head scratches in the reviews where we are thinking like, why are we doing this? Why are we? Even though I addressed it, I think in almost every timeout that I took, that we need to be more proactive. We need to do things on the map actually instead of just holding back and waiting for them to come. Yeah, it's a bit sad now, but I think overall, like you said, can be somewhat proud or happy about the fact that we were able to take him the distance. Almost could have won it, but yeah, I think definitely proud. Yeah.
I also want to ask a bit about the veto for this matchup, right? Obviously, you kind of have a veto advantage in it overall. Was there a reason you guys went for the Mirage ban over the Dust 2? Because I know like Dust 2 has been a bit of a struggle for you where you Mirage. I know you didn't win it last time, but it's been a good map for you.
Yeah, I mean, it was probably my decision more so than the team's decision. I felt like the last 2 officials that we played on Mirage, we didn't look comfortable whatsoever on the CT side, and we did play actually a practice against them like right before Blast, which was quite convincingly going in our favor, but there was Frozen popping off, like, and he had like 17-0 not skills, but KD, right? So if there's a lot of ifs, like a lot of things needs to be going our way in the last officials that I saw, both against Dendele, but also against Mongols, was not convincing by us. We were just like really, really bad in our rotations, really bad in our team play, in our communications, and it was just my gut feeling that, okay, you know, we've been talking a lot about us too. We had a really decent game plan overall, in my opinion, coming into this matchup. We're not executing it properly, unfortunately, and here and there some rounds were maybe a bit unfortunate on the CT side of Dust 2. But yeah, I think that's probably the main reason why I just saw our Mirage, the last two officials, not being as good as it needed to be in order to actually beat them. So that was, that was the reason why we went with Dust 2.
And you told me earlier, you're going on boot camp next as well, so the grind's going to continue. But obviously, you didn't have much practice from when the new players came together. Then you went to China, you know. So how important is this boot camp going to be? How long is it going to be? Give me some insight. And then obviously, it's on to EWC after that.
Yeah, I mean, we're flying Monday to France, doing a boot camp there. It's probably going to be around a week. Unfortunately, there's obviously going to be some content to be shot again, as per usual. You know, it's needed. It's needed, right? So overall, I think around 5 days. Definitely trying to look into also some team bonding activity, like outside stuff that we need to be doing. But around 5 to 6 days of solid work that we can be doing finally, because the work that we've been doing so far is just like very superficial. Like, we're not really in depth still on protocols, on exactly. You need to be kind of like, what is a short fix or a shortcut that we can be taking, and now we can dive maybe a bit more into depth on playbook, on the map pool, protocols, and all these kind of little things.
Very important. I wish you the best of luck. Thank you very much, man.
Thank you for having me.
A lot of important things mentioned by NKJ there, and I liked at the end where he's like, we're going to just do some team building things, some team bonding stuff. If you could suggest one activity, MOUZ, that they have to go and do.
IMAX 70mm Odyssey.
Odyssey?
Yeah, just talk about it after.
I was going to say team breakfast. I think you need to be having
make
together as a
breakfast
team.
today.
I feel like that's two great examples there. But yeah, it feels like there's a bright future there for FaZe, and I like that they're investing in the longevity for themselves as well. So again, not going to get to see them at Blast Bounty. It is going to be Spirit taking it, but a great fight that was put up from FaZe. Spirit making it into the grand finals there, but that's a prediction a lot of people could get on board with. It almost felt like it was inevitable, but over at Polymarket, there's so many more predictions that you guys can have a say in. One that only has a 7% chance right now, that is very little belief, is will see us two at a shootout overtime by December 31st.
I'm surprised it's this high. The 7%, you look where it was. This is coming back to reality. I think someone told me CS2 deleted this tweet because it was getting so much traction.
They did delete it, I'm pretty sure, yeah. No,
this is not happening.
I mean, this was a joke around the time of the World Cup, and in the case of penalty kicks, if it goes after extra time. And I mean, I think that they were just sort of trolling, and then they realized, oh wait, this is the official CS2 Twitter account. Maybe I shouldn't be putting the thoughts into everybody's head that we're going to be adding something like this.
So you're actually going to put it down to 1%?
I'm going to give it a 0%.
Oh.
I would sell this immediately.
I mean, yeah, by December 31st, 0. By April 1st, 2027, 1%.
And then it's going to be immediately removed after those 24 hours that it's put up there. What would you give a percentage for Astralis taking the series off of MOUZ?
35%.
Great, your default is 35, isn't it?
It's about right. About right.
Really?
38. 38.
Okay, whatever. I feel like these two are just trolling me.
38.1.
Yeah, these two are just trolling me at the end of the day. We'll go to a break, and when we come back, then we're going to deep dive into it and convince you guys as to if we think Astralis or MOUZ are going to be the next grand finalists.
All right, we're at the Blast Bounty with MOUZ, who made it through the online portion. PR, you played with a lot of different in-game leaders. You played with Snacks recently, you played with ZTR, you even played with Crizin before. How does Xertion compare?
With Xertion, it's not that set, and I would say I have more responsibility, you know, but he's still calling like very well, and I would say it fits me a lot, that I still have my like area, like in my way, how I would prefer, so it's a nice balance.
Let me swap that over to Xertion. How is it slotting in PR?
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit tough. We definitely had a period now with a lot of new players, a lot of work, to be honest, to integrate all of them to the system that we had. The easiest was Brolan because he knew a lot of the call-outs and stuff, but with him I had to basically every day sit an hour or an hour and a half after prac or before prac and show him the things. So I would say with all that it was a bit easier because he's obviously younger, so he has less of vision than, for example, let's say JL when he joined us for those 2 tournaments. But I think that he's slowly bringing a bit more of his own identity also for the team.
You worked with Ash for a pretty long time. Now you're working with Cyclone. They're 2 coaches that the scene really respects, and we say they're kind of some of the best coaches in the space in general. What has it meant to be able to work with 2 guys like that?
It's a really good experience. Obviously, with Ash, I felt like he was the first guy I met in esports that I felt like he really understands me, you know. So it was super easy after a few months to like play my own game, and I really like to work with Cyclone as well. He gave me a lot of different view on things, you know. So yeah, I think so far I'm super happy.
Looking at your team as a whole, I mean, I look at PR and what some of your highs were last year, even Torzy being a top 20, you being a top 20, Spinks as well. The only guy that I'm not quite sure about is Zelix right now, but like, do you think this is the most firepower that MOUZ has ever had?
It's a good question if it's the most firepower we ever had. If you compare role to role, probably yes. I think that Spinks is not in his prime at the moment. Torzy is not in his prime at the moment. We are yet to see with Alda and Adrian what is their prime, in my opinion at least. But I think in terms of raw skill and individual, like how good we are when we are on fire, I would say yes, yeah.
So what does that make the expectations for the season?
Well, at the moment we don't really have much expectations. We are just trying to build a new MOUZ, trying to build a new mentality, trying to build all the time progressing and having that outlook more for the further future at the moment, because we are still a very young team. So yeah, we are just going to see how it goes this tournament, how goes the next one, and probably try to do our best for the major.
Okay, I guess my last question would just be, what would be doesn't have to be a result or a placing, but what does a successful LAN portion of the bounty look like to you?
Yes, I have no expectations. Like as he said, we have no expectations since the teams like Vitality, Furia, and Falcons are not here. Navi as well. I think we have the best chance maybe to win, but as I said, we take it step by step and game by game. So that's what I think.
We feel really prepared. I think we like what we saw from them. We are really confident. I think we are coming to this game really hot. We are coming to this game. We know what we will do, what we think they might do. So yeah, I'm confident. Also like the veto, and yeah, let's see how it goes.
I think it's not the easiest matchup for us, to be honest. Like, I think they have a good mix of experienced players and young ones. Also, like, they're well structured, so it's always harder to play against these kinds of teams. But I think overall, they do have a completely new player, and Zelix they've also not played for the longest time with. So it's not like it's kind of an advantage, as you say, that we stuck together for the season.
And when you get in the game, in the server, what is the thing that you guys as Astralis have that is better than what MOUZ have?
I think we have a lot of. I think we have a little bit more X factor in some situations, let's say. I mean, yeah.
I feel like one of the most interesting aspects going into this matchup between MOUZ and Astralis is actually what happened at the draft show last night. After Astralis won their series, they only had a small amount of time to get to discuss together as a roster who they were going to pick, and there were talks on that stage about how there was some slight disagreement. And you can, to some degree, see that carry over in those pre-match interviews of, yeah, I think there are some things that we do better than them in the server, but also they're a new roster, and I don't know if that really benefits us. And I am wondering how divided the team is coming into this one now, knowing you can't go back on your choice.
I wonder what the reaction was watching that last series. If Hooksy's just sitting there rubbing his hands together like, I told you so. I told you we should have picked these guys. Donk, bum.
Wow.
He's a sub 1.73 rating scrub. Get him out of here.
Just predicted him to have the best event of all time. No, I'm saying he's a bum.
Hey, watching that Ryu interview, he's not the guy that always does all the interviews, so I don't always expect him to be super fast on his feet with those questions, but the delay between what do we do better than MOUZ and X Factor did not instill me with any confidence.
Unfortunately, when I look at this Astralis team, I almost feel like they're, funnily enough, budget MOUZ. MOUZ is just a better Astralis from every single player down the line. I just think MOUZ is just better.
Okay, then go down the line.
Hooksy, nowhere near as good as Xerxin.
Okay.
FaZe, Do I even need to say
Okay,
it?
all right, that one's fair, yeah.
Yabby, Spinks, okay. We can have a discussion about that one later.
When they're like hitting their stride sometimes.
Yeah.
But no, Spinks has been a little bit weaker lately. So that's a little bit more even than I would have said maybe 3 months ago.
Okay, 2 more. Keep going.
PR.
Yeah.
This one's obvious.
Oh, yeah. Versus Ryu. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Zelix is maybe, it depends who you compare Zelix to, but Zelix is the only one questionable. But I still think this is 5 for 5. I would give it to MOUZ every time.
With a couple of arguments put in there in between. All right,
It's
fair
like
enough.
it's like Astralis on a good day on some of their players sometimes are better than their MOUZ counterparts.
Well, then let's hope today's a good day for Astralis and all their fans out there. I know there's a couple here in the arena as well with us, and we can talk about them. We're looking at the lineup there, even though you already went down the list. And we're hoping that yesterday was just one of those warm-up days where, yeah, you lose about 12 map points that you could have closed out on, and you just weren't able to. But at the end of the day, you're coming up against MOUZ now, and you've learned from those mistakes.
It's just one of those days. 12 match points, no problem. We all have those. We all have days where we lose
It's just
12
sometimes
match
you just
points.
wake up and it happens.
I mean, it was a struggle. It was a struggle session for Astralis, but I think they can reset. Astralis, especially, I think, is a team that day-to-day, match-to-match, sometimes you get a different version of them. And certainly what we saw from MOUZ in their quarterfinal wasn't perfect either. We saw flaws. We saw them have trouble getting it across the line. I think if you look at MOUZ, if they show up the same way they did against 3D Max and Astralis, just give us another 10, 20%. It could be a very close game, and Astralis have chances in this one.
Without a doubt. I mean, I feel like the way that Astralis play, I think they get more out of their pieces than maybe a MOUZ do, which are maybe lightly more reliant. Like when MOUZ closed the series versus 3D Max, a lot of it, in my eyes, was them just kind of imposing themselves, individuals just saying, I'm going to take a fight that I like here. But that's why we're so concerned about the head-to-head player v player matchup, because if push comes to shove and MOUZ are in a tight spot, I think those guys on the team will just step up, like Exertion and Spinks.
Let's look at deep diving into some of our Astralis players, though. There's one of those ones that we want to look towards where we go, okay, yesterday's performance, where are we putting it? Is this just an anomaly? Is this something that we're expecting over time and time again?
I expect Stair to perform at a very high level the majority of the time until he plays against the top teams. And when I'm thinking top teams, I'm thinking of Falcons, of Vitality, a Spirit, and MOUZ typically would be in that list of names. But MOUZ, I think they struggled quite a bit against 3D Max. I think they've struggled to insert these new players into the roster, and I saw a lot of flaws in the way they're playing that I think a Stair could certainly attack in this matchup.
Stair is actually kind of a sneakily strong mechanical player. I don't think that was always what he was raved about before when he was taking up some of the weaker roles. But now that he is actually in sort of those primary aggressor rotator positions, you see that crisp headshot percentage actually come into play much more actively. And I think actually one of the reasons that Exertion sort of had to don the mantle of being the in-game leader is because his mechanics actually didn't always go head-to-head with some of those best riflers in the world. And so that is one of the 50-50s that I think can actually maybe sway in the direction on a good day for Astralis and Stair.
Some of the information you've been bringing to me, Maui, that I've really enjoyed is the utility usage out of teams. You've been very critical when teams are a little bit slow to it, when they're sometimes able to have really fast mollies, sometimes flashes as well. Where would you put Astralis on the eye test compared when they came up against Pain yesterday?
Eye test, fantastic. Stats test, even better. I mean, they were flashing off Pain in so many situations that if you took how well Astralis flash per round against Pain on this T side, it would be twice as good as Vitality last year. It was like 0.73 flash assists per round. Every single time they're taking these opening fights and opening map control, it's just not a fair fight. Like Snow he can't see anything. You have people that are in the bomb sites that can't see anything. There were legitimate rounds that Astralis had in this matchup with Pain where 4 of their entry kills are all sequentially flash assisted. It's absurd how good Hooksy is, because you'll see teams who can throw a couple good flash assists to get some space on these rounds, but Hooksy just puts it all together every round. It's not that he's throwing new flashes I have never seen before, but it's just he has the presence of mind to throw them so sequentially, so well.
I think the number we had was Snow was flashed for 107 seconds in that game.
108. I do remember. 108 seconds. 108.
You got to go to the eye doctor after getting white screen that many times in one game. And I mean, Hooksy before the series was talking about changing up the playstyle a little bit. They still have great utility. they still have great finishers, especially, and Snow was given no chance in so many of these rounds. Look at this.
This is like an ad for sunglasses sponsorship, you know?
At this point, you should just be using the low blue light filter on your monitor. You just don't play with full brightness.
Snow dies there. Snow dies there. He's unhappy, but he's just like, that's how it is. Like, what am I supposed to do?
Unplayable.
Just again, this is sitting in the smoke, full white, dead.
Like, I don't think Snow played CS. Actually, he was looking at Snow. That's what he was doing that whole time. Just a Snow wallpaper, yeah. He was in an avalanche.
Yeah, it was a tough one for them, but yeah, Astralis is doing so well for that. We're hoping that's another thing that they bring in here. And when you were going down the list, it felt like you both agreed that there was one pairing that you felt could have an argument for either side, right? And so looking at this one now, you guys get your time to talk about it. Spinks up against Yabby. Where do you really, truly sit? And you can't say on their best days. I'm talking about what's been shown right now at Lost Bounty.
Unfortunately, Spinks has really been struggling, given his positions, given his role in the team, and given how dominant he was when he first came in. You saw that Shuhei Brolin transfer, and I attribute a lot of their success to Spinks. They would have these tough rounds where they would lose a player, lose two players, and then Spinks would just double entry onto the bomb site like it was no problem. We've been wanting to see that again for MOUZ. If we want to see them hit the top level again, we need a Spinks that can perform better than he's been performing. Yabby, I think we accept it a little bit more. We need more for Astralis to do better, but I think it's a more acceptable underperformance from Yabby than it is from Spinks.
The thing about Yabby that really hurts is moving into the new season, one of the maps that he actually had great stats on was Overpass. And now that that's out of the pool, you're not going to be seeing it in this series. So really, I think that's one of his kind of win conditions as an individual. Whereas for Spinks, we saw him on particular rounds on Nuke, where he's able to lurk out through smokes and find timings. On Inferno, where he's able to take duels through the apartments. All of that can play into his favor. Whereas Yabby, I feel like it's just kind of in doses. In fact, I almost feel like on his CT side, I'm getting more multi-frag potential than his T side.
Okay, well, it's not just us talking about Spinks and Yabby, but it's also Banks getting to speak to both of them.
Yabby, you had a tough game versus Pain. What was causing you maybe to struggle just individually in that series?
I think it was a really chaotic game, just overall, especially in Inferno and Mirage. But I think we talked about some of the things that we need to do better today for making it more calm and easy to play. So yeah, I think in terms of that it was a bit hard, but overall I just think I didn't play the best and wasn't that sharp.
Looking at obviously the conversation around Astralis for being a bit looser at the beginning of the year, then becoming more structured, a lot of change around it. What style suits you better personally?
Not the structures. No. So I mean, yeah, we tried something to see if that would be better, because yeah, we were in a kind of big slump, to be honest. So it's better to do something than just try the same thing all the time. But I think we talk things through now, and I think everyone is on the same page how we want to play CS. So now we just need to be good at that.
With PR and Zelix coming into the team, how does it affect your own game? How much does it change for you in terms of like new voices and the plays you're able to make, and also maybe helping the new players out a bit?
Trying to help the new players, and depends on the positions, if we are playing together or whatever, trying to work with each other out. What do you like to do? What I like to do? Let's combine it and have the synergy going. For me in the team, I'm now in the more passive role in a way, like I've been in the past, which is fine. I think it's a suited role for me. Need to get back to it 100%, but it's okay. And yeah, new voices in the team. I'm now the experienced guy in a way. Need to get into the role, but yeah, 2 new guns, and it's good so far.
When you say about going back to some of your other roles, right? Is it a big adjustment for you, or does it fit you naturally? Tell me how it feels from your side to like slip back into it.
It depends. It depends on the role and the map, but I needed to be helpful for the round. I want to do stuff. When I get to a corner and I just sit for 1 minute, I don't think it's good. And you need to feel the game and stuff like this. So there is the balance to it. Of course, sometimes you need to be in a corner and hold the position for a certain amount of time because it's just the position. But still need to make sure you help the team, support, getting the space, doing the clutches, whatever needed in the moment, but helping to win the round in some way.
In terms of that, is it you who makes that decision? Is it what Zershan tells you? How does it work?
It's a combination. I think as I said, it really depends on positions. Like, for example, if you play Ancient, you're really dependent on the mid stuff. What do you do? And if you play Inferno, you will be really passive because your house, there is not much to do. You can help taking mid control and stuff like this, or maybe do a move 1 or 2 rounds. But in general, you will take your time, clear your angle, clear your area, build up on the idea of the team and stuff like this. So it depends on the position, but it's okay. As long as the team is winning, it's fine.
I'm not really sure what to make of that part of the Spinks interview there, because he obviously does have somewhat strong opinions about how he likes to play, and he says that he does have that freedom, but at the same time, he's still adjusting to being the experienced voice now in the team with new players coming in. And after having not seen MOUZ for a couple of days, just a lot of question marks hover around me of what has changed, and will we be seeing a different Spinks? Are they going to be able to have him in a position of being more comfortable, Vu?
I'm hoping we see a different Spinks than we've seen for much of this last 3-4 months. He's really been a player that often leaves his teammates out to dry. I think when we look at PR, we look at the Dust 2 game where he was constantly away from the B site. PR struggles. It's really hard for some players to adjust to that. And Spinks, he has lots of potential. He has lots of freedom, depending on the map, of course, but you need to see him deliver. A 1.0 rating over the last 3 months, that's not nearly good enough if he's not going to be supporting his teammates. If he's going to play for himself, he has to deliver on the fragging count.
The clear difficult part of Spinks coming into this roster is that he's never really been the veteran guy on this team. He's been an individual who has helped MOUZ get over the line in some big games in the past year, but when he was on Vitality and was the secondary star, he had so much freedom that I don't think he was always thinking about how to set up his teammates, how to actually play off of them, how to make their lives easier. They were actually oftentimes funneling resources to him so that he could just go off and do whatever it is that he thinks is best in the round. I think that led to a lot of tension with Vitality, which kind of led to his eventual outing of the team. But I think that when it comes to what he's got to do with this team, he needs to just understand that he can't let Zelix or PR or whoever he's next to just play on their own, because they can't handle all of these tier 1 executes that are coming their way now.
I would agree with you, except for the caveat of Torzi, right? Because he has been showing up for MOUZ. It feels like he's on a whole nother level. And when I look at him, what he's delivering for MOUZ as an AWPer compared to FaZe AWPing for the side of Astralis, that is where I see the biggest differential in this team. One AWPer that can essentially be in a 1v4 and really clutch it up for your team, compared to someone who we're sort of witnessing struggle. That's the only way that I'm going to be able to describe it.
When we had our talk with PR and Zershin in the media day, we talked about Torji, and Zershin mentioned Torji and Spinks both underperforming recently, struggling. They want to get them back to their top level. And if Torji's top level is what he showed in their last series, I'm happy with that. If he can perform to that level, because not only was he fragging, we can see the rating there, he was taking over the game. And that's what I think we want to see from MOUZ. Whereas on the other side, I'm actually fairly happy with what we saw from Astralis in their last series. We saw them give FaZe opportunities to go for openings. Problem is, he still didn't deliver consistently.
Torzi is currently the front runner for MVP at this event after Donk just fell off in the semifinals. So if Torzi just keeps his head above water, or even doubles up on what he did yesterday, then he actually can run away with this in an individual award sense. That is something that MOUZ just desperately need, as the 2 extremity anchor youngsters are finding their footing on the team.
They've been showing up for themselves, but at the end of the day, MOUZ, Astralis, I'm not really sure what sort of form they're looking to be in today. And so I do wonder as well, whilst we had some words leading into this one about the veto, what exactly is our veto going to be? It's rolling out here, and we will be seeing Ancient, Mirage, and Dust 2.
I'm actually really interested to see Astralis banning Nuke. This is, they both share the same ban, and typically you would expect them to have banned Dust 2, but they would know that MOUZ would go straight to Nuke. There's tons of data on their Nuke. They had a very long game on that map, and I think they've struggled a lot on Nuke. They have, I'm gonna give you a stat from Nuke, they have a 6% 4v5 win rate in the last 6 months.
Oh.
6%.
Yikes.
So seeing them ban that, even if it means they're going to Dust 2 that they're going to struggle on. Sorry?
Could you sugarcoat the 6% for me?
It's terrible. There is no sugarcoating that. That is historically bad. So I'm happy to see them ban a Nuke that they were almost certainly going to lose on.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I feel like The Ancient to come out first, though, also is Astralis, who we didn't see yesterday have the chance to pick it versus Pain, going back to their comfort map, but one that they really get to set up Stair. They love their layered flashes in towards middle. HooXi has a great understanding of how he wants to mid-round based off of the chaotic action that happens on that side of the map. So I feel like this is a really, really strong way to try to just get off on the right foot versus MOUZ, who have looked more vulnerable.
A divided Astralis on the pick of what they wanted between Spirit or MOUZ. At the end of the day, though, it feels like a lot more is at stake for MOUZ. We're going to get into our first map of Egypt with Scrawny and Launders.
Yes.
I love steak.
Oh, do you? I'm not surprised. What was it? Caffeine, nicotine, protein, namaste.
Yeah, that's one of them.
Nat, I like that you touched on the fact that we had this divided Astralis on the pick, and also, you know, they end up leaning for the later game. They literally mentioned that in their pick, that, like, you know, you get the later slot going up against MOUZ as opposed to Spirit. So let's hope that for Astralis' sake, they've got a little preparation due to that window of time that they've had to get ready for this matchup. We saw our Polymarket prediction on screen a moment ago, and it feels like since we got to Malta, the conversation was Spirit versus MOUZ Grand Final. We are one best of 3 from that reality.
I don't think it holds the same weight to say Spirit versus MOUZ Grand Final as it did a year ago.
Sure.
I think right now, looking at MOUZ at the moment, like, they're very close to being able to just get to that final. But if I look at this lineup, there's still some stuff that's clearly not that great right now. PR can have very strong maps, but it feels like in terms of chemistry and cohesion, I'm not seeing a lot of it, honestly. I'm seeing Xerxin play better than normal, but Xerxin in his interview already said Torzi's not in his prime right now, and Spinks is in his prime right now. I think partly, you know, Xerxin as a caller, there's got to be some element of I'm putting my team in a place where they all prosper a little bit more.
Right.
PR's not fitting in perfectly at the moment when it comes to anchoring with Spinks. We've seen that a couple of times now. And at first, in those games when we casted, we didn't really flag it as a problem. But now that we're getting this close to Grand Finals, if we want to talk about MOUZ as this great team making a great run, well, if they want to stand a chance versus Spirit tomorrow, I mean, those are going to be some of the biggest issues. And you'd actually, even though it's kind of fast to ask for it, like to see them get ironed out in a game like this to some degree.
Yeah, this would be the perfect time to fix that issue. I think as well, you talk about Xerxin in the interview and how he says, like, you know, Torji's not quite in his prime. Well, if that was done when they landed in Malta, that last best of 3, like Maui Snake mentioned, Torji has officially surpassed Donk in rating because of Donk's most recent game, and we'll see if he can hang on to that top spot. What they didn't mention on the desk going into this, I don't think, excuse me if I'm wrong, but Stair is now tied with Donk as the second highest rated player. So if there's somebody who's having a pop-off best of 3 to get into semis, we do kind of have this Torji versus Stair potential setup. And Stair, he was given more and more time versus Pain in that game yesterday, and as those games went on, found his consistency with impact. So we'll see who delivers tonight. We are talking about a fresh roster on MOUZ where potential's not met. We're talking about an Astralis that was on a downtrend, looking to recover. A chance to swing at MOUZ and to rob that grand final spot. Ryu will not waste his time with the opening blow towards this cave. PR, never mind. To hell with PR. It's Zelex with the climb up from middle. 2 bullets, 2 headshots, and a man advantage earned.
It's been like 3 instant headshots to kick this series off. And Zelex doesn't seem to have a reason to move. Not worried about anyone flanking an elbow. It was very clear the B split was coming. And I kind of like that he's just checking himself. He is opening up chances where he can turn around.
Good flash.
And with no one there to trade it, there is a moment now where if Astralis are patient, the CTs have to get a little worried.
That was a long pause from Astralis. Into the flash, into the equalizing kill. MOUZ have sat here the whole time as well, obviously smoked off from their angles. Doesn't feel like that Hail Mary USP headshot will connect, so post plant earned by Astralis. FaZe slips back down the ramp. They're not sure if somebody else would have come at this from middle or whether Zelex was truly operating alone.
No kit here for MOUZ.
Jabby picks up the responsibility of holding the flank so that HooXi can have FaZe to play off of, or vice versa. FaZe fires first. Insta-kill here from HooXi. Trades good out of PR, but there's FaZe off that ramp. Spinks into the 1v2. You mentioned it. No kits. Gotta get the cross going. It's a double for FaZe in the post plant, and Astralis just hitting the brakes, staying calm, and then walking forward with their initial plan despite Zelex's efforts for the pistol round victory.
Just kind of a fierce pistol from both sides, so not one that you maybe want to read that much into. Ryu hits a great shot, then gets hit with a great shot. But Astralis, they seal the deal. It's very good the way they're patient to get Zelix's frag. They use one flash to do it. They still have everything they need for an exec. It's MOUZ who don't have a kit in that 3v3 retake, so Astralis come in a little bit more prepared and are pretty prescient about what's going to happen next.
Force by threat always looms. We saw some sketchy, rough patches from Astralis and pistol conversions yesterday. They'll be looking to upend that. Spinks with an open angle, eats the flashbang as Zelix tries to serve up a distraction, but it just doesn't connect for Spinks. Worried that somebody's pushed into the smoke, not the case. Jabby holding flanks, gonna find contact? No, turns away, will recover it, but that is good damage dealt. Do you want to try to keep this FaMoUZ for the next round? Because it feels like this one is too far gone already. Zelix putting distance between him and all of Astralis.
Yeah, hang on to that thing.
Yeah, it's like if you stick around too long, you might lose this, brother. So I'd say run for the hills.
We've watched both these teams now have to kind of learn a lot of lessons as the games have gone on. Both run into jeopardy, obviously. Astralis, maybe even a little bit more. Who do you think is going to... Who do you think is going to blow more match points in this series?
Numerically, with the number that Astralis did yesterday, I think I just kind of have to pick them again.
Not in total, but just if it's...
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was those...
Do it all over again, you think? Yeah. Okay.
I would hope not, because again, you'd hope that after a situation like that unfolds yesterday, that it is one of the big conversations you'd be having going into the game today.
Yeah.
But fixes don't always happen in 24 hours.
You could also argue there wasn't much choking, per se, versus in the Pain game. Pain started playing really well,
Yeah,
actually.
they did level up, sure.
We didn't really feel like, ooh, Astralis are throwing this one away. It kind of felt like Pain, ooh, their rounds are looking pretty good.
Right.
They were the ones who,
well,
it felt like more of a conversation of Pain. They started both halves down 6-0.
That they did.
Played
True.
terribly.
There was obviously those awkward post plants on A-Site Mirage that were a talking point, and the 5 match points that could have been as well.
Yeah, but that was that on map point? No, that wasn't on map point.
Yeah, it was 12-7. I'm pretty sure.
When they were planning, I thought they changed up their planning as the game went on.
Those weren't the rounds they started. It's not the last 5 rounds, but
yeah.
This 12-7 score that part felt like an Astralis choke to me.
Mm.
I mean, you get to 12 without even giving up a bomb plant, and then all of a sudden Pain come back in. Inability to close, always a scary thought. Hey. Yeah, that's right. Good work, admin. Good work. Good work. No talking in a tech pause.
Yeah, honestly, though. No laughing, Uxie, in a tech pause. No smiling. Be like Cyclone.
Locked in at all times. And ready for a tack pause. That's what I love about Cyclone. Always ready for those inevitable tack timeouts.
Kind of had to read between the lines in the Spinks interview, but there were some weird things. Maui kind of pointed to that end of Vitality, where things like sort of mysteriously stopped working. I mean, they got the IEM Rio win into Paris, obviously. Such a great moment in time for early Vitality with Spinks as well. And he kind of turned the team into like the best team at the time by virtue of him joining. But there was a weird finish there where we didn't get I think a complete picture as to what exactly happened. And I feel like you almost get early signs of that here with MOUZ, with just some of what feels like the natural chemistry that's missing. It almost feels like they have one too many anchors. I wonder if the actual issue could end up being that you can call PR and Zelix explosive, but you don't necessarily call them aggressive.
Sure.
I think, and I think we saw on Dust 2, for example, where Spinks would be, playing rotator and PR would be anchoring, and it just felt like as the rounds went on in the half, Spinks was the next round playing a little bit farther away from B. Someone was replaced towards he was taking over at B. There's one round he was literally over at long. I mean, when you're a player in that situation, there is a lot of frustration when your anchor mate can't put up, because then you both look bad. One guy dies without a kill, you both die, you both lose the round. And there is actually only so much saving you can do, like saving the situation if you're a player like Spinks, besides literally just like replacing PR in that spot, because he knows how to deal with the execs. But that's not going to happen. You're not going to change your anchor out just because in that match they're not playing that well. You've got to work around it. That's why they started bringing in the op, changing the setup a little bit more. But definitely as a player, that's when you get frustrated. And I wonder if we're going to see any more of that today.
Can't blame him, though. I wouldn't want to stand next to a guy if he stinks. And some of those B holds stank.
Okay. Oh, okay. That was some kind of Spinks pun?
No. Just throwing PR under the bus for some of those holds. All right. Get that issue sorted early.
B-hole smelling like an a-hole.
Okay, that's pretty good. All right. A little late, but I'll still give it to you. I'll still give it to you. Big fragger. Xertion has a 1.07 KPR on CT side Ancient since he became the MOUZ IGL. I feel like so many of these ridiculous stats have that tag at the end of them since he became the MOUZ IGL. Oh, all his numbers have increased since he's become the MOUZ IGL. Really is impressive to watch that evolution. It'd be even more impressive if he can get his other players back to their tip-top form. Zelix, the one FAMAS, hits the ground as there's not one, not two, but three Astralis players push beyond the red room. Stair tries to sign up to just whittle away this backline at the B site, but that costs him a lot of health. And if Torji can put the second weapon he's working with into this bomb carrier.
Hooksy doesn't have any smoke to throw, so he'll keep this gun out. That's good.
Very ready for it. That confirms their intention. Explains, of course, why Stair's trying to peel a player off the back of the B site. PR's forced forward and will find nothing. So good on Astralis. You know, you lose Fuzi at the start of this one once you're getting up into red room push, and they have a very fresh wound losing to Force Spies. So 3-0 start. Nice. Fresh looking Astralis tonight.
There's a lot to be discovered in this game for sure. But a lot of overtimes in general here at the Bounty, which I feel like have genuinely been so productive for some of the new lineups. Or as Hooksy said, not new, but not old, something like that. Still fresh. I think he said not new, but still fresh.
That's what most teams try to do.
Sometimes when he says stuff, I picture like someone standing in a crowd trying to get everyone's attention.
Right. Guys.
Talking about someone on stage or something. It's like, you're the captain though.
Just looking to make friends.
And then all of a sudden he's like dead serious.
Yeah. These four teammates of yours are paid to listen to you. You have the authority, Hooksy. Let's see if he can wield it well.
But make no mistake, he definitely exercises it. Ooh, okay, Hooksy.
Why not? Fast headshot onto Spinks. That'll be a 0-4 start for Spinks. Torji's off, preoccupied with A main, but as Jabby throws out that utility from up close, he pretty quickly transitions back towards an elbow play. And all his teammates, all three other Astralis players, heading up this ramp into what is just PR very passively back on this site. There's quite a bit of real estate to take over here if you're Astralis. Oh, and Stair reacts with the lesser weapon. Finds the headshot off the Galil at 50 HP. Molly prevents Xerxin from running in and really doing anything about this site.
This is really good if they keep Yabby out here. I mean, they have the whole flank covered. They're even pushed. It's real. It doesn't really make sense for MOUZ to try this, but they don't know where everyone is. And they'll step away. So just off of those 2 kills, crazy quick find out of HooXi as he flies out middle.
Man, we've got
had to be no head armor on Spinks because of the money.
0 kills on Spinks, Torji, and Xerxin 4 rounds into the game.
At least Zelix is in his prime.
Man, we're on the brink of seeing Astralis have their 3rd consecutive 6-0 start. Twice versus Pain yesterday.
I mean, even if I couldn't close out in regulation every single one of those starts, I'd still take them.
Yeah, and now that they know they can win in OT, having done so twice.
They also know not to take those leads for granted now.
Yeah. Hang on for dear life.
For sure. So they've also bought a lot of time in this tournament for FaZe to kind of get back into the groove, you know. Even he referenced sort of just, I don't know why I'm not in form at the moment, but I'd like to be.
Let's go, boys. Let's get into it.
Getting in. Let's get into it.
That's not trademarked.
Not yet. We have high praise usually for Cyclone off these timeouts and MOUZ's ability to convert rounds right after. So let's see if they can indeed stop Astralis from that potential 6-0 start. Zelix has got the line around the smoke. Bit of a tease with that flashbang, so CT's drop nades to cut off Astralis, threatening the potential climb up, and Zelix may look to actually weaponize it. Smoke outside of cave for the time being. Oh, PR damn near kills FaZe through the doorway. Xerxin gets popped by HooXi and another. Zelix trying to get back into that trade, looking to avenge the IGL. Jabby into the cave play, actually dies out to PR, who has already softened up, but hey.
Lucky they got that after those 2 HooXi kills.
Fast to the A play, bombs a little bit far back, but hey, at the same time, MOUZ do still have this rotate into spawn already.
Stair has a smoke that gets used for CT. That's kind of huge. It also creates a moment where Spinks could try to push out.
Gets through into the cover. Torji dead with nothing. Spinks gets removed by the green boost. Damage on 3 of the 4 here, but Astralis double kill thanks to HooXi. Now, I wouldn't blame our replay ops if they didn't have a HooXi 2K ready to go, because that is unexpected. But by God, I want to see it. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Once that smoke faded, MOUZ wanted to sign up for that duel. Didn't anticipate HooXi shredding their heads off.
How about that, Vu? Xerxin to HooXi. Xerxin's obviously better, Vu says.
Yeah,
Not seeing it yet, Vu.
Terrorists win.
Just kidding, Vu's been awesome.
Yeah. If only Nat could step it up.
Also, great shirt, Maui. Love the shirt, actually.
Now I feel like a dick. 6-0 coming in for Astralis. That's the game plan. Hang on to it. But it's guns and guns and more guns for MOUZ. So none of these made it easy. That instant cave smoke once more out of Astralis for their B-side approach. Not playing A whatsoever this time around. Also, again, just kind of not really threatening that elbow play. It affords the climb up for MOUZ. They'll get away with it.
Ooh, they got smoke on a bad bounce right there on PR. Now he's in emergency protocols, exposed.
Yeah, so little health to play with. Xerxin, though, who's wrapped up from middle through cave into the site, and he'll get himself a second kill. Zelex catching a headshot. Stairs answers back.
Ooh, he's got every kill so far.
Finds himself alone, however. That's the problem. 17 health, 1v2. Into the op he'll go.
And op is crazy, but it's actually calling for it. Oh, there's a chance now at the safe. The thing is, I think we saw him on his screen. What's wild is I don't think Stair realized it, and yet he's moving to catch Spinks' rotation.
Oh, he's considering this. Op at this distance.
Oh, it's so hard to catch Spinks off guard in this type of situation, but...
Let that clock burn, and Spinks walks forward. Another marginal miss here for Stair.
It's like Indiana Jones. He's going to be trying to scale every time he comes to check this. Spinks could be in a new location, could be turned around. They're starting to forget about each other, though.
Backs up.
Whoa.
And
wait.
Spinks considers A.
And Stair's going to walk right into him. I mean, the only way this works, Spinks could randomly be looking the wrong direction. Oh, no,
there we go. Stair, yep. Stair loses his nerve first. Oh, what a clutch it could have been. 17 HP, damn near pulls off the ace. Finally, MOUZ will win a round, denying the 6-0 start.
It's funny how this smoke landed in the totally wrong spot for PR, but it made it very confusing to try to scale into the side. Just in a spot where you wouldn't expect, and the CTs are actually shooting back through it. There's new headshot angles that show up.
First couple of kills for Xerxin as well within that carnage on site. Back to middle goes Stair, dead first. Zelex ready for the smoke swing. Spinks presses the SMG into the close proximity. That bomb's already heading up towards A main. Torgy's gonna have a chance to just outright deny this. Donut supports inbound for him. Anticipating his shot, but they tease him first. Spinks will collect on Fuzi, as Spinks actually extends into elbow to collect that 5 versus 3 earned here by MOUZ.
Almost totally out of the round. They do have time, and they do have middle. Which does mean the CTs are guessing a bit. Spinks, though, is making the info move. An MP9 on an adventure.
Yeah, why not stay on this? 5v3 advantage. Lots of map control for Spinks as he also takes a quick look at mid. That's an op approaching from the ledge.
Doesn't clear it. Spinks misses this, but it'll work out beautifully for him.
Yeah, timing working on Spinks. Look at this, a freebie on the opper. Hooks he down, and that's a gut-wrenching moment for Astralis. 20 seconds, you just know that MOUZ know you are here. And still, they're gonna try to get Jabby into it, but surrounded. Sharks in the water circling that site, and MOUZ win 2 consecutive, not losing a body here in round 7.
Kind of ridiculous how much money Astralis still have. Very few kills for anyone to kick off this game. But it's exactly how Pain found their way back into both halves. And this will be the last of it if MOUZ can win this round. One more full buy.
MOUZ storming out of middle for control early on, and that threat has Jabby tucked back into the doorway.
Small window for this. They let him have mid control. MOUZ have been trying to take it a lot, so they got a lot of resources tied up there. No one's watching A main. Towards the in the back.
Yeah, not being forward means nobody sees those shadows, so this boost could definitely catch you.
That's just a big mistake. Oops.
Yep. Passive line held by MOUZ allows for Astralis to creep out as they did. Man advantage earned. You're going to see all of Astralis start dumping those nades. Ryu comes through with a headshot. And Spinks still with some open lines here, but not able to get into that bomb planter. Very comfortable spot now for Astralis. Again, hyper passive out of MOUZ allows all of that to unravel as easily as it did.
It's the perfect approach. It's also the perfect call here for Astralis to be like, let's throw our same nade sets in the middle, like let them have it, but also have them have two players tied up in middle, because they've been winning a lot there. They get away with 5 players alive so far and a chance to punish even more.
For as much praise for Astralis that we had yesterday about those convincing starts to so many halves in the series, they did always feature Pain being able to fight back into them. So if Astralis are going to have an answer of their own right here, just perfect call for that situation. Obviously, that's something they'll be looking to improve on from last night's match. Yep.
That'll be frustrating, because even if he's just a little farther back from the wall, he doesn't get spotted, has the same angle. And to be fair, Ryu, I can't believe he even got a headshot.
Yeah.
Could barely see him.
I like that, though. The replay over the shoulder shows Torji, you saw how angry he was when he died, but he also just kind of smacks his table a few moments later as well. 2 waves of frustration, as he knows that round definitely hinges on his opening death. This isn't a 5v3, so way later. Let it out.
Yeah, we'll just find you afterwards.
Bottled up emotions create broken men. And MOUZ are going to need to be at full force to try to reclaim this half.
What are you, a philosopher now?
Yeah, I'm working on it. Side hustle. You've got golf, I've got motivational speaking. I think that's our future.
It's a good combo, I think. Need a lot of that for golf.
We're motivational golfers.
All right. Spinks is by himself. He's got the perfect angle on Donut.
Again, they get away with this.
You give a lot of space back. There's not going to be Torzi moving in on a line with an op here, so...
Utility obviously lets Spinks know that this threat looms near. Oh, he hears the drop. The lineup's good.
He always gets it.
Let them come to him. Easy shooting for Spinks. To hell with the util. That flashbang doesn't make him anywhere.
I'd love to know though, why they're not even mollying the mouth of Donut. They're not smoking it. And sometimes you smoke it, you know, someone will stand in it, spam their bomb down, and they want to swing, but it looks extremely risky.
Trying to fight back into this with the 2 players out middle. But MOUZ are moving over. Certain that they don't have to be concerned about that B site. Sure enough, Spinks continues to collect these kills. I wonder if it has something to do with how easily they caught Torji off guard and were able to take A, that they thought maybe they didn't have to use all that util.
Even in that round, I was surprised. Ryu like wide swung Donut and didn't see anyone until he got to the end of, but that's how you die. He could have got clipped on the cross. I think almost a little lucky there, to be honest. So I totally understand it not overdoing it with Donut utility, because sometimes, again, like if someone just stands halfway up Donut, they have a line on every single bomb plant. You can just get spammed, so it's nice to get the kills, but they don't have a flank coming in from elbow either. So there's not really that much pressure on Donut. This line is great. They threw 1 flash at him. The second one's too late. And that signpost line is what the Rifler's fighting for, not for some slightly depressed line where they're going to eat the flash. They like fully fall back or they play aggressive like that. So I think as soon as Astralis got that much space, I think it's like, all right, let's just go with a full-fledged exact.
We'll see if they evolve in any way. Stare right now, dodging flashes out middle, collects a 5v4. Ooh, nice spam back from Zelex. Obviously going to have to run over to the A site just to make sure that Astralis don't keep up that threat on the other side. They've lost Jabby in between these smokes. Oh, he presses right into
Jabby
Zershin,
gonna
who
go,
shoots
right?
first. Jabby backs up, like, why didn't I go through it? Zershin makes his move happen. Jabby could even get a second, but PR won't let him escape from this corner. Another equalizing kill as we shift back to the 3v3. No donut control.
No way you're going to swing that.
Yeah, dangerous game to play.
That was risky.
Knowing FaZe's up, that op is somewhere out there, he tiptoes into his own demise. Torzy hoping to be the guy that can bring this back. But a huge ask of him here from Temple, and they are not going to let him peek out, not allowing him to skim a player off of the push forward. Bomb plant covered, all's good, deep donut, also allowing FaZe to double back, make sure there's no flank here.
Man, a lot of grenades here on Torzy. It's unlikely. Given enough time passes, he'll just get out of here, but for the time being, definitely give it a look.
It's a flash to try. But PR goes down, which means A main can never get smoked. That's what he needed. He needed FaZe to step up and give over the position. Now he can start dumping his utility. Again, you'd think this pinch inside of the site's always going to be his death, but they are still giving him threads to pull on. And he'll just take the backdoor exit now and hope to save off this op, but HooXi could still fight him for it. HooXi stomping the entire time, gives Torzy early notice, and so yes, Astralis collect a 7th, but at least MOUZ can save that sniper.
A moment like that with Zelix, he has actually, sometimes his numbers up. If you actually notice, he'll just take a fight that's maybe a little unwarranted. I'm not sure if it was a comp for him to try to look for space or something like that, but this...
If he was told to?
Yeah, but that just 3v3 looked a little too risky, obviously. Obvious when there's an op waiting for you, but...
Flying out mid, Stair wants more blood, and this time he gets Zelix, who's been getting value out of that cubby, but smoke in front of him, he tries to get vision, instead a bullet between the eyes. Spinks and Zelix remaining the top performing players for MOUZ numerically.
Oh boy.
Yeah, tough ask of Zershin here. Outnumbered 1-3, no support nearby, and he gets caught off guard by the timing. HooXi quick to the headshot. But Spinks' patience in this corner is rewarded to keep the numbers even. Torzy hoping that somebody steps into him. Now that he's been smoked off, really doesn't have a way back into this retake immediately, so they would have to burn a lot of time waiting.
Tons. I mean, they're forced to go on the bigger flank. That's half the bomb.
Well,
kill.
that helps.
Oh, okay, FaZe. There's already a deep smoke in CT spawn. They're inviting a chance in now for MOUZ.
Especially as we get this support system for Spinks. PR starts shooting. That's going to be a second player known. Oh, Torzy picks his up. Now all of a sudden it's on Jabby. Time's low. Just plays into the corner. They've got to come to him, and he will deal damage.
I think it's going to blow up.
Down to the second. Yeah, this one eludes them, losing both their players for this final round. There is tons of money. Well, I say tons. A bit of extra for Spinks and Torzy to help out Zelix and PR. Scary, though, when Astralis start losing bodies with no impact.
It's like you did that D-smoke in CT. You have all of that to post-plant for. Like, FaZe doesn't really need more space than that. You play 2 to the site, you have Cave. You know they're going to come in on the flank. Instead, they want to put pressure on every single choke point. It's like no need to do that. So a chance there for MOUZ to actually pick it up. But Astralis now just put on an overall phenomenal half with 8 rounds.
Go for it. A-rush to end the half. Op up close, Torzy hitting the first. Gun down to half HP as he gets back into Donut. And sure, you've got MOUZ's players choked up on one another, but they are quick to the response. The call to action to just defend this A site. Best of luck hanging on here, Astralis.
MOUZ are really good in these retakes.
Does FaZe try to wrap all the way back around Donut?
I think that's the only way if they do something like this. That's the only way they can win. MOUZ are too good at their A retakes.
A little awkward on the jump up. Stair gets into position. For the time being, you've got 2 players in Donut, but I don't think anybody's considering this. And you're going to catch the offer blindsided. Now Donut's under question. Spinks will clean that up. Stair cleared off green, and they will find it with time. So a 4th CT round win secured here by MOUZ. HooXi tries to call the all-out aggression, but Torzy hangs on with the first kill, and his team there to support. It's not a lot, but is it enough? MOUZ, 4 rounds.
All right, we're at the Blast Bounty with Astralis, who've obviously qualified through the online portion, now making it to the LAN. First things first, I just kind of want to get it out of the way. I feel like the way you guys bowed out of Cologne and some of the comms that sort of came out there showed some tension, that there was some frustrations about maybe a lack of communication or people taking responsibility in those moments. How is that going to be avoided in this season?
Like, I think the tension, or whatever you want to call it, is just from us not being happy about how we perform, and I think that is something we all agree with on the team. In terms of like the in-game stuff, I think we try to change style a little bit now, going a bit more back to what we did in the start of the year, and I think it will suit people better. Yeah, hopefully that will fix some stuff.
I mean, I agree. You all said it was end of the season, and like as he said, after like a couple of rough tournaments, of course, it gets tough to know how what the solution should be, and then we just tried to fix something fast, which was not the best solution. We found out, and now we are kind of starting on a fresh one with a good long break, you know. So the mental is refreshed, and we're not like too much thinking about the tough tournaments we had before the break. Now it's like a new season, and we got some new people as well in the organization too. So that's also something new.
Yeah, I mean, when you're looking at specifically the players not here, Ryu and FaZe, it seemed like when they first joined Astralis, they seemed to have some pop-off games, some good events. Now they've really been struggling. You think specifically your change-up in play style is going to help them?
We were playing like this kind of more loose freestyle in the start of the year, and then we gradually got more and more structured to a point where it was like way too structured for people to feel comfortable. We kind of had to make the mistake to realize that people were not feeling comfortable enough to like show their full potential, and hopefully, like, I don't expect us to, you know, just snap back into like what we did when we were the best, but you know that we will see some signs of improvement and then get there.
I'm actually curious more about your positions there, because now you've had some time playing all or most of pretty much all the good spots. So how does it feel now going toe to toe with all the best players in all those best positions?
I mean, it feels good. It's my positions I like the most. I also think I thrive the most in those. I mean, I don't know if you can say I am like toe to toe with the best, because I think our competition hasn't been as good as the others. Like sometimes we have had some tough tournaments and like went out kind of fast, so we didn't meet like Vitality and Spirit as much as some other teams maybe did. But I definitely like it and feel very comfortable in my positions now.
Two-part question. What are your guys' expectations for this part of the bounty? And then afterwards, what are the expectations for the season, or what are the goals?
I mean, we haven't really talked result-based expectations. I think it's kind of, even though we didn't change lineup, it's still very new, and we just want to do like better and better. And of course, for the whole VRS thing, it's important to get some random wins under the belt, not necessarily like winning an event, but get some wins and play better than we have been doing, and get people comfortable. I think it's just what we have been talking a lot about, that we want to feel good playing again, because we were not feeling good the last few events of last season.
Not feeling good these last few events has been a common topic with Astralis and their interviews. Well, feeling good about this half, no doubt. 8 rounds on the T side of their map pick, pushing MOUZ to the limits and causing them to have to scramble back into this. So what does the T side have in store for us? We'll find out. It's an early shuffle towards this B site, where Astralis start with majority. 2 sets of Berettas, 2 sets of util. But it's Xerxin with the opening kill and the jumping block.
Wait,
PR then kills him.
Uh-oh. Wait.
That's a little awkward.
Yeah, it does make it a 4v3, actually.
It'd be a hell of a way for Astralis to get back into this pistol. You'd hope for PR's sake that doesn't happen. They'll smoke off the rotate, but instantly Stare just comes through that smoke, so it's null.
They're hoping towards he fights a bit. He's holding safe angle.
Looks he delivers.
Careful.
Oh, twice. Now the bomb gonna feel a little alone in sight. Up the ramp comes Spinks. CTs have got the numbers, just trying to flush Torzy off the bomb plant. Spinks has been found. Jabby gets the headshot. He's got to get the clutch, and it's going to come up empty. Hooksy with the big triple kill, and assisted by PR.
Yeah, that's Xerxin with the jumping Glock kill, a first frag before that, and, well, an instant trade, unfortunately, out of PR, who was just trying to help. Unlucky, really.
Oops. Obviously, the team kill, not ideal, but it still boils down to a phenomenal sequence of headshots out of Hooksy. Yeah.
Yeah, it totally does.
A reminder that you can always live trade the game on Poly Market. Prediction, damn near split down the middle. Forced by rebound attempt here for MOUZ. Looking to go right back to that B bomb site where they came up short. 3 players into cave, 3 players on the defense. Looking to smoke off the cave exit. Tech9 barrels through. Stairs eating flashes here, but they've lost him in the middle of all these smokes. Ryu activates from the back of sight. Perfect distraction for Stair, but there's too many targets. Torji with the ramp control. Here comes FaZe. His retake already costing him half of his HP. No second gun picked up by Zelex just yet. A limitation inside of the bomb site. They'll spot him. He grabs the gun. That gives him an edge. He'll hit the damage. FaZe still fighting on. Torji, 1 kill from the clutch, and he's gonna nail it. MOUZ just stampede and storm that B site back-to-back rounds, this time robbing it from Astralis.
Torji with another big play, and he's had some very strong clutches at this event. A very unique eco strat, pushing up short through the smoke. When they're all running up cave, I'm like, how are they not going to get mowed down here? But just use their smokes to their advantage to close the distance and make a mess of things, really. I think that was the main idea.
And the CT smoke that goes in front of the cave, that's the defense. It almost makes their strategy that much better. 3 smokes chained together. Great route from MOUZ. Forced by instantly back out of Astralis. Doesn't feature a single primary weapon. Well, well, well. Thought Astralis were lifting that curse of not converting pistols, but changes hands early in the second half. Ryu, nice Desert Eagle headshot. He's got another player low in Torji back by the doors, but because the pistols kind of come at this a bit scrambly, it is just 1 after 1 denied.
Can Yabby really win this on just a raw peek?
Oh, now he can back turn damage down. Last guy low!
Okay, well, you know what I was thinking? Will he even win the 1 duel versus the guy behind the door? Well, he saves him for last. How in the world is that the outcome?
All about that first pickup, because the second player on the lane is looking the other direction. And FaZe just got that kill towards middle moments before Jabby strikes, which is really a great distraction to catch that second player in PR looking the wrong way.
Who needs a second round conversion?
Damn, it's like that. Seismic shifts back and forth here between these teams.
That's a massive rating. Okay. That stat comes in just in time. That 3K.
A lot of players here, though. Could get weird. Spinks catching the 1. M4 is being dropped in the process. Galil to PR, and they'll get those trades back.
Bomb in their possession. Zershin on the flank. They're sort of watching this. Whenever the bomb's in it presents just like a creative problem, you know, because you're like, okay, how do you protect the bomb in this exact position?
Do we protect the bomb?
And they are going to do it by going donut, which is nice because they do 2 things. They clear out mid at the same time.
Yep.
They know Zershin has to take some time to clear things out. And we'll find out if they're a little slow or not. But Zershin also has no idea where they've gone.
Also creates a good timing for trade potential, which is what got them this far into the round. Oof, always having a player nearby. There was a lot of 1 kills insta deaths for the side of Astralis.
That's a great mid-round call, though.
That was great great high 5 clutch too by Jabby. Give him points. Yeah, sure. Bodies dropping. A price tag comes with this round, but it's going to be damn well worth it. Oh, it's just as he sort of turns back, makes it a little weird with the corpse there too.
Horrible situation for MOUZ. They're broke, staring at map point. But they had their chances. Oh boy.
chemistry's really off,
It's
you know?
off, I'm saying.
Send them back to basic training. Oh, what they would do for better weapons. But it's not that kind of round for MOUZ. Defenders lean back, and this time make some extra money, giving themselves just the best chance to close out their map pick. 7 map points earned by Astralis. Five weren't enough in their last map versus Pain. And MOUZ at least with a full buy next up. Don't have an op on the field, but neither do Astralis.
Yeah, and if anything, MOUZ are, you know, step up from Pain when it comes to coming back into matches. They've made their fair share of comebacks. They know how to do this. I feel like the worry isn't so much the ability right now.
Oh, Stare goes right to it. Astralis have so many chances that you might as well get hyper-aggressive in the first one. Catch MOUZ off.
This is pretty full on. Actually, oh, did PR get hurt? No.
I don't think so. FaZe has not considered it. In fact, he's going to get jumped while he's on the reload. Nobody there to help out FaZe. But he kind of made his own bed.
Whoa, why peek him with a nade? Just jumping right into that.
Jabby's also fast running the flank as Xerxin sits back.
They just think they're not watching anything.
Astralis a little too excited to win this round. You know, you start it with the 2 kills out of Stare down middle, and then a couple players start stomping. So the first of 7 failed. MOUZ keep majority alive as well as they try to claw back this first map of the series. And obviously, MOUZ have survived their fair share of scares in Bounty. They were down 4-8 and a map versus 3D Max. Ends up giving us one of the most entertaining maps of Bounty.
Yeah.
So they can and will attempt to dig deep here. But it's a shooting gallery for Stare to start it off. It's just giving up just lethal amounts of information. He hadn't even reloaded his magazines, dry. Jabby can't believe that somebody would be holding the flank at that point.
PR took space on A really quickly. That's what won the round overall. Scary part about Ancient is any given round can just be one inside of middle. Just the right side of util, one multi. But MOUZ aren't going to finish this game without taking it sometimes. This is wild. They're pressing up an elbow. There's no window smoke, and they're starting to clear things out, but FaZe has full vision. I mean, oh, that's spotted. Second CT
one
here.
Jabby doesn't jump it. Oh, missed chance for the Opera. At least Jabby returns the favor back on A, but
Kinda
simultaneous mid-push.
Oh, are they still going? But all the CTs are coming.
Jabby's already back through A main, trying to be a distraction as now the CT lane push comes out. Spinks shuts down Hooksy as the front runner. Bomb still emerging. And it's a redirection at a Ryu.
They don't know about this either.
Oh, just that constant prod almost kills the Donut player. This is gonna leave Torji stranded in the back of this bomb site, head tucked down. 2 CTs trying to flush him out of here. They don't have any utility, not to block off the Donut angle, not to get Torji out of this position. But is PR holding? Yeah, okay, passive, very far back. Working with the millimeters. CTs walk up, they at least trade the player's sight, but how do you get him out of Donut? Low health PR, chucks out a nade that doesn't go deep enough. Tap on the bomb's gonna force him to swing. Oh, and Jabby taps him out. 5-second defuse, down to the wire. Astralis win their map pick with a 2v2 on site. They still tried to press their luck on that A site, and Jabby was ready to deal with it. It's an ace to finish.
Oh my goodness, that's not the way you want to go. PR peeking from the other side? He's really blown that situation. That's unfortunate. But we're going to have to go to the desk and revisit that map.
Utterly speechless is how I'd put this one, to know that at the end of the day, that's how Ancient is closed out. The fact that we can see this clutch up from Astralis, or maybe VOO, a slight misstep from MOUZ.
I mean, I would say that was almost a misstep from Yabi. He dropped his AK to pick up something better,
yeah.
Picked up another gun, 3 bullets in it. So I thought it was over as soon as he did that. Still manages to close it out in the 1v1 with almost no time on the clock. I do question the call going back to A when you know you're going to have that trouble, but still a great closeout from Astralis.
Yabi, once again, just showing the multi-kill potential on the CT side. I mean, B-Tram's brought up the stat mid-game, just how Ancient's been his best playground thus far this year. And I think he had the ace there. I think he had a 3K in another pivotal round. He's so explosive on a map like this where it's just a lot of flat angles where he can just kind of also weasel his way through so many situations, just catching people off with little A-main pushes and great late round play.
It was just a reminder that when he was listening in, hearing us go down the lineup of the MOUZ and the Astralis players, saying which side you leaned to, that you had to remember Yabi was there, and at the end of the day, does kind of beat out his counterpart.
Yeah, I think that was great from Yabi, especially you have Astralis coming in with, I think, a very effective game plan. It is their home map. It is a map they're very comfortable on, but when you come in with a good macro plan, you know how MOUZ play this map. It makes it even easier for the individuals to perform to their best level as well.
They're having a long talk, by the way. Tyron and Exertion there, just sitting down, just the two of them.
Why aren't you running my system better? No, I'm just kidding. No, I mean, yeah, that's obviously going to happen a lot for a new IGL, and with a coach that is really so actually systematic like Cyclone. I feel like there's a lot that they would have wanted back in that game, but I actually want to kind of bring up again what VOO's saying with the system. Yeah, I think a lot of teams make their bed so frequently on the middle of Ancient, but in this game, actually, Astralis was very good on the extremities. We saw them prodding A quite frequently, a lot of action towards the banana and ramp sort of space towards B. They didn't really leave things up to chance when so many teams just kind of say, we'll just see if we get the better of them in mid of this game.
Yeah, and really I think the few times Astralis attacked mid, it didn't go all that well for them. They were trying to kind of keep them honest with the mid aggression from time to time, but they really wanted to hit those extremities. They hit the A several times, which is usually the kind of left alone, ignored bomb site in a lot of games where you only go there if you're going there through mid as well. They had the attacks on B that I think were incredibly effective. This was just a great Astralis game from start to finish. As much as you can say MOUZ are, you know, I called Astralis budget MOUZ for a second.
You did.
I expected MOUZ to be the better team, but I'm really impressed with the approach to this game from Astralis.
That's the one thing that I feel like when we were doing the head-to-head down all 5 players, or all 10 really with their counterparts, the one thing is that HooXi has to have over Exertion is game planning and strategizing, because he is a more tenured IGL. And yes, Exertion will have the better individual HLTV rating after this game, but if HooXi can win with better calls, then that's all the more impressive.
That's what Kerrigan has taught us.
Exactly.
If Kerrigan has taught us anything.
You can bottom frag, but if you make the calls that are needed, that's all that matters.
I mean, HooXi is also giving us another lesson, though, that whilst you can be very good in calling as an IGL and how pivotal those planning moments are, you can also still show up. I mean, he showed up a lot in round 5, getting some good opening kills, but it was a showing from him as well.
This is just disgusting. This is just disgusting. If HooXi can get double kills like this, just kind of jiggle peeking people out as he's moving up the ramp side, that's just too impressive. And also the mid-rounding here was perfect. Yabi actually made a play towards Cave after HooXi found these 2 frags, trying to find some sort of space. But there was a contingency plan. There was a release valve. Even though Yabi died moving through Cave there, it was just that they had enough space towards A that they were able to pivot on back. And HooXi, even though he got 2 kills, a lot of IGLs think, okay, we're just going to send it right there. He held his ground and waited for the situation to sort of settle before he made that final call.
We don't need HooXi fragging out, top fragging. We don't need anything special. Give us a round or 2 like that on map, and I think I'm happy with HooXi because his calling is exceptional.
I was expecting maybe some more counterplay from MOUZ coming out here, maybe some more of the macro as well, Vu, that we could have been seeing from them of knowing the tendencies of Astralis.
Yeah, I think it's Astralis that really got the better of them in terms of tendencies. You're looking at round 5, they attacked the A bomb site. Round 7, round 8, they attacked the A bomb site back to back, and we had Scrawny and Lauders actually question it for a second. I think the reality is, you look at the way MOUZ play, they don't like to play a player on A at all. They don't play the box, they don't really play in towards Church or Temple. They play off the site, they have the mid player rotate back into A and cover the angle long range, and Spinx is usually committed mid. So they walk out to A, they boost up time and time again. They're constantly looking for that exit that looks a little puggy. It looks like they're not throwing a ton of utility because they know there's no worry about the box. There's no general worry about Torzy opping you down from inside of the cave. You know, you're just looking at a CT side where MOUZ are very consistently in similar positions. Now, they did make adjustments. You have Spinx rotated over here. You did have some rounds where Torzy was on that A site, but if you look at their historic A site defenses, they're almost never on the bomb site, so these sorts of plays can work really effectively.
Well, it took until one of the final 1 or 2 rounds in regulation there, or of that first half, where they actually finally put Torzy to just guard that A main because they were just getting stumped over and over again by that. So that's what great anti-stratting looks like, that you can, on a map that you don't really see that as an in for most teams, using that as an effective opener, it just kind of shows the prep that Astralis has done here.
And when you're looking at Astralis, they have abysmal T-sides. They're like 3rd worst in the top 30 in the last 6 months or something.
It was the worst at Cologne. The worst team at all of Cologne for T-sides.
Extremely questionable T-sides. Extremely questionable is sugarcoating it for their T-sides. So you get up 6-2. That's all you need on your T-side to close it out on CT.
Well, look, I'll bring it back and make it feel a little bit more lighthearted for Astralis, because whilst we were all caught up in that defuse, the clutch up of what it was to get them a win there, everyone kind of overlooked the fact that it was a Yabby Red Bull ace for himself there as well. So it was a phenomenal showing. Not only did he clutch it up, but he got an ace too. So it feels like the double-decker for him.
Boy, that tastes good.
Delicious, delicious.
That's what victory is.
That's where he drops his AK and then picks his AK back up, and he's only got 3
Sometimes
bullets.
You get a little excited with it.
I thought it was over. Doesn't even hit him in the head. Body shot.
No, he does. Yeah, he just body shot it. I mean, this was pristine though from him. Again, the macro play at the beginning, and on top of that, when you pair just solid macro plays with a guy who I would say is just one of the sharpest shooters that came out of, I would even say, the whole Nordic region for the last handful of years, that's what you get.
7.2 round swing. 7.2. Incredible.
That's actually disgusting. That's better than Zywo. That's actually better than what Kerrigan was minus in the major.
That's hard. It's hard to get, it's hard to get better than Kerrigan was bad, Maui.
It's like he gave them a Yabby every game.
They're just one-upping themselves. The next question is, does it continue though, right? Astralis, it was their map pick. They should have the comfort for them. It necessarily should be a win, but then when we look towards what is going to be our second map here, we've got a question. Are they going to have it in the bag for themselves? We'll see after this break. Astralis winning their map pick there on Ancient, and we're shifting towards Mirage, MOUZ's pick here, but why exactly do they pick it up for themselves, Maui? What has been looking so good for MOUZ that they should be able to push this to a 1-1 in a series?
One thing that's really surprising about MOUZ is that for the past 3 months on the map, they actually have an even T side and CT side in terms of round percentage win rate. On top of that, I think the duo that they're trying to push forward as their primary space takers in Zelix and Exertion get to work with each other again on another map. They do it on Yard outside on Nuke, for example. They do it here as well. And I think that because they've just been working with that pairing now for some time, it's one that they're finding a little bit more comfort with. And also, I just think Exertion is really, really fine when he just works through middle. He knows what the options are of the CTs, and he doesn't really get caught off too easily.
I think this is the map where I've been most impressed with Exertion on as an individual before he became an IGL, but as he swapped into IGL, this one that felt the most natural. He gets his way into connector quite often. He can make the mid-round feel for how the defense is pivoting around the map and where they can go for an aggressive play. He can find holes in the defense. He can find openings that they can then attack. And this is one where I think PR and Zelix are also quite comfortable comparative to other maps.
When I was looking at the numbers there, a lot less officials on the side of Astralis for playing this map, so where exactly would you put their chances, their comfort as well?
I think the problem I see with Astralis is what we saw from them yesterday. I don't think it was a complete game of Mirage. They had a good T side, which they've struggled with so much recently, but they couldn't get both halves together. And their CT side, I'm sure MOUZ have seen that demo, and they've seen some gaps in the defense where Astralis were really struggling to find consistency.
I feel like one question for me with Astralis is Ryu did serviceably yesterday for sure. Actually, I think he had some great moments, but he's been sort of hot and cold. And I feel like with how MOUZ are going to pressure as opposed to what Pain did, Pain do those kind of surprise plays. That doesn't always catch off somebody like Ryu, who's just kind of locked into his positions. But when there's all these angles that he has to juggle, that's not something in my eyes that he really had to handle as much when he was on Monty before he got to Astralis, because the lower level teams weren't really taking Khan away. They weren't always just pincering from 3, sometimes even 4 angles.
Do you feel like it's going to be this close back and forth affair, or with what you're talking about, MOUZ having essentially 2 complete halves in CT and T, and MOUZ having that complete two halves, and Astralis struggling with one of their halves, it could just be this blowout in the first half that's an easy closeout?
I don't think Astralis are pushovers on this map, but there's a reason the last time they played, MOUZ 13-1'd them. I don't think it's going to be that bad, but it's not going to be close.
All right, maybe not that bad, but close. That means you got to play aggressive. You got to have some oomph to you. You're not allowed to play like cowards when it comes to Mirage.
No time for cowards here on this one. MOUZ looking to step it up a notch, Mo. It felt like chemistry was a bit off, individual level was a bit off. Our Polymarket prediction has Astralis to win this semifinal, an Astralis versus Spirit Grand Final. We're 1 map from it.
It feels like everything Astralis did was, a lot of the good stuff we saw yesterday with basically none of the bad. They closed out that game extremely fast. They put up a lot of opening moves that were aggressive and playing to win the whole time. They punished MOUZ in a very awkward round of decision-making, going back to A, letting Yabby close with that ace, obviously. And for MOUZ, yeah, just it's far from perfect at the moment. So, those are my concerns coming into this series. I don't think this one was black and white by any means. And now the Astralis are somehow in a position where you could reasonably see a chance at a 2-0, which that seemed like the furthest result possible before we started the day. But I do feel like MOUZ are feeling the heat now, and there will be some questions for them if things don't go a little bit better.
Astralis happy to test the waters in middle. Man, if somebody were to wrap up Catwalk right now for Astralis, that could be helpful for Fuzi, who drops his smoke and puts the Berettas right up against them. I think this is a fun position for Berettas. Also makes it very easy to drop off if you have to. No, but he doesn't get there. No kill out of Fuzi despite point blank on a smoke with 2 pistols in hand. An advantage for MOUZ. Looking for their first pistol victory tonight.
Ooh, nice find.
And it's looking comfortable now with a 5v3 on top of that bomb being down. Zelix also, swift headshot. And so really nothing to pull on here if you're Astralis. No chance you get back into this retake, surely. Because nobody on MOUZ is willing to die.
I think you had it right. Fuzi was in a great spot. Best gun you could have. They didn't even see him. He got, 5 shots off, maybe 6 shots off before they even turned in his direction. Just missed them all. So
I would say the one bad thing about going for the window is that if players push out in the smoke path that they did, you've got to track them right to left. And that doesn't really ever give you a chance to line up bodies. Whereas when you see the Berettas play on the door, obviously, it does just feel like you're shooting down range. That's the one weird thing, but hey, if it's an instant kill, you catch them off guard here.
You can defenestrate from here.
You can what?
You can defenestrate.
Sorry, there's a lot of shots, and you're saying a word I don't understand.
You can defenestrate from there.
What does that mean?
Jump out of the window.
Oh, defenestrate. The French word for window is fenêtre, so I should have known that.
Oh, yeah? I think Shakespeare invented it.
Did he? My guy. Defenestrate. I thought that was like to shed your skin or something.
Hair regrowth formula. They can hear you on my mic, I'm sure.
Nuh-uh. Don't mind me, just talking to all my friends. A deagle for Ryu. That's all.
Hadouken.
Yeah, that goes about exactly how you'd expect it.
Didn't even hear it.
And we are off to the 2-0 start. Looking to see cohesion from MOUZ. An uptick in that department will look real good on them, considering we saw a bit of disjointedness back on the first map.
I think this is, though, the map where like the anchor setup is actually one where it's looked the best. Where it was PR and Spinks, PR's done great playing B on Mirage. So seemingly a really good pick here for MOUZ where everything could look right. I think Dust 2 was one where we've seen 2 tries not looking the best. Ryu's the lowest rated CT side Mirage player this year. The whole year. What about Ken?
How will the MAC-10s get scrappy when there's this many bodies with rifles leaning middle? Xertion feels like he's not long for this world, but you can also just burn the clock down, serve up a distraction. In your top middle with a MAC-10, crosses back before the smoke pops. But he does get away with the reposition. It's obviously through underpass that Astralis make their opening moves. This will free up the B player to depart. Looks he's trying to get the hell out of there, as it is going to be MOUZ poised to take over Palace with 3. Ryu burning. Oh, what?
That's sick. He actually gets the jump on Xertion and a line towards the site.
Almost finishes PR, but doesn't quite kill him. That's 20 health for PR to take over Ticket. Hooksy's got support behind him. And we saw some wild A-site retakes out of Astralis just last night. PR with another kill, despite how little health he had. Jabby makes up for it.
Don't mess with Jabby right now.
All while Stare quietly gets this flank into position. Player down to his left. He's going to look to clear this, but Torzi's gone unnoticed. And as Torzi still sits back here, he's going to blindside the attempted diffuser. Stare's got a free kill on that one at least, but he's got to read that it's ramp. Oh, and he hits the headshot. Zelex survives the press down into him, and MOUZ will get away with the 3-0 start just barely.
Really nice there from Torzi, just out of the line of view. Try to get too comfortable there in Firebox, it would have been over. Site take overall is great. I love Ryu's little move, because even after he gets that kill, if he didn't get spotted in the first place, he's standing on top of the smoke inside of Connector. It's hard to see. But it's a good trade from Spinks.
Sorry, Hooksy. You're toast.
Maybe Vu was right about Zersh and Huxi in the end.
Vu always finds a way to be right, you know.
Never wrong, just early.
And God forbid you misquote the guy.
The lyrics to every single Taylor Swift song. Whole discography.
Not surprised. Leaning on the Deagle. I mean, Jabby has been lights out at times. That's not going to help. Stacks in the right position, so it is a good call in terms of placement. A little bit labored. One frag, that's it, that's all. Very happy are MOUZ to convert that one with minimal losses. 4-0 T-side, one of the roughest starts that we've seen for Astralis so far.
Yeah, these guys never start slow. Doesn't always end well, but they always kick off on the right note. Won't be the case this time, and honestly, very few kills here for Astralis. We're talking about op to op at the moment. Doubled up in the window. There's a fast B play cooking, and CTs are really like moths to a flame working on middle. Huxey's not going to see anything for the time being. Tees are coming at this.
Fast dive, Huxey blinded, tries to just go unnoticed and does catch PR off guard. Torji, that's a quick trade out through the windowsill. Jabby's got his, but trying to cheat out through the market stare, almost able to catch it with grenades in hand, and Torji will get whittled down through that wall.
That's a massive frag. Player up in the B apps with an op.
Watch Ryu now try to strike silently, crawling it up catwalk, sees the barrel, he's so locked in. Oh, but from the site, Spinks with the awareness. And Fuzi having already been dropped down to 70 health, they're gonna think that he's out through market, but they just kind of gave him a smoke to work around.
And also, Spinks got shot in the head. He is on 17 HP.
That Xertian smoke does give Fuzi a route back sight, but it also gives a way for Spinks to get back over towards catwalk, and I love that they never planted. Get the hell out of here. Head back over to the A site. You know, you can feel that Fuzi was lingering, and so they've put a distance between them and Astralis' last player.
So here's where you know they've come up connector. Here's where you know they're probably protecting the jungle rotation. Become painfully aware. As the time ticks down, you've got an op to save. You haven't won a round yet. Money's tight. How much do you commit to this? I mean, he's got miles to go for a 10-second retake. There's no point in even trying.
Yeah, get out of here. Unfortunately, Fuzi having to tuck tail. If he catches somebody positioned and ticket, then maybe. But no, sir. MOUZ. It looked like it was going better than it ended up. It was nice to see Astralis be able to claw some kills out there. I like that Stare gets away with that wallbang onto Torji in the window.
I think with the first kill, that hold definitely could have been better. They had a fast rotate from Cat. They stayed alive for quite some time. And that'll be the op coming forward into round 6 here for Astralis. They're kind of in an interesting spot because they have an op. They can get some kind of Frankenstein buy, but it feels like they're probably just going to try to stay behind it, just a half buy maybe.
All right, there they go. Kevlar pistols and a couple SMGs. That's what is going to surround Fuzi in this next round.
Probably makes the most sense, considering they're just yet to get around. Why risk it all right away?
I want to see Fuzi looking loose this round. On the hunt for his first. Never a good feeling when you are already halfway through MOUZ's T side. There it comes. Smoke delays. Kept him hidden because he never fired off, but middle suddenly becomes Torji's playground. And it feels like right now, unfortunately, that op moves away from a position where it could have been valuable. It's just going to be anchoring the B site instead. There is a ramp expedition here for Astralis, though, so they are taking over pieces of this map. And again, it's not just the op. These pistols, MP9s could still be the lethal element.
Well, they've got the ability to scale. Look at their waterfall smoke coming down if they can get across the triple. There's active spots with the CTs, but it still should be fine.
Taking their sweet time, though, down to 25 seconds, still the 5v5. And now Torji barely alive. Oh, great nade. Desert Eagle comes wide, doesn't find anything, but FaZe still close enough to the call to action. He's got Xertion from inside of the site. Bomb now onto the ground as Spinks tries to tear back in. 10 seconds, and he scoops up the bomb under threat from the stairs. FaZe's gonna run him down, and he's done it. An ace from FaZe.
What? He got all 5.
What? And how?
After rotating B. The saved op, they don't full buy behind, he gets every single kill. Is this just because they don't smoke connector behind them?
Wow, the distance on that nade.
He got a nade kill, a USP kill, and then 3 op shots? Man, they came up connector, but mind you, this is MOUZ winning the last round. They have lots of money. They don't molly cat, they don't smoke connector behind them. They leave that open. It doesn't just cost them a kill, it cost them 5.
From 0 and 4 to the ace.
First one's the hardest. When's the last time that happened, B-Trems?
I'm not really sure what that was. Crazy to me that that nade gets the kill, but the nade last night that bounced off default didn't finish off Hooksy.
Still can't believe that happened.
Yeah, neither can Payne.
Oh, it's not called Happy Fun Time Gaming.
Rough.
Oh yeah.
Lovely.
Interesting lurk here for PR. A lot of chances. Oh, PR just gets decapitated. That was quick and easy out of Hooksy.
Not quite getting vision by trying to open those smokes. There's a Torji coverage in the middle of all that. Bomb's still on MOUZ's offer. That's fine. They've got a little bit of extra time. They want Xertion to press in as those smoke grenades fade. FaZe never anticipating a challenge from top stairs. Xertion dies, but that cues up the ticket peak, and Zelex doesn't get away with it, doesn't fully commit on his 9 health, so a little worried about it, but luckily for him, Torji from behind can give that deep angle into ticket, and that's enough to convince Astralis that they have to walk away. So it is MOUZ right back to winning ways as it's all in on the A site, and Torji's coverage worth its weight in gold.
Yeah, a couple sketchy moments there. They took a long time to plant. They were split between trying to fight for CT, plant for it, and also watch every other part. But honestly, Xertion got a really important kill. Torji's been solid. And that's 6. But Astralis, they won that last round off of FaZe's ace, kept a couple alive, were saving in the first place, still have enough money to put together another buy. After this kill, it felt like it was going to be, honestly, smooth sailing for Astralis. I think the de facto weakest part of Astralis' game, though, was the trading. The amount of kills that get isolated, no instant response.
I would co-sign that statement.
If not for what?
I mean, I do co-sign your
just
statement.
kidding, I'm just messing with you.
Oh. That makes my job way easier. Oh, I'm so comfortable and confident.
Say anything. See what happens.
Double op setup here for the Dane, or not Danes, for Astralis.
I mean, majority is, you
yeah,
know.
I know, but it still feels wrong.
It's also the Danes that have the ops.
Oh, yeah. Well,
oh no,
Swede.
damn it.
It's easy to forget. He fits in so nicely. FaZe from an ace, and now this opening kill sets up that second op to thrive. MOUZ now know about it.
The best part about a 2-op setup is the first round you use it.
Mm-hmm.
They just have no idea.
Especially when your primary opper gets the opening kill.
Yes.
It just feels like that is such an alley-oop for the secondary op. And in this case, we see it on full display. Now, right now, Bomb is outside of the T apartments.
I know, they're pretending to take A, but...
Yeah. Not going to be much to write home about here for MOUZ. Unfortunately, just falling victim to an opening op shot and the unexpected secondary.
They're saving in the... Never heard that word. That's a cool word, actually. Unexpected. Just how you're saving in the most threatening spots. That will soon become scary for them. But he didn't expect that one.
Let's blast policy on bullying in the workplace.
I'm just repeating.
Somebody get me HR. So this one concludes with a whimper. Couple saves, though, look good on MOUZ, considering they've got PR, Zelex, and Xertion with no cash really left over. But let's see if Astralis can really fight back into a game. We had so much to praise about their strong starts in the last 24 hours. Even on Ancient, an 8-4 first half.
And he's made to blow up the smoke at top mid, doesn't even blow it up, and he still gets the kill. And that's a nice flick.
Nobody dedicated inside the A side at the moment. And there's a whole lot of MOUZ looking to get going. Whoa. Good damage, but FaZe survives. And an op on 6 HP can still very much be lethal. He's trying to drop his utility before he potentially gets cleared. Ryu does go for the connector kill, and that opens the door for this free walkout. Hell of a trade back from Hooksy off the catwalk. And FaZe's been freed up to go towards Ticket, but remember, all that early damage puts him in a bad spot.
Crazy.
Still takes Spinks off the site. Torzy and Xertion with a kill apiece out middle, though. All those duels that Astralis signed up for in their mid-hold.
Oh, he's gonna see this. Hello.
Wallbang, never mind. Zelex survives through the boxes. Jabby's gonna try to clear him. He knows he's stuck on bench. And now if they all of a sudden smoke off connector, it's gonna be a tough job for Xertion to get into this. Molotov in front of Torzy towards the ramp, but he will circumvent that. Misses!
No, he missed!
And FaZe on a 10-second defuse.
What?
I mean, this still comes close, but they pull that off. Astralis with another mind-melting A-site retake.
Shut the hell up. There is no way they won that retake.
And even in the retake, there are moments that it feels like they've missed their chances. Zelex surviving the wall bang.
Yes. But Jabby actually smoked connector and put a molly on a ramp. The two spots they were retaking from read it perfectly.
And that molly.
And then FaZe actually hit everything.
Dude, the Molotov, it's not wide enough to stop Torzy, but he misses.
He missed, yeah. Yeah.
Just like that grenade last night. He misses the shot that could have saved it.
These are the kinds of things that were happening to Astralis, not for them. That wall bang as well. I can't believe he got that kill in the first place. He was already so low. So mental.
Great coverage from Jabby. And you know what? It's funny that at the beginning of Bounty, we had this incredibly embarrassing moment where Jabby couldn't cover FaZe on that A-site Ancient moment. Well, it's the same two players in a high-octane 2vX on A. And this time, Jabby over-delivers. Astralis.
Who's he? Oh no, he was 0-4 and got his ace, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it was a rocky start.
Comeback story.
You know, Astralis have been in some positions that they definitely don't want to be in and yet still pull off the round wins. What if they could just have a nice comfortable round for once? That's a great distraction. Jabby's got that op cover secured. So the secondary op's still been very good for Astralis, and finally, versus pretty much a full buy. There were some limits here for MOUZ, but definitely threatening in this one, and
They spent all their money.
Nice and clean.
That's kind of the big thing. And go into next round without any. I mean, PR can hang on to this, and they still really wouldn't be buying. It's going to be Ryu wrapping around to look for PR as well. Feels like it's worth a light chase. They still do have to think about the next couple of rounds.
Yeah, 2 rounds of loss bonus off this one.
That's kind of perfect here for Ryu. He's got 3 kills on the round. There's that little bait setup inside the A ramp. I mean, the nade off the wall just to sell it. Who would throw a nade at their teammate?
Yep.
These sickos.
But it bounces beyond. So what was a 6-1 lead for MOUZ, now 3 rounds straight out of Astralis. Pistols in this one, but they do come through with the full 5 Desert Eagles. MOUZ will be looking to shock us in this one and buy in their final round on the attack. Missed Desert Eagle shot that could have been a headshot.
Yeah, that was close.
That was a large melon in the middle of Xerxion's screen, but bit of inaccuracy betrays him.
Okay.
I like that he gets ahead of this. I mean, again, 5 Desert Eagles, no utility for all of MOUZ. Hooksy's gonna walk up and clear you though, so you thought Hooksy would fall for your tricks. But Hooksy knows all the tricks in the game.
You reckon?
Most of them.
Speaks running from the follow-up HE. Lot towards the A ramp. Nothing tricky about this round out of MOUZ. Just hoping to have these Deagles connect.
Ooh.
That's one. And untradeable kills has been the big problem for Astralis.
More to go, just 4. It's gonna be tough for Spinks to ever get into the action, so he will hang on to Palace. Oof, that's a drive-by headshot on Stair that he survives with majority HP. Low health here for Hooksy still, and PR's got Stair.
The bomb out in an awkward spot. They have to go get it.
That's the act of desperation that remains here for Zelex. Missed op shot though, and remember Hooksy dangerously low HP.
Zelex has an op.
Flash to get the bomb down, extra money. Only 14 damage off that nade. They try to close the gap, but the CTs, I mean, they can't trade this. Oof, we've already criticized them for sometimes a lack of trade ability, and Jabby just takes it into his own hands to go for that.
But why wasn't Hooksy a little faster?
His shoes were untied.
I mean, Jabby doesn't have eyes on the back of his head. Hooksy can see him.
Do we know that?
Not for sure, but I think he should have tried to help out sooner right there. I think Jabby had the right idea. While he's still on default, while he's still compromised before he can pull out his op, get on an angle.
Maybe Jabby's play was to just get to the opposite side of the box and then stop and let Hooksy catch up. At least that way he would have cover, or the T's gotta go wide. Felt like a scary situation, considering, again, it started with Deagles, so props to MOUZ for even getting it close. And here we go, the 12th, with Astralis having a chance to tie after MOUZ's 6-1 start.
Really don't mind MOUZ trying a full A. It's been pretty good most of the time on their trades. CT's wide open. Flashes are excellent.
Yeah. Gun down. Run down. Xerxion just flies into the duel, but Hooksy will hit him with a wall bang. You got MOUZ in a post plant. They're looking to take over Ticket, 2 players strong, expending utility to just make any approach difficult. Astralis, all the nades in the world to try to make this happen. They've got still a bit of stairs control, but nobody else looking to link up immediately. Kind of taking their time here with this CT approach. HooXi in the backdrop as they're going to pop open the smoke. Zealot's exposed. Jabby's got a double. And Spinks has already been spotted in this backside. There goes HooXi's Molotov to flush him wide. They're working their way forward. He got that second headshot. It's on PR, but he's not here for the bomb. It's planted default. Defuse comes through. Astralis with a hell of a rebound are actually testing MOUZ and posting a threat of a 2-0 in this semifinals.
I'm telling you now, I predict Vitality to take this whole thing.
Wow, you're very confident.
Well, you know, I've done my research. What do I do now? Did you? I mean, no. There's more to predictions than that. It's not just wins and losses. There's map pool, there's their hunger.
You mean their hunger to win?
No, I do mean their literal hunger. I've been following them around. I'm watching them at dinner. I'm making sure they eat breakfast together, all of that.
You've been what?
I'm making informed predictions, okay? And plus, I know a guy.
You know a guy. Who?
That being said, the next game will be better. You know I need a strong warm-up. Wait a sec. What's calling me? Hello?
Hey, Kenny, it's me.
Who?
Maui Snake, the analyst. I'm the guy that made the ZywOo lack of cultural impact tweet and all of France blocked me. So who do you have that win the event?
I don't know, Vitality, whatever.
See? I told you. He agrees.
Did you just hang up on Kenny S?
The first 2-0 versus Vitality in quite some time. Making MOUZ work for it. Astralis with a hell of an answer after looking as flat as they did in those opening 7 rounds. It was great for MOUZ. They won their first pistol. They converted it. And they had a 6-1 lead that disappeared before our eyes. Astralis now to the attack themselves, though. Not the easiest place to find yourself up versus MOUZ on Mirage, but hey.
Ooh, no one in the back of the site.
They're playing
That's prime
solid.
time to go B.
It's been good Counter-Strike out of Astralis this evening, and as you mentioned, a little vacancy at this B site will bode well for their pistol likelihood. Missed chances from Spinks, doesn't cut down even
Bomb is
one.
late. Okay.
Cue up the retake with PR's kit and no utility here for MOUZ. Just a good old 5v5 bloodbath. Ryu and Jabby to press in for Market. 3 CTs on the approach. Oh, 2 heads pop by Ryu. Stair gets the trade. That's massive control of the bomb site now.
And that's the kit that they can't get back with 4 players to get through first. Astralis' game plan on their T side was the extremity hits. Remember that from Hooksy. We already get this B play early. They were really foregoing the middle of the map. It was working so well versus Pain, and then it was Pain who kept reinvesting and trying to hold on to mid in the first minute or so with no targets, really. And as soon as Astralis did eventually start going mid, Pain started succeeding. But again, I'm kind of surprised about this pistol setup out of MOUZ, given what Astralis' most recent tendency is. Even on the premise that if you're playing one site light on this map, it should be A most of the time, unless you got a really good read. But you kind of want to treat a pistol like an anti-eco. You would never want to have to retake B if you don't need to.
What? We haven't had a player ace after starting 0-4 or worse since Bad News Kangaroos. Haza at EPL 19 against MOUZ on Mirage.
Mirage.
Ooh, that was a great setup. I didn't know where we were going with that one, B-Trams. The Bad News Kangaroos. Well, FaZe gave him a drop kick too. 0-4 to the ace, and then finishes the half 10-6. It's wild to think that FaZe only died 2 times after that ace. But it does make sense with the way Astralis got back in the game. Now, you are dead to a scout on the approach. FaZe's tag low. Jabby's gotten far forward, but all that does is donate a potential Galil over. Bomb is going to panic move into the A site. This one's on Zelek suddenly. Jungle player preoccupied. FaZe's the bomb, but he's also the guy sitting on 13 health. They've got to cover sight. Oh, and he gets both headshots. Astralis.
Damn, that's a really good setup off Cat. First scout shot in, and honestly, I feel like they were lucky to even get the bomb back this direction. Surely no more for Stare.
3 survive for MOUZ. That scout looking lethal. The fact Jabby gets so far in means he's hard committed to trying to get those trades back out. Because by the time these guys get popped, Jabby's already working up the wall. It's right here.
Very smooth.
Yeah. A little late to the cover. Does anything feel worse than failing to convert the pistol?
Well, it's just like Ancient, and then they won the
True.
round after that.
Let's keep an eye glued to Astralis then.
Oh, but they were going to force down. Would have loved to have that bomb plant money.
Oh, yeah. Double smoke. Exec flashes over the top. Deep angle here for Ryu. He's already over to the triple stack. Ah, done for though. Zelek nicely done. Hears it coming, holds his nerve, keeps it calm, and the accuracy off the SMG just melts Astralis.
Oh, that's a lot of headshots. Wait,
bad.
Torzy has 1 health. Or Speaks has 1 health. Torzy has 12.
And an MP9 to work with, but that reload's gonna activate Torji, who even on his 12 HP will not shy away from cleaning up 4 players alive for MOUZ as they are back into the lead.
They'll be quite happy to be here. CT side Mirage. Now they know Astralis have absolutely nothing.
Yeah, lovely donations, huh? Triple Galil for MOUZ with nothing but pistols on Astralis. Broken again. Astralis are now 3 for 7 in terms of converting their pistol rounds this tournament.
I don't know. What a horrible stat. I mean, being able to pick up that many pistols is usually such a good thing.
It's a crazy stat considering they've not been eliminated yet. So they can endure. And they ought not to come in with much in this follow-up. We said last time they were able to force buy back. No bomb plant even offered by Torji. He's really not feeling generous in this defense.
Hooksy dead at the top of mid.
So
Jabby found.
They just decide to take a knee, give a freebie over, would have hoped for the bomb plant and brought it damn near close. But look at the money that has been made on MOUZ's side for a half on a map that we know they are capable on.
MOUZ said in their last series, it took them into map 3 to really show what they could do, but still more doubts, still more discomfort, even though they know they can get there in the end. It's very possible their best CS is yet to come. Astralis look to draw out some early A utility. It looks like they're drawing out the, what is the retake utility. Let's see how hard they go and sell this fake. It's all the utility on this side of the map. They're going to hear Ryu running away.
Lovely pop-up. PR, though, still clips Hooksy. Spinks unable to keep his end of the bargain up. And so PR almost does it all on his own. Bomb is hesitant, though. If it jumps out, it's going to find itself alone versus 2.
Risky.
The pause is great from Stair.
It's so risky. He knows he has the bomb, but it also gives his chance a team to actually win. They know that Ryu was probably only halfway towards B. And Zelix was extremely careful the last time he was left alone. There's enough time to walk all these angles, which makes it a little trickier for Zelix. But he's playing a fine spot to catch things.
Oh, it's damage.
Ooh, not finishing the kill.
There we go. Finishes Ryu with a headshot. Stair just going to close that distance into the bomb plant. Fakes it once. That's both players known.
Oh my goodness.
Oof. And Zelix on 14 HP counters Stair's 3K with a triple of his own.
You think Ryu would actually wait for Stair to now come over top before they swing on default or take that second peek? But either way, Zelix probably unlucky to not have finished the kill when he jumped out original 8. People don't fake that much in general, but I feel like Astralis for sure use it more consistently throughout all their matches, and it seemed like in this round, MOUZ were just ready for that eventually. They opt not to fall for it whatsoever. They have the 2 B players fully committed. And now they're through on the timeouts.
But entering with another half buy as MOUZ inch their way ever closer to victory. That T-side pistol would have had you believe, but we haven't even seen a bomb plant since out of Astralis. Close a couple times. But that is just how quick MOUZ are to stomp on the embers that this attack has had. Utility up and over, just gonna look to swarm and overwhelm, and the damage out of Spinks' nade is great, but he is still down without a kill. Whoa. And of all the players PR could have battled, it's the one with the more HP. Whoa. Jabby, Tech9, strikes down 2.
Look how low they are.
On the brink of death.
I think they, right now MOUZ know that players are low. There's a lot of responsibility on Zelix.
And a single bullet, you'd think, would have killed anybody here, but Ryu still survives more damage. Can no longer play behind that bench wall. He has to get into the corner. Even a wall bang would be lethal.
They don't know about the one on E-Box, but surely they gotta clear it.
There we go, Torchy's got his. Zelix is gonna have to reload in a moment, but they've already cleared out Jabby as well. Falls on Stair. From the back of Van, time ticking, and they will get each of those 3 kills on their way in. There was 48 health for them to work with across 3 players. Whew. Ryu takes wallbang damage, doesn't die, and that is just trying to burn time off the clock, but MOUZ, they know they cannot waste it. They will sprint in to the 2v3 retake.
Oh, it's a miracle, yeah, we got those kills. Insane couple of Tech9 shots. Can't be too frustrated about losing it. It's crazy it came that close.
Astralis have had to wait to get back into their guns. Money's been thin throughout this attack.
Did Torthi just nade himself?
Maybe.
Or is that from underpass?
That'd make more sense.
Oh, needed himself.
Did he?
Oops.
That's hefty damage for a self-nade, too.
This is kind of massive, walking right over top of the bomb.
What do you do with this info, though?
I mean, if the bomb's left back here, no one's coming to clear it because they assume 100% it's safe. Otherwise, they know they're screwed.
Zelex wants more.
Wow. How much can he milk this for?
Just missed the player bottom mid, decides enough's enough, and we'll just tap FaZe out of this.
I mean, now Astralis know that the bomb's been seen in everything. Zelex continuing to walk this flank. Like, is he going to die doing this?
The others have done a really good job of dodging him. Yeah, ladder player's going to take it up, so considering it's only one kill from that spot.
I feel like just continuing to walk doesn't mean they don't know where you are.
Xerxin finds a freebie. Jabby walks out to his death, and that bomb still needs to be scooped back up. By the time they recover it, it is down to the 2 versus 4. And MOUZ with a golden opportunity to secure their 12th. And 5 map points with it.
Yeah, it's looking like smooth sailing here for MOUZ in this map. There have been some close shaves, but it feels like MOUZ are very in control. They've got basically infinite money to buy.
It's not the first map we've seen MOUZ switch sides and take over, but it doesn't mean Astralis are done for. Not when they've got nothing to lose in these final 5. So a run at overtime made easy with 2 opening kills out top mid. Just a step up to the plate. Torji and Xerxin slain. MOUZ will try to cheat these numbers into the A site instead. That smoke at the halfway point. They do not have an additional smoke to try to buy further time. The question remains is, will Astralis just go into their execute in a moment? Because if they do, without this commitment out of Stair into B first.
He's going to see everything, so there's no reason to exec A.
They'll throw him out there. He'll find it totally vacant. Bomb starts to leave. So Astralis putting themselves in a place where they could have pounced the A site, but also, obviously, you take the empty B.
So, kind of an interesting commitment there. PR will go for the flank. They're probably not expecting someone to also be in halls, but HooXi's a little slow to stop him.
Now MOUZ also kind of getting confused from the departure.
Does Spinks know someone's in Palace? He's still here waiting. I mean, HooXi's putting himself in a kind of an awkward spot if there's any chance that MOUZ win this round.
Could bank on PR, also clearing out Ryu. Tough duel to win on this approach, but now PR's just going to wait, let the market players get closer, and he just gets his head ripped clean off, and that's enough to call it quits. MOUZ want to save 2, and HooXi's taking his sweet time to try to deny this. Looking to make it awkward to clean out some of these guns. There is so much money still for MOUZ. And these 2 saves will make sure that cash remains available. So it starts with a good clash off top middle for Astralis. Their first terrorist round win since the pistol.
I'm just willing to go for the search. A little aggressive, good play at the end. Didn't have to exec. Kind of the most fun round that you can win as an attacker.
using the nades to pop open smoke, expecting maybe some kind of presence like last round, but it is just utility through those top mid smokes, and no real chance at catching kills here for HooXi. He wants to keep him busy, wants to keep this A defense light, and Jabby's just gonna play the timing, and he just hits the headshot instantly on Zelex. Good activation out of Jabby. As Spinks gets blinded on the staircase, would love to cut a body down, but he just knows there's gonna be eyes all over this peak.
Well, this time they have CT control. They got that bomb planted. They're pretty spread out, but they also have Palace. They have one late mid. And HooXi, again, he's thinking about the rest of this game. He's not just playing for this round win. He's looking to make sure this hurts financially, not just one kill and win the round. Spinks might clear him. Nice shot, HooXi.
Good upgrade for HooXi as well. Won't be able to whittle down those numbers any further himself. Xerxin deciding to just take another look.
Guess they still feel like they have the money to play with, but I don't know.
Getting nearer to this bomb site. At no point are Astralis going to give up this site. But hey, you get a little more money taken off of the save here for Astralis. He lives on 1 HP because the HUD indicates how much health he would have left. Great quality of life update.
So 3 rounds to go. It's a vicious entry out of Yabby, and their last round was that mid-explode between him and Ryu. I don't know if Astralis feel that they're close to solving the puzzle, or if they feel like it's just a constant battle uphill, but those were kind of 2 inspirited tries. I see those rounds, and I might be a little scared if I'm MOUZ.
Ah, the old tech pause on map point.
Yar.
Yar, everybody's favorite. Just comes in late.
Why is this guy? He's like, don't even talk to me, bro.
Who's got a problem? Hey.
Hey.
Ah, okay. Cyclone. It's a coach tech pause. The rarest kind.
Cyclone was trying to talk during a attack. It was the last tack.
And he was muted. Or it wasn't working. And so that's why he was allowed to talk during the tech, because the tech was actually the replacement for the tack. And
Freshens your breath.
Somewhere in there's a toe. 2 of the first 5 map points survived. Let's see what else Astralis have in store for us. They were capable of stringing 5 CT round wins in a row in the first half to close out the half. They'd have to do it in back-to-back halves, showing some real decent resilience in the face of this MOUZ Mirage win. But a very active looking MOUZ as they take over Palace.
I mean, Yabby is holding this flank, and this flank specifically. How hard is this read?
He's got to keep considering ramp, though, and he gives up that timing.
113. I mean, you might turn around, though, if you're Yabby, because these flanks take time.
Zelex don't. You'd think if something you'd already held, you'd go back and hold it, but still very worried about ramp instead. So it is first blood to MOUZ. Good push by Zelex to net them this. You get a window boost out of Ryu. Trying to open up connector. Maybe hoping to give Fuzi a line.
It's a little awkward losing your extremity player. Okay.
Easy.
Simple shot. Try to pair that with a flash.
Jumps right into his death. 3 versus 5 now. Huge ask of Astralis. Xerxin's gonna collect his, and this one is a sinking ship. Unfortunately for Astralis, no 2-0 tonight. as they have to face a strong start from MOUZ in each of these halves on Mirage, and then it is just a matter of getting there. Sure, things get a little wonky as they are able to break into that second half, but at the end of the day, a 13-9 victory out of MOUZ, as now all roads lead to Dust 2.
Looking forward to what Dust 2 will bring us when we do get there. But for now, we're going to break down Mirage and have a look at everything that went right for MOUZ here. Sure, Astralis were able to string a couple of rounds together for themselves. Essentially what feels like start off of what was going to always be a MOUZ victory there. And it's a little bit of back to the drawing board for them, but a great showing on Mirage for MOUZ.
What is always consistent for Astralis at this tournament, at least, is they almost universally start with a pretty solid lead, 5-6-1 up. This time around, they start 5-0 down. They require some FaZe heroics to get them back into it. And I think looking at the way MOUZ entered this one, they had a really solid game plan from the very beginning. They attacked the extremities. They did a very solid job of finding good timings. And then you get into it, and Astralis can make a bit of a comeback happen off the back of some insane A retakes, the likes of which we saw in their last matchup as well, but it was just too little too late.
Also, I want to give some credit here to the rookie on MOUZ. This was one of the better, I guess, against better opposition performances from Zelix. I like that he was taking the game into his own hands on the extremities himself towards the A side. Towards the end, we got him. But yeah, like you're saying, I mean, it was kind of just down to heroics for Astralis in what was primarily MOUZ, not only just even hitting the bomb sites really well with some B and A hits, but I think they also had Astralis guessing in a lot of rounds. Like the rotations weren't always on the bomb sites because Astralis weren't really sure until maybe later in the half of what was going on in middle.
Yeah, I think Astralis spent a little too much energy fighting for middle, whereas MOUZ, really, in the first few gun rounds at least, they were very happy to give it up, play a little, prod, throw some utility, make Astralis fight for mid, and then hit the extremity where there's 1, maybe 0 players on the bomb site.
Feels like it's almost the complete inverse then of Ancient, where it felt like you were singing the praises of Astralis' macro, the fact that they were able to bring something new, something different, and always have some counter argument to MOUZ, but this time around, it was MOUZ that was doing that to Astralis.
I think MOUZ had a commendable T side. What we were talking about from Astralis was often their T side. Their T side was very strong there. They get onto the T side here, and they fumbled a little bit. We saw the Zelix 5-7 round. We saw a few rounds where they just couldn't cover the bomb planter. Once they get guns in hand, I think they had a pretty solid job, but it was a little too late for them. As I'm saying, I mean, you end 13-9. They had some strong showings, but it was the CT side that was the problem.
Round number 3, I think, paints that picture, right? Vu, where you're talking about it. Or was this one for you, Maui, where you're like, I just want to jump on the MOUZ hype train?
Yeah, this just felt like such a great way to win an opening round, that you get this great timing, that you're causing this misdirection in middle, but then you're able to swing out Palace. You get the kill on FaZe as he's trying to relocate. This way to get an opening kill is just going to keep Astralis guessing for the rest of the half. That there was so much utility from MOUZ expended towards middle to kick off that round, that it really, Astralis was trying to kind of center their defense, thinking that it was going to be some kind of A split, but the fact that it was just that pure dry through smoke Palace pop with 3 guys is, I mean, that kind of set the tone. And it was, even though in some ways Astralis recovered that half, it was more just kind of because they were kind of getting themselves out of really tough situations, which MOUZ we were usually in control of.
Yeah, I think it was the very following gun round that you had Astralis stacked towards the mid, and you had MOUZ hitting B. Very similar way, just on the opposite side of the map. And at that point from Astralis, you're kind of floundering. You managed to recover the half, but you're down in a bad situation on a CT side where they usually find very consistent results.
Talking about how they ended the first half in that 6-6, right? That's what the scoreline was at the end of it, despite how phenomenal of an effort and a start MOUZ got to. And I feel like the pivotal part for that one is something I'm surprised I might even hear you say right now, Vu. It is down to FaZe.
It's a FaZe Red Bull ace, I believe. FaZe with the op. They know he has the op. 5-0 down, and they don't smoke off short because they're expecting Torji to hold that angle, but he gets legged for 97 through the wall. That means he has to fall off of the angle. FaZe hits a nade that Period Jr. wishes he hit yesterday, and then he manages to rotate around and find the rest of the kills. I thought this was going to be a vintage Sphinx moment for a second, but it's actually FaZe rotating around with the op. He actually started the round in connector with the op, rotated way back around to short to actually position himself correctly, and then you have to criticize MOUZ for not recovering covering this after they knew that FaZe had the op on short, at least to some extent, you have to try and not make these shots so easy.
It felt like there had to have been more utility on MOUZ to flash him off the angle, or at least just nade it, molly it, anything to slow him down. But no, he was just unperturbed as he's just kind of moving like the Terminator up, like from short, up con, and you just couldn't stop him at any point.
No, there was no stopping the steamroll of Astralis when they got there, though. But it wasn't so easy for them to be able to get to that point, right? Again, MOUZ being able to start really strong for themselves. And even in some of the rounds that they ended up losing, Maui, there was still that highlight of Torzi. Again, he was a player that we highlighted coming into this series, and he hasn't dropped at all. I've been so impressed with his consistency across the multiple weeks of last Bounty.
I didn't see this coming into this season, that Torzi would just suddenly be an excellent T-side opper. That's something that he has struggled with for so much of his career. I think that one aspect of it is that they're getting him into great sort of mid-late round positions where oppers do thrive on the T-side, such as post plants. But also, when taking space, I just feel like he's positioning himself a little bit more aggressively, just kind of hitting the shot. I think there were times before where he would just hold static lines, kind of Shiro-esque, but now I think he's moving a little bit more with the pack forward, and it's just giving him more opportunities instead of thinking, I'm going to hold for this reswing, but then sometimes in other games, the reswings never came.
It's kind of reminiscent of the change that 9-10 has had on Mongols, where the T-side has been a little more focused on 9-10, so he's really blossomed. I don't think the T-side is necessarily too much more focused on Torji, but he certainly understands what a pivotal piece he can be in the attack, and he's not worried about making a round about himself, to make the aggressive play, to try and go for a pick and say, hey, if I lose this, we're going to lose the round, but I'm going to win it.
I want to know how he sort of made this growth over the player break, right? When you talk about it, you're like, you wouldn't have expected coming into this season, which means something changed over that time frame of when we last saw him playing in the major into now. And maybe we'll never get those answers. One could only hope, but there at least is a substitute if you guys want to be able to do a similar thing at home. It is Refrag. There is a coach mode. It is tailored to you. It is very great on being able to pinpoint exactly what you might need as a player. And I think one of the hardest things is knowing how to get started, Maui. This could be one of those easy tools for you to use just to get a training regime up.
A lot of people just do sort of senseless aim training, and they don't really actually focus on one aspect of the game. But with a tool like Refrag's coaching tool, I mean, you're just going to know immediately what it is that you're lacking, whether that's crosshair placements, whether that's utility usage, or just not using it fast enough. And so it just directs how you want to improve next. I mean, a lot of people are going to want to pay for some kind of coach or anything like that, but you could just go to refraggg.com/blast, and you could just try it. So why not get on it?
Yeah, we're telling you here, deathmatching for 5 hours a day into your 5 pugs with 0 reflection in between, probably a bad idea. Take a look at the coach if you want to actually improve.
I don't know. I'm kind of liking what you're talking about there. What if I found a balance, though, Vu?
5 hours of deathmatch into 1 hour of coaching into 5 hours of
Unfortunately, it's been maybe a decade of North America trying that, and it hasn't really worked, okay? So maybe some NA pros could get on refrag.gg and actually get some other aspects of the game down.
Well, we won't name names, but we will say Refrag would be a great tool if you wanted to go and use it for yourself, whatever sort of level you're on, amateur or pro there. But we're going to see some more pros take it to the stage just after this break for Dust 2.
With it, Dust 2 being a decider, I saw sometimes PR was a bit uncomfortable. You're obviously playing towards B with him on the CT side as well. Have you guys tried to iron things out there?
Yeah, in the first game, I think someone wrote in the comments they went to B 5 times and they won 5 of them or something like this. Yeah. And it's true, they went to B and every time they came B, we lost the round. So in the game we tried to find the answer for it. We said, okay, let's put AVP on B. It didn't work out as well. But of course after the game, me and Pia, we watched the game back. We watched another teams, what they do. Okay. We talked about some better protocols, what is good, what is not good, timings and stuff like this. So if we go Dust to third, I believe the B side will be fine.
It's not been looking so good for you guys, but there's a reason you've left it open. So how much of a change-up have you had on that map?
I mean, I think we chose to play that because they have a really strong nuke, and I think they have always been a good nuke team, also with the last roster they had. So yeah, we chose us because we are feeling way more comfortable playing against them there. It's also not their best map, so yeah, it's a clash of trash on Dust.
A clash of the trash on Dust. I mean, I wasn't going to get all into the negative straight away from it, but yeah, Spinks also talked about it, what they've been struggling with. They couldn't change it in the map. Hopefully now they've had more time to reflect, but Astralis also knowing, hey man, hopefully we're just the less shit team when it comes to Dust 2.
Hey, I'm not going to say MOUZ have a trash Dust 2.
Okay.
I'm going to say their B site holds were trash in the last game. I mean, Spinks even brings it up. I like that he talked about it. He talked about it in the pregame, trying to be a veteran in a roster. Being a veteran means you have that bad game. 3D Max hit Dust 2 5 times. You lose every time. You left PR out on an island. PR uncomfortable on the B site in a lot of these new roles. This is time for Spinks to be a veteran and showcase how you can improve across a tournament.
I feel like, though, for Astralis, this is about as good as it gets because they recognize their own shortcomings on a nuke that MOUZ have been very, very comfortable on. And so I think it's actually a very wise choice in a veto to just say, well, let's just get a little bit scrappier with things. One guy, though, that I want to just improve his scrappiness is obviously FaZe. I mean, we've been talking about him. He's a big theme of just kind of the shortcomings of Astralis as a whole. And a very worrying stat about FaZe on Dust 2 on CT side, he takes, in the last 3 months, over 30% of his team's opening duels, and he wins under half. That's so unacceptable as an opper. That is actually really just going to grief your entire team if you're that active, but also that have that many failures.
Yeah, for reference, a standard opera is in the mid-60s to 70% on a CT side.
Right.
Below 50 is almost unheard of.
Well, I'm going to take it from the negatives and I'm going to move it along to something way more positive, and that's our casters, Scrawny and Launders.
Oh, smooth, Nat. Look at those analysts.
Those stats are pretty bad, though.
Stats
I'm loving that.
in tandem.
I know, look at the stats together.
These guys are cute. These guys are cute, man. Call that caster synergy. Mo, we've got the polymarket prediction now skewed back to MOUZ. It's the recovery that goes down on Mirage that I think really has the people convinced that MOUZ are indeed going to keep up their end of the bargain of moving into those grand finals. Again, strong starts out of MOUZ, each of those halves, and Astralis just couldn't fight back on Mirage. You know, they're so accustomed to, in the last day or so, getting, you know, pistol victories and getting strong beginnings to each of these halves that an uncharacteristic map start costs them. We move to Dust 2, and we have got another problem, and the desk just highlighted it. FaZe's inability to find opening kills on this map.
Yeah, and specifically taking the chances. You know, if you have a low success rate, but you're not taking a lot of duels, I mean, maybe there's someone else on your team that is, but we know FaZe is aggressive. That's kind of one of the reasons that we're it's sort of a term of endearment when we talk about what FaZe has brought to Astralis, who have historically never played with an aggressive opper. So it's something where you don't want the 30% to change, but you do want the success rate to change. The attempts can be there, but he's got to get his form back online and nail those chances.
Oof, it's a jabby tap first. And with that, he just sulks back in. Oh.
Boy. And this split is definitely coming on. Gabby is going to have a lot to deal with here. Game helper looking for anything. No, they'll swarm him. And from below, with the smoke in place, it's impossible for Astralis to stop this bomb from getting planted. Retake now coming up, Cat. 3 players running at this. There is no kit available on these 3.
So FaZe scours, looks for the contact, doesn't get his kill. Everybody just staying tucked in. Not wanting to be the first to fall. And then as they pop up, it's an instant headshot onto FaZe. Cleaned up by PR. Easy does it here for MOUZ as they will just take over this A site and show no room back to the Astralis retake.
Well, that's not the best start again here for Astralis. I feel that, yeah, MOUZ and on Mirage controlled both halves to a good degree. I mean, yes, Astralis started to make some rounds in the end, but like with the way they lost, kind of reconfirmed that MOUZ were still in a pretty good spot. I think they had a good grasp on things. It wasn't like some kind of eco lucky victory. They just had a strong call. They closed it. And we know with MOUZ, when you get to map 3, it's all reset. It's not like Astralis where it might be a test all the way to the very last round. MOUZ could absolutely just get a lot better all of a sudden. But it does come back to the original conversations around the chemistry, PR, Spinks. That's something that has not been solved so far in our officials, watching them play Dust 2.
It actually makes for a very curious finish to this series, considering we're back to the map where you've already highlighted so well.
And I can't remember who it was that was like challenging them, but then they just started going B like every round.
Right. I mean, it surely would have had to been 3D Max.
3D Max, yes. They took advantage of that. And it worked.
Yes, it did. A lot of the round success from that one side of the map. So it'll be a problem once we get there, and that's only a maybe. For now, MOUZ remain on the offensive as a unit with advantages here. FaZe burned down to the very brink as the rifles will excel, catch an open sight in the 5v3 and force Astralis to just tiptoe away from this one. If you can keep these 3 pistols and Kevlar for the next round, then maybe you can do something there, because this one belongs to MOUZ.
Let's do the map on CT side where your starting position for an attack might be at car. You miss that first chance, you might not get a second. Generating 2 and 3 chances is extremely difficult, and if the utility is going to be good, like we know it will be out of MOUZ, then there will be problems for FaZe. He will be highlighted when it comes to A defenses. That's something they'll need to get under wraps early.
Terrorists win.
I wonder what's on his mind.
Hopefully not getting nervous about the thought of having to go for those entry attempts. What do the deaths say? 30% of the time it is FaZe involved with opening duels?
Yeah, he's going for him. Again, that can be a very good thing.
When it works.
Yeah.
Love lost. FaZe averages a 0.64 CT side Dust 2 rating in his last 6 maps. Oh man, we are just beating on him.
Deep cut, obviously. His name's Love, which is really cool.
Yeah. First victim. Zertian's Mac 10 hits the ground. Again, we're looking for silver linings this round for Astralis. These are pistols saved from the last. A bonus attempt to throw a wrench in MOUZ's works. Rack up some damage. Right on the edge of that smoke can get a little scary for the exit of MOUZ, but they do get through pretty much unscathed, and Zelex under pressure from both sides picks up all 3 of these kills. He'll be happy with that one. Denying them his death means his Kevlar moves in. We got cash overflowing for MOUZ already on top of this 3-0 start.
Zelex is someone who I think is quite good playing on Dust 2 so far. Adapting well within this new lineup. Not meant to be the star of the show.
PR with a fast tempo this time at Jabby's first blood. Having lost lower tunnels, you'd think MOUZ would love to get something for this long efforts, but instead you've got 2 players 50 health already for what is this first attempt to kill Astralis on guns. Oh, XeLX though!
Nasty.
Pounces on HooXi with a nade out. Insta transition into FaZe up above him.
7-0 start for XeLX.
A responsibility for this Astralis squad to recover at a man disadvantage. They'll do that in equalizing into the 3v3. Gap on that smoke. And so if you challenge wide, Jabby's gonna get a chance to shoot you. He catches contact to the car, can't kill the guy on the corner as Torji's cover goes over top. And we have man advantage earned by MOUZ by a single HP.
And Ryu almost threw a little piece of utility. That would have been a smoke. Wouldn't have want that to be landing on the cross. It's MOUZ who don't know where he is. 1 HP, and Ryu's looking to take it back long, and this will not work out. My goodness.
Nah, he runs too far, surely. They will peek back in, and Torji.
That's close. 1 HP on Spinks.
Imagine that. Spinks surviving the first spray down on 1 point of health, covered off by Torji, only to get the trade back and finish the round.
Crazy trades out of Torji.
And crazy entries out of XeLX. I mean, catching a guy with a nade, that's one thing. All he sees is FaZe's head trying to get the trade, and it is instant. Good on Spinks. 1 HP op clutch. And that'll send Astralis spiraling back down into pistols this time.
He can't believe that they stood back at long. That was a great play.
Obviously not much to challenge with. Astralis have to forego the mid play, and that's just going to let MOUZ leak out through those mid doors in anticipation of what you'd set up with a buy like this. Stair's not going to get away with any antics. Jabby wants them to extend wide, but as they just get closer to that doorway, he now knows his B site very much under threat. His teammate turns back. Ryu, nice double. Won't be able to hang on though, unfortunately, and Jabby now alongside HooXi, who's back towards CT spawn. Oh, he's got his. They're gonna know about him on 59 health, and the bomb is inside of the doorway.
Yeah, they have to come at this.
A reload first, a flash over top, and Jabby just trying to deny them the trade frag. If he can finish off one first, that'd be great, but they will just pin him to the wall. That wide swing out through the doors means MOUZ. It's costly considering just pistols, but a 5-0 start nonetheless.
That's full control. I mean, if not for Ryu getting a 2K with that 5-7, I mean, there's really no chance. So it's a good try from Astralis, but coming to the point where they just need to convert. They can't do that yet. Astralis does really well, just making noise, holding Jabby in place, assuming the window peak will eventually come. But it's impending doom, knowing Torji can get out that door.
I actually like the way the two defenders gelled on B site. You know, they weren't both...
Both had good spots to cover everything.
Right? Yeah. To just really kind of crunch in on that door. Because first player, if you want to clear Jabby from under the window, you see how wide he is. And Ryu comes back at it. Just keeping their bodies behind solid cover. Both sides.
It was just all dependent on tunnel smoke.
Yeah.
Like, if they had waited for that, it would have been a little bit easier.
But almost able to genuinely steal that. That's the kind of round that'll keep MOUZ on their toes. Also chips away at the money, so it's not an outlandish amount left over. Still very comfortable. MOUZ 5-0. Extra cash for a few other rounds. But up against full weapons once more. Early boost nets them an opening. XeLX dead this time. He will not be getting off to those wild 2Ks. Shadow advantage for HooXi to take advantage of, and he's gone.
And Xershin's here with a bomb. He really wants to call this out. He sees the bomb. HooXi actually leaving. Oh, and the timing window might be here. Oh, getting into position though, just in time.
There we go. FaZe able to overcome the numbers in this opening attempt this round. Catches Zelek's lower tunnels. You mentioned those flashes not making him uncomfortable whatsoever. And from FaZe's first frag, it's smooth sailing onwards.
They were both just a bit sloppy. Neither flash went far enough. And he would have been hooded from anything coming from the top of middle, but of just being a free kill.
And a good read on the pulse of the round, getting that op over towards long doors to hold back as well. We saw when HooXi departed, maybe there'd be a timing for the Xerxen chase, but not with the scope locked on that doorway. 2 saves here for MOUZ, gonna keep that money healthy.
Counter-terrorists win.
But a totally different set of circumstances than what Astralis have been becoming used to. It's another slow start this time. 6th round is their first. Torzi going for the long spawn off this round start, so right to a chance at pulling a player off, but he just tries to sandbag the flashbang, sends PR out, and that will work well for MOUZ. HooXi trying to dodge the sniper, takes an AK shot to the face. Man advantage for MOUZ earned instantly. As they'll try to follow up with a bit of utility here, just putting pressure on both sites, in fact. That lurk smoke lands on the end of the tunnels simultaneous, and they're also flashing down into lower. So a lot of activity here for MOUZ means Astralis are trying to make decisions and rotate while the whole site feels pressure, or whole map rather.
And they'd love to take back some control. Oh no, that smoke does not work for them. That's a CT attempt at reclaiming space, getting out towards car. Totally denied. Now their odds of the round shoot way down. Because anything simple, up through long, should be able to just grind Astralis down.
Flash for the peak, and
there's no one there even.
Stair eats it. They announce themselves with sudden utility. Oh, Stair still in a good spot, but it's no multi-frag because Torji's got that cover yet again. And FaZe flushed back into Zelek, still hanging on for dear life, working entirely alone as Ryu's on the other side of the map in the middle of a save. Yeah, a little stylistic underhanded flash here for Zelek. Poor FaZe just gets outdone, and it is MOUZ right back to a victorious round win.
Pretty much that they can do. You lose 2 opening kills in that fashion. You're holding A with 2 guys. You're split on the map. I mean, Ryu maybe just wants to come over, lean towards A. Maybe they have a chance at trying to stop this, but with all the utility in place, you still have such, you know, low odds of picking anything up.
That's off a spawn move.
You really optimize that, even just Stair playing with FaZe in a position where they can trade their way out and actually save those guns, or play together to fight long and really commit. But I think the lack of commitment is definitely something that Astralis have to work on. They just always have too many one-on-one duels on the map.
Feeling like Long's getting away from him. Torji's spawn gives him the early angle. He lets PR slide out. You get the Xerxen flash over. So synergistically, really nice kind of setup out of MOUZ. When you don't get the duel for the op, just send that AK out to take the free space. And PR even delivering in the first 2 bullets, catching HooXi's head. Feels like you couldn't have had that gone better towards long if you were MOUZ. And from there, the round slips out of Astralis' hands. So they will get back to what started to work as Mirage went on. We've got a double op evolution for the CTs. Jabby back to the big green. This did net them some rounds of a CT side on Mirage, enough so that they could have had a chance switching over to the attack. It's going to be the same scenes here for map 3. But Mirage's success, no guarantee that this plan will pull them out of what has been a tailspin on Dust 2.
Two main situations you pull a double op: when things are going really well or when they're going really badly. If you have a lot of money, you invest into it, or you use it to try to bail you out of a bad half, but you've got a streak with it now.
That's one op to ring out, and Xerxin doesn't feel too worried about it. There's the second, and it would have been lovely had Jabby been able to collect a 5v4 off of it. Now MOUZ know exactly what they're up against, and it's still in the 5v5.
We saw this situation on Mirage, except there was 2 kills for Astralis. Now it's just 2 chances lost, and the full attention of MOUZ, who realized that they shouldn't walk peek anything.
Gonna try to set up an explosive split to the B site by the looks of things.
You like the lean here from Stair.
It's at least that third piece defense inside B, and last time the approach to this bomb site, even with the pistols, Astralis were able to whittle down MOUZ's numbers. So now that they're back on guns, Jabby goes outside of the window to play a scaffold hold on smoke.
They're not prepared to peek off this from the door. He's like almost knowing he's gonna die.
Ryu's gonna have to move while in the reload. Stair, that third piece has been found, and it's successful across the board. Xerxin's got Jabby dead towards middle. Stair wanted that fight, and Torji winds up winning it. Just enough here for MOUZ, as now they will go into the bomb plant and try to stave off this 2v2. Split up Astralis retake, one from window, one from tunnels. HooXi playing the slow burn, but it's being watched by Torji. And as he remains locked in on this flank, Flash finds its mark. Perfect team play so far. Xerxin gets the trade back, but FaZe finds the back turn, and we've got a successful endeavor out of Astralis. Great team play in the 2v2 to at least get a second CT round win.
It's a very nice read. That MOUZ would go into that B split. It's their full commitment into B site instead of just slightly leaning over. Jabby playing outside the window. Looked a little scary at first, but he got his first kill. Don't know how he ended up dying, but he had the op. Killed enough time on the clock, and there was a real chance to win this 2v2 retake. So it was looking like maybe too many isolated fights again to allow MOUZ back into it. But Astralis on the retake covered each other very well.
That's a quick adjustment from FaZe too, looking for the car fight, knowing that if Xerxin gets around that corner, retake becomes all the more complicated. They will reinvest into the double op, putting all the money back on the line. Lots of players on the other side of this door here. Tough stuff to handle if you're HooXi, and PR is going to lock onto that head again.
He's just manhandling long.
Trying to go for the challenge, may overstep into FaZe, but in a 5v4 like this, with the potential reinvestment to the double op, MOUZ peel back. Spinks is looking like he's about to get challenged, but what a clear this would have to be for Jabby, as all of MOUZ come over. So if he just sits on this, sure, maybe he plucks one player off, but if he kills somebody in the back, you just know Spinks is going to swing right into that op while it's on cycle. This could cost Xerxin, but Spinks should have it.
Oh, he's too far from the trade.
A little too far back. Jabby actually winds up playing in the great spot. Ryu eats a flash as he dives down the window. Tough place for Jabby to get anything of value, as it is, sure, a bit delayed, but right back into the full commitment. MOUZ will not lose another body on the attack. It is a clean 2K out of Zelix, as here on map, the third map, he is shining.
Yeah, definitely. Explosive rounds. At PR, every time they send him out long, I mean, it's like he's barely losing any health. He didn't lose any health at all on this round. Just instant shot right into HooXi. Killed him 2 or 3 times already this half. But with the amount of opening long attempts, it is surprising it's always just one player here to hold.
Yeah, HooXi's probably feeling real small at the moment.
Yeah, it's tough.
We'll see if they end up throwing a second player his way. Best time to hold that back was when he was able to push into the doors, get his one, and then they replaced him with FaZe. But yeah, let's talk about Zelex for a second. 11-3 right now.
Oh, yeah. His aim is insane sometimes.
Yep. And you know, while we sit here and maybe wait for Torji and Spinks to get back to their best versions of themselves, and while PR maybe hasn't gelled into this roster just yet, I was worried that Zelex would also be a part of that problem. But he continues to trend upwards. Strong finish to the series. MOUZ down a player. They're letting FaZe off the leash. It's another round where it's just him and Stare with weapons, right? The saves from the last one. Trying to make up for lost time, for lost ground. Off an unlikely round win. They hear that drop into the CT spawn, but that just feeds FaZe another. 2 kills from the op, save from the last round, puts MOUZ in a tight spot.
Does look like Astralis need to keep working just in case. They can't sit on their laurels just yet. They've got 1 rifle, but half armor on him. FaZe has an op, of course, but he's the only one with the kit. There's no utility on the map for the CT side. And tons for MOUZ.
It's a great angle for Stare.
Should they just be this spread out? Honestly, it doesn't.
He's just going to lean back as they do arrive, and he keeps it as clean as he has to. Pistol in cars, looking to just distract. We'll see what Stare does next. PR can feel that threat of another player, but he deals with it swiftly. Ryu's dead, and he bends bullets into Stare. This 2 versus 5 suddenly feels real.
Man, it feels like the communication just died for a second. Everybody was so split up.
They wanted the pistol from Car to get into the mix to try to set up Stare, but that second one from PR, as clean as you could ask. And now, kid on FaZe, gun picked up by HooXi. At least they've got the Kevlar to play off of. Last time we saw this flash come through, HooXi was able to kill Torji, scoped in on E-Box.
Yeah,
this time, different positions. MOUZ opt to go car heavy. FaZe's going to send in that flashbang. HooXi's not going to see anything, and on top of that, the op shot misses. They're not going to think that PR's in this position. HooXi, dire straits, has to attempt to run in and find that contact, and MOUZ just clean up this 2v5 as they work their way through the B site.
That's 3v5 to start, and then they get that info off of 1 death, but at the end, it's only 2 players in the site, and even though one of them has a good gun, the other doesn't, none of them have utility. FaZe finds a flash in the end. It just feels like they invited a way for MOUZ to win this. Like, it looks silly that they could have lost this round, but when you take a snapshot of the map, they're all playing spots that you'd play maybe at a minute 30 seconds, and with way better guns and more utility. They're just so quick to play by themselves.
Zelex happy to jump. FaZe recovers, but loses a teammate in front of him. He wasn't shying away from letting them know he was here. And Zelex didn't seem to give a damn. Understandable at his stat line. Stare's gonna go for the cat challenge and lose. There's a chance he wins that. And big space with it. HooXi at least recovering one end of this A site. And FaZe's just going to clamber over the boxes, trying to take the fight into Cat, missing his chance through smoke. And HooXi caught with a knife in hand by Torji.
And the bomb.
Who's now just going to look to take the challenge. Lets FaZe walk into his own demise. Perfect play from Torji, catching the IGL of Astralis off guard and letting their Opper walk into his own death on his own terms.
Yeah, just perfect patience. There was nowhere else he could run unless it was going to be CT spawn. Just had to have a teammate come up to the site and clear along with him. That one falls into his laps. A really nice play. Somehow an even better scoreline than Zelex in this half. It's just brutal if you want to try to count the amount of untraded deaths for Astralis and the amount of isolated fights for Astralis. And, you know, I'm not really understanding how that's happening.
Terrorists win.
Every time you look at the map, it's just one guy and one choke point. And even if the first guy were to die, and then you get the kill after, at least you get a trade to keep up.
Feels like you can see this one visibly falling apart for Astralis, unfortunately. And they will use all 3 of their timeouts on this CT side. Torji keeps this up, and he will indeed finish the semifinals as the front runner for the Bounty MVP.
Yeah, if you missed it earlier, Donk had a very human series. It doesn't... There's a sort of strange. 3 maps in a row, just very average to poor performance overall. Negative KD in the end. Like a 0.94 rating or something like that. Just not something you really ever see with that many rounds played.
And yet victorious nonetheless. Shout out Shiro for being the pillar of team spirit yet again.
Tanir as well is also doing well.
Sure. Final attempt off of the timeout for Astralis to get a 3rd. They are playing for scraps on this first half. FaZe hard committed to that A site, doesn't have an op this round either, so Zershin should be all the more confident. Utility trajectory is a great distraction, but it's Stair who was so close.
I mean, not peeking that, but there's just Ryu over here by himself.
Huge gap out middle as well. It's HooXi tucked into the mid doors. If they just walk this forward. Nice first shot, but he oversteps it. Torji collects the trade frag. And Zershin may have just lost in his walkout middle, but with the doors not smoked, CT's very quick to take up this position. And no, they don't. Double molly outside of the doorway, but it's going to be a daunting crossover. They will jump, and that costs Torzi damn near all his health. Nobody else wants to try to cross those doors.
They wish they had an HE to finish him off.
Now it's 3 players jumbled up on the retake attempt. Zelex from the corner, just the one, and FaZe slides immediately into it. Spinks let that wide swing go out, and now has to just deal with Jabby on the brink of a 1v3. Bomb at the halfway point. Jabby's gonna have to tap that to try to get Spinks to panic. Doesn't budge.
My goodness.
Doesn't move. Now off that attempt.
Oh my goodness, no way.
How dare you finally go back at this, sees that there's no defuse, and of course he will. Spinks with one for the road. A 1v3 to give MOUZ a 10-2 lead.
Into the sniper, out from heaven. Hypex yet again with impact.
And now it has to be a clutch. The bomb, can it get planted?
Yeah, Snacks is gonna try to go for the spray, but it's off the mark. Now Flamesy's on for it. 1v2, offers his first target, and it's beautiful.
Oh, it stays saved by Flamesy. More pressure from G2 coming out long.
Yeah, and his teammates were just kind of shifting very, very far away, so reinforcements a long way off for HooXi, but who needs it?
Yeah, great flashbang. HooXi with a triple kill. Heavy got Mattis and Hunter all dead at HooXi's hand as he goes again. HooXi shutting them down. Long is completely closed by the Dane. And is FaZe about to fall?
The clash is going to come at the CC stairs. Now they're going to play for it behind this smoke with the pistols close up. They don't want to back off and give the rifles an advantage.
Oh, again. It's Heavy God again. The Tech 9 enters the kill feed. And an old familiar sting. FaZe Clan are going to lose the pistols unless Frozen and Twist, the OGs from FaZe Clan, looking to deliver some life. But the P250 goes down and Frozen! FaZe are in the game.
With the AWP recovered, you need to get the strongest weapons out next to it.
AK for Hunter stepping into the lion's den. Oh, what? How has he done that? Hunter, that is something special out of the AK. That is just unreal. Feasting on his prey.
They break the smoke, and Fallen still has a strong position. This could still get really weird.
So good.
Double pistol kill for Fallen, gets the upgrade, and there's still Keserato down in pit. They try to clear Yuri. 1 health is all the difference, and it does make a difference. 1v3 for Torsen as he takes the first kill. Might have another body in store. Fallen falls for information. And Torsen waits for Molodoy to make a move. So now that's the bomb down. This 1v4 ace for Torsen is on the line. Into plays, and Torsen fights. He finds all 5.
What a monster.
Alexi B fighting him on, but Brokey's right here in the 4th round, and some hope left for FaZe Clan. Unless Wonderful can just rip it out. Oh! No way! And it's the inexperienced player up against Wonderful in FaZe's most important round.
Already feels like FaZe is knocked out walking.
Wonderful, so confident! Of course he's got it!
Yeah, trying to just be sneaky, hoping maybe that one opening kill moved the defense away. Didn't. ZywOo's gonna get hunted down with the AWP, but he's got a teammate. That's crazy. He's actually gotten all 4. Flamesy backs him up and steals every single kill. ZywOo.
And it's gonna fall onto Hypex now.
It's time to run at this.
10 to the clock. 2 players in front of the bathrooms. Hypex shaves off 1 of the 3. 7 seconds, and it's all on Hypex now. Plays behind the dice with the no-scope. Beautiful flick shot up. I sure wouldn't want to be Astralis. Unfortunately, this one's a tough spot to be in.
Just ever.
2 rounds to MOUZ's 10, and some hard-fought moments, but MOUZ really just in the driver's seat with huge performances from Zelex and Torji, the tentative Blast Bounty MVP. Chance at first kills here. Yeah, a 3v5 that could be tournament life for Astralis.
Oh,
you dead, buddy.
Damn.
Spinks just taps through. He knows how clean that is, and he knows how little is left in this semifinals.
From 3K to 3K.
Boy, oh boy.
I mean, Astralis have really melted here. Like, everything that we've seen that sort of is them at their worst came out in this first half, and now MOUZ are just pouring it on thick. This is rough to watch. There's been so many close maps at the Bounty. But also a few duds like this, unfortunately.
I'm willing to
teams are looking rough to begin the season, absolutely.
Sure. Oh, you mean like the fact that Vitality, Furia, Falcons didn't even win their opening games?
And then even the teams that qualified through.
Yeah. Well, at least they got a little more experience. And let's hope our top dogs just needed a little more time off. Some at-home R&R. But I will sacrifice the quality of this 3rd map if it means that MOUZ are actually ready to take a swing at Spirit tomorrow. Because we've got a best of 5 and a trophy on the line. Spirit's track record, barring the major playoffs, were phenomenal last season. I don't know if they've played their best CS to start the season, but not many have, so we can put them in that pot. MOUZ gonna bank on Spinks again for another multi-frag, 3rd one in a row, as he will confidently go back at middle. Oh, PR actually dropped before he can get his hands on the round, but luckily here for MOUZ, it's the mid-rotation that cut Astralis down to size. Tough ask of Ryu to go and grab that bomb. He will be found out along the wall. 10-map match and grand finals points.
I got too many players stepping up. I mean, it's just an overwhelming presence here from everyone on MOUZ. They don't even have to crank the dial on the teamwork, you know? I mean, they could just skate to a finish here easily.
daunting ask with a scout and Galil for Astralis.
We're even going to get to see the CT side tested.
PR with a moment to maybe rack up some frags for the road. Will deal with Ryu. Gun goes dry and he'll burn out. But you already have a fast scramble out of MOUZ. They can see the finish line. Yeah, Spinks are gonna dunk it on you. FaZe and Jabby. Hard hitters at times throughout Bounty. But it feels like the road has come to an end for Astralis unless FaZe from back plat's got a little more left in him. 48 HP to work with. Jabby down beneath the window.
Nice shot.
These are nice scout shots. A 2v4 post plant halfway there. But Spinks has been a monster, and so has Zelex, who now finds himself alone. They'll do it. A full house between FaZe and Jabby to deny MOUZ the match for now.
Okay, that one gets the money back online. Great post plant there. A couple of great scout shots. Good cohesion between him and Jabby. Another moment of looking at this is like, okay, maybe PR immediately just starts farming this round. There's only like a Tech 9, another gun coming at him. But clearly still a little bit of discomfort when it comes to him playing the site. It's a kill in a little bit. Spinks is outside the site. They're not really playing off each other.
Long control looking prime for the taking as the limited MOUZ enter this one with a Scout Deeg and MP9. But leave it to MOUZ to remain active. They've got so much Counter-Strike in their favor left to play. They'll take over the tunnels, and that's just going to free up full rotation. What? Look at that
Close,
arc.
so close.
Satisfying. Big gap. Man, Astralis hoping that they haven't been boxed in already, but Torzi gets tagged. He will find damage on FaZe. Another smoke to deal with that gap, and sure enough, they'll deny vision until Xerxin gets boosted up and over. They're so close to the smoke, though, they will go under unnoticed. He'll pop up, deals a headshot to Jabby, and it is Stare to alleviate the pressure on that bomb site. Scary, sure, for a moment there for Astralis, taking all the damage they did. But Stare's trying to dig him out of a dark place, and MOUZ will just look to move these M4s into the next round where they are forced to save.
You know I'm shaving your head if they make this comeback.
My head?
Yeah.
Oh.
You'll look like Mads Mikkelsen and Pusher.
I'll take it.
Respect.
Terrorists win.
Astralis already 20% of the way through this comeback. And the crowd goes wild.
They're going crazy.
There are believers in Malta.
We did have a bonanza today.
Yeah, that's got the crowd rowdy.
Yeah.
I just hope the guy who won the trip to Porto has some days he can take off. Spinks to the top mid push. You know MOUZ still sensing blood in the water in this moment. Could just bank on a Spinks or Zelex threat, and sure enough, that's a gun earned if you want it. But unfortunately for MOUZ, this B-bomb site belongs to Astralis. All 4 players ready to just take it over. So it's not even as though you catch a second player back there trying to deal with Spinks' push. No, everybody else was ready to just vacuum seal that B-bomb site.
I feel like if you need the days off, you just show your boss the clip.
Come on, boss, it's the bonanza.
You get fired for liking video games.
I'd quit my job to go to Porto.
It's a good idea. It is a very cool place. I recommend everyone try that.
Luckily, my job will bring me to Porto. Why is Hooksy tapping the screen like it's a Las Vegas slot machine?
Because they're going to need to get some luck going to make this full comeback. Good calls alone won't do it.
Especially with MOUZ right there on the brink, threatening that they are confident enough to push up top middle. And they still have so much margin of error. So Astralis' free run of the playground comes to an end. Back up with weapons or MOUZ. Ooh, missed first opportunity out of FaZe. Luckily, at least for him and his team, he doesn't die, because he could have 2 of those Xerxin shots.
I mean, that's just one of those shots, those golden opportunities that he needs to nail.
Xerxin's happy to try to test the waters on the mid walkout. Now this B site looking a bit sketchy. And remember, this was the weak point of the map, even versus 3D Max. Spinks trying to hold this back as they do emerge out through that tunnel push. Ryu clearing PR with only the 1, and Spinks can't keep up his end of the bargain. Not 1 frag from him. There is a weakness, I think, on this map for MOUZ, and it remains that B bomb site.
I love that. It's no frills. They go right into that mid B. They don't really bother trying to hunt down that op or push anything back. I think that was the only detail to the setup that they really wanted to know. It's no secret that MOUZ are struggling over there.
Astralis surely saying to themselves, if 3D Max can do it, so can we. Torsi's just asking to hang on to the op. They're going to think he's in the smoke.
Oh, he died.
Hooksy got him. There we go. That's tricky, though. Drop the smoke, don't play inside it.
It's tough. He didn't have, many other good options.
Torji 20-6, by the way. Clearly the most impactful op on Dust 2. And remember that Astralis did burn all those timeouts in the first half, so it's only when Cyclone calls a pause to the game that Neo can get back in, and they can try to continue with this comeback.
Oh my goodness, it's the last bullet.
That's beautiful. Not a comfortable look for MOUZ either. 2 M4s, 2 SMGs. Looking to build back up the bank accounts, but 1 misstep from a
Oh, okay.
Of course.
That's 1 burst fire.
I don't understand that.
I think he must have hit him in the head through that guy first.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Got a collateral headshot.
I was gonna say, how'd he die so fast? If not for a headshot.
Never had the makings of a varsity athlete, that one. Well, here's some good headway from Astralis. This makes the game more fun.
I mean, they're going to clean this up because there's no way MOUZ win a 3v5 in this position. Not without a kit, not without nades. This is Astralis 50% of the way through this comeback.
You're like that Twitter account that goes like throughout the year. We're 33% of the way.
Oh, yeah,
2026, yeah.
Year progress.
Yeah.
50% though. I mean, come on.
Yep.
That's halfway.
Mm-hmm. They're on the other side now.
Thumbs up.
And this game plan is like kind of so obvious. They use this anti-eco towards A. Oh, wow. And then what's coming up? They gonna do another mid B? When MOUZ get back on guns?
Yeah, okay. That's exactly what it is. Headshot through your teammate. Body shot closes. But that again was with limitations. Now, MOUZ fully equipped. That B bomb site's got a third player immediately. Zershin's here to help out.
Yeah.
Trying to stem.
Oh yeah, they're just coming for it. Oh, they actually changed their plans.
I mean, met by a smoke like that. Done.
Okay. Would have loved for it to be that simple.
Right? Was it worth leaving? Now you're down a man. See if they can find a way to wiggle back in, but MOUZ with one of the better positions to just legit finish this match. Long doors uncontested. Jabby looks to come join up alongside the bomb and Stair walking up middle. Torji got the first kill on Hooksy. Oh, but the bait up close gets him to step into FaZe, and then Stair hits the headshot. Very nice approach from Astralis.
Well, they still seem like they could actually go back to B as well, thinking ahead.
That is a slippery way to set up the duel between FaZe and Torji.
They know one rotation's been fold. I'd love to see the pressure come back to PR.
Let's see what he can do. 3 players ahead of him. Op up front. FaZe dead. Bomb thrown forward. He goes wide. And then the other CTs continue to spam through the smoke, but it is Stair sitting pretty on 30 health as Bomb's going to go down safely.
That's kind of the perfect idea. It's the deep CT smoke. It's not a mid-B smoke, so they're still threatening. They're still ready to go mid-B. It's a fortunate spam to come back, and you know, I don't want PR to be thrown under the bus. He's alone in that spot. I was actually wondering if he would just suddenly come up huge in any one of these rounds, because that's, I think he knows coming into this map that there are going to be attempts on him.
Yeah.
We saw how well he played on T side, but just how uncomfortable he can be when he's defending.
And it feels like he's always been getting 1 on the attacks.
Yeah, today it's been him getting his
But it's not the multi-kills. He's got 2 multi-kills this entire game so far.
Yeah, it's not multis, and it's also never playing off of Spinks. And I almost put that on Spinks as well. Like, they're never actually tagging off each other.
Man, the inaccuracy on the op that the bomb introduces is wild.
Yeah.
But I love that. Stair with the jump out into the corner just to get Torji to try to jump on him as FaZe holds the line. Now starting to feel the pressure of this comeback. And that's the effect that setup had. The Stair FaZe combo gets Torji seeing red.
They don't realize it, but they cut off the initial B attack. They got an opening kill very easily. Another untraded death for Astralis. But when they came back into Cat, that's all that mattered. FaZe on the line just before Torzi. That's the difference.
Torji wants into the action early, goes wide on Catwalk. But a Molotov meets him and takes him down to sub 40 HP. Here comes 2 players on the walk-up. Missed chance from Torji. They're chasing him. And he's got to just dive into CT spawn.
Down to 25 after all that.
They pelt him with grenades. Stormed their way up Catwalk, and he knows that he was just chased to the bitter end. But he's not dead. Spinks departs that B bomb site to try to help out on middle, where Torzi is going to be sitting behind smokes. PR just killed Ryu through smoke, deep inside of tunnels. This is a tough place for Torji once this smoke fades. It's dwindling.
I feel like even getting 1 is fine, but he'll float back now. There's 3 here.
Pulls back into the boxes. That smoke kind of indicates the intentions here of Astralis. 3 players to walk out mid. We've got the 3-player B site lean that this side of the map may need. But as this round goes on, Torji continues to miss his opportunities. They know damn well PR's in here, so Spinks is going to try to play the bait and switch. Look to go unnoticed. Pops up, missed chance. All on PR. He's also dead, and Astralis do it once more.
Oh, we talked about nervousness. We talked about choking. I think this is sort of what it looks like, actually, right now for MOUZ. Look at Torzi's scoreline. It's about to not be quite as handsome. He suffers another death. That was a great series of opportunities for him to get kills. Those shots missed. I love the setup. I love the fallback position. I love the lean towards mid. Positionally, everything was sound there for MOUZ. They even got that lucky kill from PR on a spray through a smoke.
And after that frag, not one more until these exit kills for Zelex. Insane to think the chances Torzy had on those fallbacks. Zelex gonna make it costly, but that's fine. Money for days for Astralis after they're this deep in the comeback. What an adjustment out of Jabby.
Oh, they crumbled.
Starting to get away from Torzy. I love how nonchalant Hooksy can be.
This is the problem with longer comebacks. You've got to dig for more ideas. You know, you're in a position where now you're trying to build off of what you've seen already. Well out of prep. You want to keep the ingenuity up. You know what's still vulnerable for MOUZ, but you can't make it obvious that that's what you're trying to attack, and you can't always go there. Now, we have seen Astralis push the envelope. They've really tried to just make it be every single rifle round, and that previous example was one where MOUZ actually called it out totally, had the full 3 lean. In fact, probably should have won. I'm sure Astralis feel and know that that was a close shave. It was bordering on greedy to try to make that happen as quickly as they did. They went up cat. They threw this exec that made everybody pushed into CT spawn, and yet they still mid-bead right after that. Feels like they almost skipped like sort of the conditioning of that round just to be like, hey, we just know we'll win if we do this. And they were right, but will that happen again?
That's Torzy's up on ramp at the moment, smoking off Hooksy's approach.
Final boss for them very much could be Zelex.
Which they are looking to go test this round, seemingly. 3 players gearing up to take over long. And if there's been struggles at the B site, there has not been problems for Zelex. He's just been kind of patiently awaiting his chance at impact. They'll burn him away from the setup, but they are at 30 seconds, and they have yet to exit doors, where Torzy's going to cut down the first, give himself a flash to re-engage, and this is going to cause Astralis to scramble. 20 on the clock as Bomb is back in middle. 3 players strong to move this out mid. It is going to be Spinks and PR not on the site, but right here for the mid lockdown, and this time defense layered. A valiant comeback attempt. But once you meet Zelex and Torzy's op connects on long, Torzy will indeed find another chance to shine, finishing this decider map 23-9, thus making him the highest rated player at Bounty, as both teams have now kept up their ends of the bargain. We will get what we expected, Spirit versus MOUZ. And at times, both those squads maybe leave a little to be desired, but they've geared up for a grand finals where we have a potential 5 maps of action to decide who lifts this season's first trophy.
It's poetic that it ends that way with Spinks and PR working together to get that spray down, but it also is poetic that it's Astralis showing their cards very quickly. Lose 1 kill, immediately go into that mid-B. It's 20 seconds, it's almost unwarranted, but that's the only thing that really worked for them in this match. You know, uncut gems on this team, still rough around the edges, don't have the excuse of making a roster move that recently, so definitely have to have some self-awareness and address some issues that are clearly long-standing at this point. They've made it far at this event, but they could have made it even farther, I want to say.
Now on the other end, while we still talk about the peaks of some of these MOUZ players, with Torzy finding the impact that he has, we're just also looking to see whether they can continue to gel. Team play and chemistry under question for MOUZ, as they have earned this grand final spot.
They certainly have earned it, and it was a fight at this. You were 12-2 up just now on Dust 2. Then onto your CT side, some more struggles on the B side. I saw frustration from you as well on short. Just tell me what was going through your mind when these rounds started to get racked up against you.
Yeah, I think it was getting close, and that's why I got a little bit frustrated, but also I think we had really good reads where they are going. Like, for example, on the B split, I missed my shot. We are 3B. We lose a round. I also had the opportunity to get an entry on that round on the short. They ran into me and just felt like we know what they are doing, but we didn't convert the rounds after such a good half on T side, and it was just frustrating a little bit. But we kept our head calm. Yeah, sometimes you have to let some frustration out, but we won the game, so that's what matters.
It does matter, and you're now in the grand final because of it. But I also want to ask you, what happens with you guys? Are you saving some energy until the third map? Because we get these dominant sides come out from you when you finally get to the third map in these series so far.
Maybe we are saving some energy. I don't know. It's a good question. I think we are just trusting our game. You know, I think we are a really good team. We have really good ideas all the time, and I think on Ancient. It was a little bit of my bad in the beginning that they won many rounds. I got caught like the first 3 runs, gun runs, I think. They boosted on A and things like this, and I a little bit through the game. So I instantly took responsibility after the game as well. But yeah, I don't think it was a big deal. It was just some mistakes I did, and yeah.
I'm glad you mentioned this, Ancient, because it did seem, right, like they had a good game plan that you guys didn't react to so fast, right? You were giving them quite a lot of space on it. So were you aware of what was going on, but it was almost too late to fight back in?
I think they had a decent game plan, but at the same time I felt like we knew what's going on, but we were really slow at reacting. Like there is runs where we push A main, or they rush A main, they fake A rush, I have the line, and I'm not reacting, I'm not rotating, and it's just sometimes it's so obvious, but I didn't get into my zone in the beginning, and I was a little bit in my head, and yeah.
And lastly, you're into the grand final. We seem to be getting the best of Torzi right now, and you're facing Spirit tomorrow. Can you keep this up?
Yeah, it's always a nice game to go versus Spirit. I think they are a really good team, playing versus players like Shido and Donk. I think they are amazing players, so yeah, it's gonna be a good game. We will just see how good we are versus them, and we will see what happens.
I look forward to seeing it. We will see what happens. Guys, make some noise for Torzi and MOUZ. It's time for our Bounty Bonanza.
It's a great way to end our Saturday. Of course, we have our lovely MOUZ player, Sphinx. How are you feeling after that one?
Good. It was a bit too close on that too, but we got the win, and that's what's important.
Yeah, you get the fun of joining us at the Bounty Bonanza, but of course, so does our fan. Would you kindly introduce yourself and let me know who's your favorite team?
I'm from Israel. My name is Lior. We came all the way to see Sphinx and Zershen. I wish they win. They're the best players, guys. Let's hype them. Nice fucking win. You're the best. You're the best.
All right, there's so many different prizes you can win. There's some peripherals, there's Steam gift cards. Is there anything specific you want? There's skins as well?
Wow. Actually, I don't really know like what are the prizes,
money.
but
I wish. Money.
You want the bonanza? That's what you want. That's what. The bonanza, yeah, Sphinx. That's what you got to get for him. All right, he flew out here for you.
What is it, the bonanza?
The bonanza means he'll be at Porter. Okay. He'll be at the next event, all right? So you got to spin that wheel. You got to give it everything. It was tough for you to close out Dust too, but you got to have even more energy to spin this wheel when you're ready.
Yeah,
Sphinx?
we just have a lot of Danish fans, so we wanted them to have some rounds on Dust 2 for Astralis. That's all.
All right, go for it. Go for the spin.
Let's go.
Oh my God.
He's
so
going
excited.
for it. We know you want the bonanza. There's so many different things. There's peripherals you can win as well. Skins. It's going around. It's coming up to the bonanza. It might actually.
It's a scam, boys.
No, I see, Marker. You almost have the bonanza. Number 3. We're going to see exactly what Sphinx won for you.
Okay.
I see, Market. You've won a $100 Steam gift card.
And that is for our player, our lovely audience member, and one of you lucky guys at home.
Make sure you invest wisely.
Look, I know how close you were to the bonanza there, and you get yourself a $100 Steam gift card.
I got $100.
You got 100. Our
Thank
fan got 100 here in the audience. Someone online as well, our viewer in chat is going to get one. But I see Market again has been so generous. Sphinx, would you do us the favor of doing another spin? An extra spin, potentially getting the bonanza?
I can go for it.
Go harder. Go harder.
Yes,
Another one.
Come on.
MOUZ, you got another chance to spin the wheel here. You spun it harder than before. There's a chance that we could be hitting the bonanza. It's gone a little bit too far. It's gonna land on Republic of Gaming number 17, a new prize. Let's see exactly what this prize is for you.
I've been saving the big hardware for now. 2 monitors.
High refresh rate, buttery smooth. 1 for our lucky audience member and 1 for someone at home.
You'll finally see that guy who's been destroying you. We call that personal growth.
Yo.
It's a monitor. You've also won a monitor here coming out, a CEST and Republic of Gaming here. You ready? Oh, bangs.
It's heavy. It's probably very heavy.
Yeah, you're going to need 2 hands for that one.
I hope you can take it back home with you, huh?
Yeah, you're going to have to buy another luggage for that one.
Wow, I'm so excited. Thank you, Sphinx. Thank you so much. Wow, thank you.
Look, great prizes
I'm gonna probably give away it to my viewers.
Oh, that's so sweet
I
as
have a
well.
question. Can I give him the Steam gift card as well?
You want to give him another $100? Yeah, you can give him another $100. I'll put this one on top.
Okay.
You're too
Give it to
sweet.
one of the guys.
All right, you can share the love around with your friends as well, but that's what Bounty Bonanza's about. Thank you, Sphinx, for joining us. I hope you guys are having so much fun. That's it for Bounty Bonanza for now.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
I'm telling you, those respins, that's exactly what MOUZ need for themselves because they had a couple of chances on Dust too. It was getting a little bit nerve-wracking there. I wasn't sure that Sphinx was going to get the fun of spinning the wheel.
I'm glad that he was able to spin it. Obviously, the game got tense, hence the worry, because that was a pretty mighty comeback that Astralis were actually putting on right there.
Yeah, nothing's going to be able to top Zontix's spin, but that was a pretty impressive one from Sphinx, almost winning the Bonanza after what was a very tense game. I think we called on Sphinx to perform a bit better on the CT side.
Oh, they're going to say the wheel.
And yeah, he needed to perform a bit better on the wheel because he was so close to the Bonanza.
I know.
He was so close.
Could have been.
But still, in the game, I mean, he struggled a bit on the CT side, but eventually they did close it out.
I feel like Sphinx also kind of, he had a lot of moments where he probably was also thinking, I think the pressure of spinning the wheel and was getting to him. Those B defenses were looking pretty shaky, and I would be a little bit worried too, because if I want to give it, the fan a little bit more to love and get that spin off, then I think it's almost like the pressure of a real like arena game,
There's 2 layers of pressure here when it comes to the final map there, but MOUZ do really well for themselves. There was a bit of shakiness that's happening there, but also on the other side, massive props to Astralis to bring it back to a point that we are kind of, questioning maybe some of the MOUZ fans shaking in their boots a little bit, because you're wondering, could Astralis have gotten it over the line if they had just gone for a slight change in that final round play?
I mean, there's only so much that you can hit the B bomb site and find success when MOUZ clearly, and I think Torji said it in the interview with Banks, MOUZ clearly had a good idea of what they were doing round after round. You saw Torji on short, he just missed the shot. You see the triple up on B, him and Sphinx both missed shots. You see him go to long, Zelex lights out on long, actually managed to hit a shot. Torji can follow up, and then you finally close it out.
It took them quite a few tries, but that's kind of the hole that Astralis dug for themselves, unfortunately. Just couldn't really get enough on the CT side early enough. I feel like FaZe kinda powers, though, when he has a hero op. Like when he's in a normal gun round situation, I feel like, is this going to work out? Hero op, this guy's getting 2 kills on almost every entry.
As soon as there's nothing to lose, he plays incredibly.
Yeah.
It's when he has something to lose that he's struggling a little bit.
Well, that's why I'm wondering, with the longevity of them bringing in a mental coach, is this now just an upward trajectory for them? Because whilst they did get themselves into a hole, it's like we can see the light at the end of the tunnel. We know what is still there, and I still think that is something really positive that you can take away. Because if you're down that hard and there's no way of getting back in, then I go, well, unfortunately, you're just outclassed and you're outmatched.
I mean, yesterday we saw them lose 12 match points. This time we saw them almost do it right back. I actually do really respect the mental fortitude down that heavily. You're playing a MOUZ team you're not expected to beat. You're playing on a map that you're really uncomfortable on to begin with, to still make it such a battle. The problem, as you said, it's just they started out too far down.
Astralis can look back at this bounty as kind of a tournament of corrections, because they even kicked it off. Well, first they beat Focus, then they beat Hotu, which is a team they lost to in another qualifier prior to this event. Then they beat Pain, who they lost to at the major, that's 2 teams that they lost to recently that they're then able to overcome. And so you would hope that that's partially due to the mental coach or the fact that they made a head coach change in Neo. So I think there is something to look forward to for the future of this Astralis team. I feel like they understand their style a bit more that they want to be working with moving forward after having to really reckon with how much of a disaster the major was for them. So there is a little bit of a slight upward trajectory for sure.
It feels like a much more complete picture for them, right? The pieces of the puzzle are slotting in a little bit better, but at the end of the day, you have to break it down that when you lose a round like round 10, where you're 2v5, you are the 5, and you lose it, then you have to be questioning, okay, what's going on here with our individual performance too?
Listen, I can be very critical of Astralis, but at the same time, this is a faux 2v5 because they do get a kill there. It's a 3v5. I'm giving this one a 3v5.
Okay, all right. Okay, sure.
My question with it is, why couldn't PR and Torzi play this well on B on the CT side? I mean, it was, yeah, this is a pretty backbreaking moment for Astralis. We saw how tense that second half actually got once they got rolling on the T side. Rounds like that and maybe closing out the half, say 5-7, would have been just a world of difference mentally.
And that was the FaZe hero op that you're talking about. He managed to get an entry. You have the rifle on the B site, but it's a tough site to defend, as we saw in the second half. Very tough to defend if you're not there with full utility with enough players ready to go. And I would call that a backbreaking loss. That is one where if they had that one, we might be still seeing them play right now.
An uphill battle for Astralis, and they almost reached the peak. We almost got to see them standing at the top of that mountain, but unfortunately, it's HooXi with some words before they exited.
Astralis showed up good form from the online stages until now, but they fall short here just there on Dust 2. And HooXi, I want to start with the Dust 2 within this one. Obviously, it's never easy to go so far down in the opening half, but then the comeback does start to happen. Just talking about some of the problems you were having in the first half and what changed going into your T side.
Well, what changed is that we play T instead of CT. That's obviously a big change. I think CT is a lot my fault. I did a lot of stupid moves and they got long, got a free round here and there. So, you know, that cost a bit. Obviously, we don't know how to win any pistols, which is also a problem. Yeah, it's a bit weird because we have struggled a lot on T sides lately, and then now the T sides are fine, but the CTs are struggling. So, yeah, we'll go back and see. I'm not 100% sure what happened, but yeah, at least I know I have my part in it.
It works that way sometimes, right? You put some more focus on one side, then the other can drop off a little bit. One thing that was real positive was your game plan going into Ancient, I would say, right? It seemed like they were not ready for how you were taking the extra space from them when you were going to charge on forward. So this worked out really well. Are you looking at this as like a positive step in the direction you want to go for the team?
Yeah, definitely. I think that the main issue was the T sides before, and stylistically we have talked a lot about changing stuff, and I think it's working out. We're getting more back to like the way we were playing, and I think CT sides is a lot about confidence, and maybe we still don't have enough, but it's getting better. So hopefully, yeah, hopefully we will do better next time.
And overall, just looking at the event and what you're seeing in your players, are you seeing better highs from your players? You're seeing some more moments from them communicating the way you wanted, using the time where you're giving them that freedom to do the things correctly? I know it's very small sample size, but does it feel like, okay, we're back on the right track in some degree?
Yeah, I definitely think not only myself, but everyone feels like it's going better. There's, you know, way more room to make the right decision in the moment, and people feel more comfortable with it. So, you know, it's a trade-off. Sometimes you win a round because you do take a risk, and sometimes you lose it. But I think in the end we got way more out of it than we lost, and yeah, we'll just keep on grinding.
And I know you had a boot camp to start off the season, but what's next for you before you go into EWC?
I think just some online practice now, and then yeah, then we look forward to some time in Paris.
See what you can do there, mate. Thank you very much. Good luck going forward.
They're acknowledging the process that they're making there, the progress that is coming out as well. And I do wonder if HooXi's standing there saying, man, it really fucking sucks to lose to MOUZ because we could have just picked Spirit.
based on how Spirit played earlier today, I'm sure he was wishing that he picked it, but at the same time, this is a great showing for Astralis based on what you would have expected coming into this one. I think there's definitely things they can take away that are positives, and I don't think you can look back too negatively about how this one turned out.
No, it's a big learning experience, and I just kind of want to see after a tournament like this where you sort of, I don't think that what they did in this tournament is all too dissimilar from what looked like the best for Astralis last season when they were in like the PGL Bucharest or the ESL Pro League type of tournaments where they have deep runs, don't quite get it over the line once they face a more elite team. So if Neo can actually get his hands a little dirty, can he figure something out? Because now he's watched them for that whole tournament. He was talking in the interviews that he's just kind of standing back, letting it see, seeing what's happening here, and what's the fix now?
It's been a fun day of semifinals, though. I do want to go back because there was that chance we could have had Astralis going up against Spirit, and like we said, maybe they wanted to. The history is already done, though, but Spirit were looking pretty shaky themselves. I mean, not necessarily putting up the performance we expect, but at the end of the day, Spirit got it over the line, and that is what is really impressive, and also some amount of growth from this team, despite how close it was in their semifinals against FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, both favorites looked really shaky in both games. You see it from Spirit. They looked like they were incapable of winning, and you get the interview from Magix afterwards, down 10-5 on map 3. He's talking about they have to have the experience to understand we have to give it everything to actually get it across the line here, or we're going to lose. And he gave props to FaZe because I think FaZe played some really great CS. As much as Spirit had their problems, Donk wasn't fragging. I think FaZe really have to look at that as a very positive outcome, even if they can't win.
I don't think it's really a hot take to say of the two semifinalists that lost, I have higher expectations for FaZe now. I think the ceiling is way higher. I think that J-Bone looks like a really serious prospect. We already know that Frozen could be a top 10 player in the world, so they have a lot of pieces that they can definitely work with, whereas Astralis, I think that there's almost too much ground to gain in a couple of the aspects.
It might have been a stumbling journey in which our two teams took to get to the grand finals, but it is the two expected teams, right? Spirit and MOUZ, after 3-4 different rounds of the Blast Bounty for themselves, they have made it all the way there. They'll be facing off against each other tomorrow. 12:30 is when the grand final starts. Our desk will start a little bit earlier than there, and that's what you don't want to miss, because that's where all the hot takes and all the fun comes out before you get to see the Counter-Strike.
I think we're going to have a lot of fun predicting some really realistic things that will definitely happen in this final.
I mean, weirdly realistic is the chance for a Torzy MVP. Haven't seen one of those in CS2, so I'm super excited for this one. He's playing out of his mind right now. I feel like this is actually, if this was just how I thought Spirit should play versus how MOUZ probably should play with two new guys, I'd be kind of worried for MOUZ, but with Spirit's vulnerabilities right now, I think this is a bit more open. Yeah, and seeing MOUZ on map 3, I feel like they were really powering up into the form that you were hoping to see coming into this tournament. Zell XPR showing some incredible showings, showing they can actually perform at this level that we were questioning as we saw them online.
Well, maybe a vulnerable Spirit, a powered up MOUZ. I'm not really sure which one is going to take the grand finals tomorrow, but that just means we're going to head on out for today, and make sure you guys tune in to get all the action beforehand, during, and after for our Blast Bounty Season 2 presented by Polymarket.